Megan Fox.
And Megan Fox has the story.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox writes at PJ Media.
Eat Tucker.
And that was your last.
Damn it, man. I cried for 2 days.
Megan, thank you very much for that.
So, I can explain the bed thing.
If you don't show up and vote, up your ass. I don't care if you're in the hospital. Crawl to the stake. Crawl there.
It's like Jesus going into the temple. He's like, I got a whip. Get out! Get out! The lovely and wonderful Megan Fox. Not that one.
Not that one. Not the weird one that drinks blood in his toe thumbs.
Megan Fox.
Megan. And honestly, Megan, if you don't like it, I'm sorry.
She's the devil.
Megan Fox. Megan Fox.
I've been very nice to you, although I could probably maybe not be based on the way you have treated me, but I wouldn't do that.
You've never met a like me. You want to tangle? You want to go? Holy sh**.
Too much cussing on this. I guess we didn't bleep it, so we got to turn it off. But it's
You pissed off the wrong woman.
oh my God, I have been assaulted, but Megan Fox runs wild on you, brother.
She's the devil.
Not for publication.
The story.
I'm Megan Fox. Thank you. Cheers.
Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. It's me, I'm back. It's Megan Fox. I'm early and super straight, unlike other streamers you know, who are always late and very gay. I am early and super straight. All right, here's the thing. I just can't wait to bring this to you today because yesterday I witnessed a murder. A murder, I tell you. There was a murder in the Utah courtroom. And poor Mr. Terry Sanderson was the victim. Before we get to that, though, I've got some super chats to get to right off the bat. Jillian says, greetings, everyone. First like and first super chat. You are very special. You are now my favorite chatter for the rest of the day. Unhung Hero. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I'm going to come. I'll tell you that was the first Gwenuendo for the rest of the day. Believe me, there should be a whole lot more. There should be a whole lot more. All right, let's see. Oh, and so much has gone on. Have you visited PJ Media? Because I have written a couple of columns that you should really see. Let's go over there. Because my adopted son, James Egan, you know that guy? Clark Kent or Peter Parker or Matt Murdock, depending on what you believe about him. Well, he's a star. And not just a legal star. Oh no, he's a real star. He's a musical star. And I should have known that because we're related. And the genetics that we share demand that he be a musical genius of some kind. Look how cute he is. All right, Gwyneth Paltrow's young attorney, James Egan, is an undiscovered star and not just in the courtroom. And I will have you know, some of you smartasses are saying that I'm close to stalking this poor man. This is not true. I have a bone to pick with you on that. Because for God's sake, you try to do something nice for someone and suddenly you're stalking. I mean, I could talk shit about people here all day long and no one would care. Everyone would be like, that's hilarious if I'm talking crap about people. You guys love it when we talk crap about people, right? About Owens and how abrasive he is and how the coughing guy. But the second I start saying that someone has talent and, is good, now I'm a stalker. Is that how that works? Listen. I'm not stalking him, but I do want him to be successful because he deserves it. So I have written this article and it is hilarious. But anyway, should I read some of it to you? Because it is pretty funny. From the first moment I saw young attorney James Egan, who was on Gwyneth Paltrow's legal team, I knew that he was special. I told my YouTube and Rumble audience that I wanted to ruffle his hair, do his laundry, and bring him a casserole. It's the mom in me. I can't help it. He's so young and yet so confident in the courtroom. I just felt proud to watch him. Getting up in front of a judge is hard enough for attorneys. I mean, my sister throws up every time. But Egan was also in front of the world in this high-profile ski crash trial involving a celebrity. Yet, with the world staring at him, he was composed, calm, and smooth, even though we could all tell he was wearing a retainer or braces, which makes him more adorable. My good friend Danya on Direct on YouTube, also a practicing lawyer in Utah, confirmed Egan wears braces. She has been sitting in the courtroom giving us the inside scoop on all the in-court activities. I love weird court cases. You all know that. There's no weirder case right now than the Paltrow versus Sanderson drama. Oh, let me drop the link in here. You guys should read along with me because the clicks really help. That's how I get paid. So those of you who can't send super chats, you got to go clickety-click on the stuff because that costs you nothing. Your thumbs are not, unless your thumbs are broken, but then you could use, a different finger. You could even use your nose. You could click on it very easily. And don't forget to hit that like and subscribe. So clickety-click, cheapskates. No, I'm just kidding. I love you. All right, there, wait. Do I have the Rumble chat open? Hold on. Oh, I do. Yay. Hi, Dennis. Nice to see ya. And here's the link for you to clickety-click and follow along. It really does help, though, folks. Clickety-click and share on social media if you can. Let's see. Jillian, my favorite chatter, says, James Egan is sparkly and foxy. You're never going to let me forget that, are you? You're not going to let me forget that my PayPal address is sparklyfox@gmail.com. No E, SPARKLY. Fox. I've had that email for many, many years when I used to sell jewelry a long time ago. Okay. I love weird court cases. My audience and I have spent close to 7 hours a day on this trial. We have nicknames for everyone from the coughing menace, the plaintiff's main counsel who can't seem to afford cough drops, to Wednesday Addams, the defense counsel's junior lawyer who looks exactly like Wednesday Addams all grown up. But James Egan has been a crowd favorite. My audience is split on whether he is Clark Kent or Peter Parker. Today, someone started a rumor that he's actually Daredevil's alter ego, Matt Murdock, the blind lawyer, but everyone agrees he's like some sort of Marvel hero. I decided to adopt him immediately. If James Egan ever needs a stand-in mom, I'm here for him. He's so cute. I mean, honestly, Zach Peter tweeted out, I can do without Owens, but James Egan is the true champ of this Gwyneth Paltrow trial, and he's cute. He is very cute. He gets that from me. We've rooted for him during this trial, especially since he appears to be working for the odious Steve Owens. Now, I'm going to have to apologize. I have to apologize to Steve Owens. I have a big apology to make. I no longer find him odious after yesterday's murder of Sanderson on the stand that he committed. Oh, my God. Owens totally killed yesterday, and the victim is Mr. Sanderson, unfortunately. Wow. All right. So we'll get to that in a second. We've rooted for him. He appears to be working for the odious Steve Owens, Paltrow's lead attorney, who is so abrasive that SOS pads are soft in comparison. And I don't take that part back because that is still true. We are all rooting for the day Egan gets to strike out on his own, but maybe that day is now. The chat did a little digging and found Egan's Instagram account where he was posing with his new baby at the piano. That led to a discovery on Spotify that I still haven't totally digested. James Egan is a damn star. I'm sitting here listening to his playlist of original music and I'm blown away. I consider myself a musical talent. I come from a long line of musicians, including operatic talent. We all sing, we play instruments, we have perfect pitch, and we know good music. Egan is Ben Folds 5 with a law degree. Why is he slaving away in court and working for a dolt like Owens when he should be tickling the keys for adoring crowds? I have no idea. Maybe somebody told him to get a real job, so he went to law school. How many of us heard that from our parents? You need a real job. And he's good at the law, no doubt. But this is better. It's making me cry. This is what the world needs more of: soulful, heartfelt outpourings of the human soul. And this is it. While lawyers can be the answers to prayers, I'm not sure that Egan is going to get to that level in the civil court in Utah, where rich people fight each other over who lost more time on a ski mountain. Maybe if he was practicing civil rights law or criminal defense, I'd see it. But fighting over which millionaire is right seems like a waste of this man's talent to me. What is humanity seeking and in need of right now? Is it another $1 million payout or a song that can move you to tears? By the time the chorus kicks in with the crashing cymbals and Worth Waiting For, I was weeping. I've heard a lot of singer-songwriter attempts at originality and have been left wanting. All I want after hearing Egan's music is more. I will tell you this. You can make this man's ivory dreams come true. We don't value artistic talent in this country enough. We need to recognize it when we hear it and then support it. And this is it. James Egan, my adopted son, whether he wants to be or not, is someone you need to know. Go listen, and I dare you to tell me I'm wrong. It's so hard to write good music. This man has talent. If he doesn't want to practice law, he shouldn't have to. Has Gwyneth heard this? Surely she still has that Coldplay dude's number. Hook a brother up, Gwen. He's amazing. It's funny that we've been calling him Superman in disguise from day one. We were right. He's a musical star pretending to be a lawyer by day. We see you, James. You're a star with only 13 monthly listeners on Spotify, but we can do better than that, can't we, fam? He's got like three albums, you guys, and they're fan-freaking-tastic. Really, really good. And let me play for you my favorite part, and it's okay if this gets copyrighted. I hereby give all the whatever proceeds the clicks get on this video, I give to James Egan willingly and happily because his music is great. So let's hear, this is how Worth Waiting For starts, and then I'm going to skip to the chorus that is amazing. Remember, he plays the piano. So all the piano you hear is James. Thank you, enchiladas. Heartfelt. Gushing only like a mother would do. Come on, this is beautiful. It's so good, you guys.
All the words are over. Everything I said is enough.
Oh no, it's gonna happen again. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry again.
Over. But you know me, it's hard for me to stop. But don't you worry about me. I won't fall apart if you go. Don't you worry about me.
Oh, the violins kill me.
I will find a way to move on.
Yes, he's singing too. Stephanie, I knew you would love it. I knew you would. My sister is a singer-songwriter, piano player also.
All our days are over. I saw light for you is night. It's alright.
I told you.
All our days are over.
Just wait.
And what can you do in this darkness? So I don't blame you. And don't you worry about me. I won't fall apart if you go. Don't you worry about me.
Oh, holla.
I will find a way to move on. If I knew what to say, I'd say it and rest. I'd offer my goodbye and end this. But all this time I've tried to climb to reach you.
This is objectively beautiful. Yes.
And I'm worried I won't find my way back down.
That's happening again. I can't help it.
That I saw you, but always through a cloud. And I think it'll be a long time before I feel it again.
Oh, just wait.
Don't you worry about me. I won't fall apart if you go.
We're listening to James, Steve.
Don't you worry about me.
I love the violin.
I will find a way.
You can wake me up when it's over.
It's about to get pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Did we miss the big part? What happened? Where did it go? Hold on. Stop. Wait. What was I playing? Anyway, he's
like
so
I'm
good.
like, it's like late night on a Thursday night in a bar, like 1:30 in the morning. Everything's because there's like 5 people left in the place. There's a guy at a piano
Yes.
smoking a cigarette.
He's really, really good. Really, really good. And like, I mean, normally when I hear like, oh, he's got an album or whatever, I'll go listen. It's like, eh.
No, he's good. It's just not my thing, you know.
I know you're a hard rocker. You like not even hard rock. What do you like?
I like
Thrasher?
I like quite a lot of things. I like Frank Sinatra, you know. Hey, love Frank
Well,
Sinatra.
But you play really hard rock, right?
Well, I like hard rock. In fact, I was just listening to Ginger I Speak Astronomy live in Melbourne. To me, that is the song that opened me up to Ginger. That's one of the greatest songs. It's 20 minutes into their concert live in Melbourne. If you want to get a copyright strike, let's go listen to that.
I don't want to strike. I said I will give all the proceeds to James Egan because he deserves it. Because everybody should go find him on Spotify. His music is also on Apple. I played a different one than I meant to, but it's all good. It's all good. You can't find a song on here that you won't like if you like piano music, like Billy Joel. He reminds me of Ben Folds 5, and Ben Folds 5 is one of my absolute favorite bands. Unhung Hero, thanks for the super chat, says, "Hi Steve, now we have a critic of good music."
Well, it's good. I'm not criticizing. Actually, it's very good. It's better than I could probably do. And I would say that, all musicians are critics. So it's just, you like certain genres, you like certain things. This is very serenade-y, tinkly piano lounge bar. And his voice is excellent and he can play piano. It's he's talented, right? It's just a matter of what you like. So
He's a piano man, which is what I love. Hold on, what is this? Stop playing this. Stop it. That's not what I'm looking for. I love the piano man. That's my thing.
Hey, y'all.
That's not it. Get out of here. Why does this keep doing this to me? I'm trying to pull up this one.
It's Samara Joy.
Nope, still
Check
not
out my new
working.
album.
Oh, it's a dang whatchamacallit commercial.
yeah, you
All
should
right.
check out. There's the song by Buckethead.
No, I'm not
Jumpman.
going to play Buckethead. Would you stop it? I am not going to play Buckethead for you,
Buckethead
Steve.
Jumpman. It's got Bootsy Collins. You like
You're
Bootsy?
always trying to get me to play Buckethead.
Everybody likes Buckethead. Come on, children. He's our friend.
All right, let me tell you. Hold on.
Just
I
ignore
found I'm ignoring you. I found the one that I wanted to play. Let's see, but I'm not going to play the whole thing. Let's see. So this is called Worth Waiting For. This is a fantastic song. It reminds me of my sister's playing, to tell you the truth. Stephanie plays the piano very, very well. And
And
anyway,
that's your 17-year-old?
no, my sister,
Your
Stephanie,
sister. Oh, Stephanie. Okay.
the lawyer. She's
Your
another
your
lawyer, singer,
daughter is
songwriter.
quite the cello player, huh? And I heard, was she playing harp?
That was the other one.
That was
So-
the other one. Okay.
So Spawn plays the cello and Minnie Fox plays the harp. And we're actually about to get her a full-size
What's
troubadour.
her name? Spawn?
Spawn, yes. Spawn. That's not her real name. That's just what we call her on the stream. But she
I was
plays
like,
the
is that her?
cello.
Why did you name your child Spawn?
But wait, let me get there, because there's this part in this song that I absolutely love.
I need to have some heavy metal.
There's your drums.
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out a band that I would like to see. Here, I'm gonna, for people that don't want to hear this, I'm gonna put in the chat. Let's see if I can chat here. Here, check out this song.
I mean, come on, Steve. It's
Oh, well,
good.
It's good. I'm not taking away from it. I'm just saying it's not my thing. Check out Buckethead. We Are One.
Oh my
That's
God,
probably
he
the most
put up a
terrifying
Buckethead.
song I've
We
ever
are
listened
talking about my adopted son, James, right now. Buckethead already has a career, Steve.
I
he
read
just-
your drooling article about this boy.
Here
where
we
you
go.
want to make him chicken soup and adopt him into your hen nest.
It's true.
You want to have him as your adopted
true.
son.
I do. This is the
Is
James
it
Egan
mother
stream.
stalking? What is this called when you want to be
There
a
is
mother?
no word for it. I am a unique person, Steve.
A mom stalker. I want to be your mother. Let me mother you.
I just said if he needs it, I'm here. I'm just saying.
Hey, you know what? Who doesn't need a good mom? The world needs good dads. The world needs good moms too.
That's
And
right.
you're a good
So,
example.
what aisle is James in Home Depot? Oh my God. Oh, this is so funny.
I was watching your mom does yoga thing yesterday. That was great.
Those are my necker sizes I have to do for my C6 and
They're
C7.
wonderful. I love it.
So I wonder if James met his wife in the AutoZone. Actually, I found out from his family who contacted me on Twitter, and they loved the article, by the way. His real family, not me. His real family, his sister and his cousin retweeted the article, and they were like, I can't believe that people are finally seeing the talent in our talented brother and cousin. They were really excited.
Does he
And
have a mom? This is the question.
well, I haven't heard from the mom yet,
Are
but
you
I've
gonna
heard
you're
from the
gonna like
sister and the
elbow her out of the
cousin.
way?
And apparently his wife is a musician too. So they probably met in music school or something. But they are both musicians, and they're just, I think it's amazing. I think he's really good. He's got 3 albums. Go follow him. Download his stuff on Apple and on iTunes and on Spotify. We can get him higher than 178 follows on Spotify. Can't we? Can't we, fam? I think we can. All right, let's get over to what happened yesterday. Steve, did you know there was a murder inside the Utah court yesterday? Were you
What?
aware of this?
In
Oh,
this
yeah,
court?
that's
What?
right.
No, I did
I
not
would,
hear this.
I would like to report a murder. Steve Owens, I owe an apology to. So I called him odious in that article, and I have now, after yesterday, I have realized that was too extreme. He is not odious. He's some kind of genius, and he murdered the plaintiff on the stand yesterday. Absolutely murdered. It was a total slaughter. Total
Oh,
slaughter.
okay, I get it. Yes, I see. So you're saying, so this was this is the actual plaintiff, the guy that he was recalled to the stand?
Yes,
Okay.
he was, and it was an absolute murder.
Dude,
Let me,
who did the interrogation? Was it
Steve
was it the
Owens.
piano boy?
No, it wasn't Piano Boy. It was Steve Owens, and he absolutely tore him to pieces. We're
What
gonna
did he
watch that.
What did he
We're
say?
gonna watch it right now. So let's get. I had to find it
What
on.
stage have they done closings yet?
They're doing it today. We're gonna catch up in a minute. They're arguing over stupid stuff right now.
Yes, Ginger. I speak astronomy live in Melbourne.
All right, here we go.
That Buckethead, We Are One. That is
Here we
that is
go.
a frightening song. I'm
He
telling you.
keeps going.
Those words about my client. I meant to got those words or the upon filing your lawsuit in a press conference, compare my client to King Kong coming out of the jungle. Yes or no? That was not my intention. Did you do that? Did I make up those words or are those your words to the press? I'm not sure, but probably sounds familiar. Do you dispute it? I dispute my intentions. That's all King Kong coming out of the jungle. Press conference. Pardon? Press conference. I was pretty. Did you say those words about my client? I meant to say King Kong just chased someone out of the jungle. That's what I meant. Did you refer to her as Godzilla to your daughter? I did not. I don't remember that. She testified to that. I don't remember that. It's gone. Sorry. You told everyone it was a hit and run, right? Wrote to your own hometown newspaper and said, she hit and ran me. I did say that. And that's been dismissed by this court. Do you understand that? Yes, I guess so. Yes. I want to talk, please bring that up. This is D110. And do you see it on your screen, sir? Yes. Page 400. Can you maybe enlarge the first half? Post-incident travel by Dr. Sanderson, Mr. Sanderson. Did you go to Peru? Yes.
I love this
after
part.
The collision. All of these are after the collision, okay? Yes. Visit Machu Picchu? Costa Rica, yes. Walk the Golden Trail? Yes. Machu Picchu is in Peru. Yes. Floated down the Amazon? Yes, I guess.
Hold on. His whole demeanor now makes total sense to me. The reason why Steve Owens has been such a dick this whole trial is because this guy is a damn liar, and he is known from the beginning that he's just to set this up. The plaintiff has said that this ski crash ruined his entire life, that he has not been able to do any of the things that he normally did. We aren't even close to the end of this litany
And he
of
went
things.
to Machu Picchu?
Machu Picchu.
That's crazy. I wouldn't do that at this I like to hike, but that's like a heavy duty.
Oh,
hike.
just wait, Steve. It gets so much worse. So now if you've been wondering why Steve Owens is so short-tempered and is such a dick, it's because he has the dickiest plaintiff on earth to deal with. It's because this guy is such a monumental jackass that he hasn't been able to hide his disdain for the plaintiff in this entire case from day one.
So, Costa Rica, did you do a zip line?
Same trip, yes.
Did you go to Europe?
He ziplined. Steve, he ziplined. I wouldn't even do that right now.
Yeah. Well, you almost
Visit
did it
Netherlands,
yesterday in your
Germany,
yoga thing.
Switzerland, Italy, France, Belgium.
With my daughter, Jenny, yes.
Bottom half, James, please. Did you go to the Netherlands 3 times?
I don't remember.
Well, if you're disputing it, then we pull it out of your deposition.
I don't remember. I have no reason to dispute it or agree.
Okay, Morocco twice. True?
Likely, very likely.
Canary Islands. I need to know if you're disputing these things.
I can't dispute it, no.
Thailand. Did you go to Thailand after the collision?
Thanks, Jonathan.
Yes.
Did you visit at least the states of Washington, Oregon, Montana, and Idaho after the collision?
Probably, yes.
Let's go to the 11147. You're a Facebooker, right? At least you were at the time. You posted a lot on social media.
Relative to other people, didn't seem like I did. Very little.
All of these pictures are from your personal Facebook after the collision.
Okay.
Let's go to number 47. And is there a way to enlarge it, James? Is this you doing a selfie in your backyard?
Beautiful sunset, probably so.
Page 48, having a party in your backyard?
No. That was somebody else's party. I just dropped it. It was my renter's party.
If you can straighten it up.
Cinco de Mayo. And she wanted to use the back deck.
And enlarge if you can. You went to a party in your backyard after the collision, true?
I just visited to make sure they had everything they needed.
Yes?
Yes.
Page 49, not very good quality. This is from you and your girlfriend at the time, smiling, true?
Yes, yes.
Next one, number 50. This is a picture of you and your girlfriend.
Yes.
And smiling big, right?
Smile, camera, yep.
Next one, 51. This is you and your girlfriend. Is that Southern Utah hiking?
I don't remember where.
Looks like you have one of those cool backpacks with water on. Is that true?
Yes, that's true.
One of those cool
Next one,
backpacks.
52. This is you going on a hike, taking a picture of a moose, right?
Yes.
Nothing like fresh, cool air, a running brook, and easily entertained and hungry company. That's your personal post. Is that true?
Yes. Definitely.
53. This is another picture of you on a hike. True?
Yes, trying out my camera, saying smile.
Every one of these pictures is after the collision. Page 54. This is you and your girlfriend at the time. Is that true?
Yes.
You look pretty happy. You agree?
Yes.
Page 55. This is you and your girlfriend. This is this very same year, 2016, as the incident in question. This is you and your girlfriend on your Facebook, all smiles. True?
Yes, true.
56. Let's look at another picture. You and your girlfriend on a hike, smiling. True?
Yes.
You have that cool backpack on again?
Yes.
Camelback. Is that the brand?
It is.
Page 57. Let's go again. Is this you? Same year of the accident. Hiking?
Yes.
It looks pretty steep.
Trying to get back in shape, yeah.
Looks
Page
pretty
58.
steep.
Is this you kayaking after the collision? Now we're 7 months after the collision.
Absolutely not.
Is that a kayak above you?
I don't know what it is.
Sir, I asked you about this in your deposition. Is this you kayaking?
No, absolutely not.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
I was trying on helmets to protect my head.
Did you go kayaking after the collision?
I don't remember that, but this is not it. This was in the local.
It's a whole different question. Let's ignore the picture.
Thank you.
Did you kayak after the collision?
No, I don't think so.
All right, let's try to find it. You went scuba diving, right?
What year?
After, I don't even care what year. After the collision.
I did go sometime after, yeah.
You went to an auto show in Germany. Does this sound right?
With my daughter, yes.
Went to a shooting range. Does this sound right?
Yes.
BMX bike show. Right?
Is he a doctor?
Not sure.
Scuba diving 4 different occasions. Was that
What, Steve?
What does he do for a living, this guy?
He's a doctor, a retired doctor. He's an ophthalmologist of all things.
He's way more active than I am.
Oh yeah, way more than me too. And he's the man is in his 70s, and we're supposed to believe that this ski crash destroyed his life. I like how he was trying to say that in this picture he was just getting fitted for a helmet just for general protection for nothing.
You know
Just-
what
just
I would
to wear a
say
helmet.
if I was on the jury here, I'd say 0 to him.
Yeah.
Right?
Right? Well, don't you? His whole
I-
argument has been that she ruined his life.
Well, that's ridiculous if he said that. I mean, he's a liar, and you know, he's bringing on this thing about. I mean, it seems to me that he's really like kind of getting off and sucking up with this whole like interaction with stardom and
Yes.
fame.
This is absolutely what this is about for him. He is taking his 15 minutes. He's dragging it out for 7 years. Stephen McGill, thanks for the super chat, says, how did he not delete these from his socials? I don't think it would have mattered because they could go to the Wayback and get them. So, you know, who knows? Maybe he did try.
true?
Probably on the same week, on the same trip, probably.
Went on a boat ride of several canals in the Netherlands. True?
Yes.
You rode bikes?
No, I
Yes.
want
Did
to
bus
quote
tours?
from Prepare.
Yes.
Boat?
What'd you say, Steve?
I was going to quote from Prepare.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Your book's going out soon too, right?
Yes, it's going out today until yesterday. Well, I put half of them in the mail today. Tomorrow they're going to go out the other half. Taking control of education. There's a chapter on there about, you know, educating your children. And I want to just read this little part here. When you think of disciplining children, we usually think of switches and scolds. Consider as an option disciplining your child with inattention, right?
Yeah, removing that thing that they want so much, attention.
Right, because attention is what children want. See, and this is the thing, like, if they can't, a lot of children will be bad because they want mom and dad's attention. And the only time they get the attention is when they are bad and acting up. So a good way to discipline children is through inattention to bad behavior and reward good behavior with parental attention. And this is something that it's a craft. It's a crafty little adult move. But I think you really have to do that. And so here he wants attention. And a negative attention is part of the equation, right? So it's like, okay, I can't get positive attention from Gwyneth Paltrow and stardom, but I can sure get negative attention, and that's reward enough. So many people, and this applies to parenting also. Little parenting lesson on the, since you want to be a mom, I'm going to be a little dad.
Oh my God, we're the mom and dad of YouTube. I just
The
realized.
mom and dad of YouTube. We could do worse.
You could do worse than to have Steve and I as your parents.
That's
You
right. Now,
definitely
go to
could do
bed
worse.
early.
Go and eat your vegetables.
Tours?
Are slightly burned.
Yes.
Auto show we talked about. Explored older towns in Central Europe. True?
True. With my daughter, it was wonderful.
Morocco. Is there a word called Marrakech?
Yeah, yes.
What is that again?
It's a city.
All right. You visited there twice?
God, this guy travels more
Explored
than
Jewish markets there.
anybody.
Yes.
Cultural sites. The Dior Museum. Is that cool?
Yes, I did.
Is that cool? Owens. All right, I think that's the end of that grilling.
That's great. Yeah,
I mean,
that's destruction.
It was a total murder. I mean, it was a complete and total murder. After that, if I'm on that jury, you're getting nothing, sir. You get
I would
nothing.
definitely give the 0. a big goose egg to Mr. Dr. Travel Log.
Dr. Travelog. I'd be like that scene in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory at the end when he's like, "You get nothing. Nothing."
Yes. Over. Good day, sir.
Good day, sir. I mean, this whole trial has been an absolute just a total nonsense, right? It's all total nonsense. It's this guy trying to get his day, in the spotlight. Let's go over to live. Oh, and yesterday, by the way, I forgot. I wasn't here yesterday. I had a lot of stuff going on with errands and kid drama, more bus gate. My child, my little child, my son, he's 8, and 8-year-olds are horrible. Like, they just are. And he was really disrespectful.
Don't buy into school's meaning of discipline and adulthood.
Well,
a little boy has to spread his wings and be
Steve,
himself.
you don't know what he did.
Well, it's okay.
Wait until I tell you. Wait till I tell you what he did.
Uh-oh.
The chat is defending him too. They're totally on his side. They even made him a meme. So he snuck a sandwich onto the bus yesterday morning, and he started eating it. And the bus driver told him to stop.
The horror.
And he wouldn't put it away. And instead, he got up and said, "Shut your dumb, stupid mouth," and then marched himself to the back of the bus where he stood there glaring at the driver, eating his sandwich. So this is what the chat made for him. And they talked me out of grounding him. The chat, by the way, chat, it's your fault that it happened a second day in a row.
Yes, I don't know where he learned to disrespect authority.
Well, it's not like I do it in front of him.
Oh,
Look,
okay. Yes, I'm sure it's completely in the closet. No.
But no, so I talked to him, and he was so upset, and he was crying. He was so upset and crying that I was like, okay, maybe I've been too harsh. We won't do the grounding, but he had to write a letter of apology. So he writes his letter of apology, and he gets on the bus in the morning, says he's sorry. And his father and I give him the talk, like, you're not allowed to talk to adults like that, period. So then I see the bus driver that afternoon, and I say, "How was he today? Was he good?" And the guy looked at me and sighed, and I was like, "Oh no, what did he do now?" And so apparently he got into a little tiff with one of the other kid on the bus. There's only 2 of them on the bus, and he threw us like this little baby Yoda thing that he has that I shouldn't have let him take to school, but I let him because his teacher said he was allowed to bring something in, but it has a hard head, and he whipped it at this kid. And it hit him in the head. And then they were fighting. They were screaming at each other, I guess, on the bus. And he wouldn't stop. So twice in a row, 2 days in a row, we had bad bus behavior. So now, chat, I hate to tell you, but he is grounded. He was grounded yesterday, and he's grounded today from all electronics and TV. Look at this. He speaks truth to power and lives by his own moral code and breaks unjust laws.
I like this kid. The more you talk about it, the more I like it. Sounds like my kind of guy.
Hashtag gay for James. We got to get that trending. Gay for James Egan. All right. So today's stream, what they have been doing today, it's been going on for a while. They're supposed to do closing arguments, but what they were doing was arguing earlier over jury instructions, which I don't think we need to watch. Also, what happened yesterday was all the experts that the defense brought up, and they were really good. We had Math Daddy. Well, that was 2 days ago. And then we had the psycho, I don't know what they were. Were they psycho? They weren't psychotherapists. They were neuropsychologists. 2 of them who got up and said, we're not even sure he had a concussion at all. Because, and here's what I thought was the most compelling, Steve. They said this: traumatic brain injury does not get worse over time. It only gets better over time. So you have a traumatic brain injury, and then it's these acute symptoms right away. After that, though, those symptoms should dissipate. What he's describing were just a headache in the beginning, just a headache and some fogginess. And then after that, all of these things magically just kept appearing and appearing and appearing over years. Where when they looked at his brain scans, they saw there were there was evidence of dementia, evidence of things that were going to happen. They said it wasn't a matter of if, it was a matter of when, of this degenerative, getting older, basically. So that's where we're at. So I think that yesterday was the day they completely destroyed the plaintiff's case, and today we're supposed to see closing arguments, and I'm hoping they're actually occurring. So we have to find where they are.
These instructions.
Okay, yeah.
Is Danny in the audience today?
I don't know. I sent her. I haven't seen her yet. I sent her an invitation in case she's not, and she wants to. Well, here's a good crowd shot. Let's see. Can we see Danny?
Yeah, she's easy to spot. That's one thing.
Yeah, no, I don't see her.
I don't see her in there. No.
It's very crowded today. It's not normally this crowded in there. Let's see what they're still doing. Jury
Should it be like defendant Gwyneth Paltrow question?
Yeah, jury instructions is boring. So let's get past all that because they're supposed to be doing closing arguments.
We'll have your audio, so.
And we get to speed up a little bit.
Thank you. Roger that.
I've only got an hour here, so I'm at lunch. So just so you
All
know.
right. Oh, I appreciate you being here.
Yes, no, I always love being on you here. I love it. It's so much fun with you. You have the best sense of humor.
I love being with you too, Steve.
Oh, thanks.
Aw.
Mutual love fest. I can't wait to get the law cards out. Your law cards.
I know.
You've got the best law cards. I must say, I'm a little jealous.
Did you see the
He's
new
like,
one? Did you
Huh?
see the new one?
So the
Yeah.
council approached the bench.
I mom shame the chat when I don't get super
show
chats.
you.
I'm like, well, I'm only worth $4 an hour to you. And that's okay, I guess. It really works though. Mom guilt is very effective.
Mom guilt is effective.
Look at how he got my eyes closed.
I know. Well, you got to have different expressions. I like the little like figures over here. It's like one of those signs.
Yes.
Mom shaming.
If you guys have not ordered your law cards,
There's
need to
still
go
the what do you call it? The Kickstarter is still up, so you can still contribute. That's basically me and Farmhand Tom, but yours. I think you've got some of the best law cards out there. I mean, yours is hilarious. I just love it.
Yeah, the
You have the best
kitchen
sense
one.
of humor.
The kitchen one is great.
The kitchen. I love the meme about picking up their chick, the
dating.
hot young chicks at the auto parts store.
Where to meet
I
the
love
single
the look
ladies.
on your face. It's so serious. Like, now I'm going to tell you, this is where all the young ladies hang out.
How to boil
the best.
water.
It is so matter of fact. That's great.
Oh, I am going to put for you in the chat the law cards. Here you go. Kickstarter for law cards. If you have not ordered yours, Steve, what will happen if do you have to order now or lose it, or are they going to be available on demand to order for a while? Like, how does it work?
No, it's going to be the Kickstarter is just to get them funded, so it's fully funded now. So that means it's going to be an ongoing thing.
Oh, fun!
But what it is the Kickstarter, you get some special benefits. You'll be first in line, and there's some benefits to doing it. And you get them for you'll be first in your block to have a Kickstarter. We've got we've expanded it. Like do you know Steph the Altar Nerd?
Yeah.
Yeah, so she's a hoot, and Flux. We've got some people that are adjacent too that are also.
Yeah, we consider ourselves LawTube adjacent. We're not LawTube
adjacent, right?
Good morning, members of the jury. Sorry for the delay. Just be assured that we've been working very hard.
So
and
these are
I
not
think the rest of
closing
the morning,
arguments.
As a result, is going to go much smoother and much faster.
The
So,
plaintiff
thank
still
you.
hasn't rested. Can you believe this shit?
Mr. Bueller.
The plaintiff
Plaintiff
still
Terry
hasn't
Sanderson calls
rested.
Dr. Richard Bang on rebuttal.
rebuttal.
I'm not
Now
sure if
we
you
have
can
to
see
go
me.
through
This is
their
Judge Holmberg
rebuttal
speaking. If you
witnesses
could please raise your right hand to be sworn in as a witness.
on Zoom.
I do not see you. I just see my.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, reporter.
I love his.
Once
I
again,
love his bow
Dr.
tie.
Boehm, if you could state your full name and spell it, please.
I like the judge's bow tie. I think it's great. What color is it today?
B-O.
I think that's Boehme. Can you hear me, Dr. Boehm?
That's affirmed. I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Thank you. I understand you're on vacation, and we appreciate your time. Dr. Boehm.
Yes, I am.
Dr. Boehm, in trial testimony this week, the defendant's expert, Dr. Irving Scher, disputed your findings regarding the ski collision between Terry Sanderson and Gwyneth Paltrow on February 26, 2016. Have you had a chance to read his trial testimony? Did you say something?
Yes, I have. I read it.
Okay.
Oh, this is going to be brutal.
Yes. So maybe Dr. Boehm, if you would start off your speech with something that will then kick in the audio. So here
sounds like a Batman villain.
I'm going to call Dr.
Boehm.
Roger that.
Okay. Dr. Scher suggests that you made an error in your calculations. How would you respond to his suggestion?
Here is my answer. Dr. Scher mischaracterized my analysis, which led to his analysis being misleading and incorrect.
Okay. Could you explain that in more detail, what the analysis is that...
That's not... we can't just accept that answer, sir.
Sure. Well, Dr. Scher first wrote up the impact force formulas, and he labeled one of them wrong and one of them correct. And both of them are wrong.
I think this is
And
like
why?
Luther.
First of all, the equation F equals 1/2 mv squared over D.
We know what the answer
where
to
he
that is,
substituted
don't we?
Maybe he's a
1/2
boy
AT
Superman
squared or 1/2
question like
AT
Luther.
and then AT in the parentheses for velocity.
James.
You can't do that without solving for time
Someone
or
made
t
this of
first.
James.
Basically what you have from a mathematical standpoint, you have force and time, which you don't know. So you have two unknowns in one equation. So basically the equation is unsolvable. So you have to first solve for time. And you guys have there. So if you go over to the first one where you have x equals x0 plus b0t plus 1/2 AT squared.
Are you saying,
you have to know the
Dr.
height
Daisy?
at which Mr.
Are
Sanderson
you
fell
saying
to the
that
ground?
the crime could not have occurred?
Your calculation?
Obviously, if they don't bring James Egan up here to cross this witness, that will be a major mistake. We need this guy. We need Clark Kent.
Definitely. I want to see Clark Kent interview the villain.
Pull it up. Go
This
over here.
trial is so great.
It's like it's fun.
Do you have it?
Not yet. We'll try to share it.
Yes, he says Vince says he's transmitting from his volcano lair.
Maths over a spotty connection is going to go over really well with this jury that is bored out of their damn minds. Sure. Okay. Let's do algebra over Zoom.
Just give us a second.
Blur our screen.
Just a
I
second.
think I might have seen Danny just over this guy's left shoulder.
All right.
Sure. He doesn't even have vaguely inappropriate diagrams.
All right. I'm just had to unblur my screen to show it to you, but for my exhibit,
Well, that's helpful
0
to
plus
the
D.
jury.
We're getting every other word.
For time. So the height at which Sanderson fell, which is x, for t.
We can't hear a
And you
damn
can see
word.
that less than a 4 6. Okay.
What a
The
disaster.
second, are you substitute time in for
I'm sorry, sir,
to
but if you don't
determine
have this drawing,
you are
I'm not
falling-
interested.
falling downward? We know what it is because it's Earth.
This is clearly the superior
Everywhere on this
math drawing.
Oh, if you
Dr. Bain, we're having trouble hearing you. If you could avoid the pauses, it might work better.
For that.
Oh no, we can't hear him at all.
The one half with it there.
I think Danny might be
Now,
directly
we're
behind.
working
No,
on what
no,
he's
that's
saying.
not her.
So this either needs to
Dr.
be
Bain?
fixed or stopped is our motion.
Yeah, Your Honor, let me just try one last thing.
Okay.
Dr. Bain, could you stop your video and then just talk once you've shown the formulas? That way the signal might be clearer.
Dr. Bain.
Right, IT guy. Well,
So crazy. Everyone on the jury is absolutely asleep.
now,
I'm just a simple country lawyer. Yeah, I can't wait to hear him say that again.
Doctor, damn it.
Phone would work.
I'm not a physician.
Dr. Bain?
None of us can find Danny.
Dr. Bain?
I don't know
I don't think
where
she's
you think
there.
you see
Sir.
her. I don't
Can you
see
hear me?
her.
yes, I can. Here.
Can we call you on your phone? And because we're having technical difficulties with the video and the.
Roger that.
Oh
should I
God,
call
this
your cell
guy.
number?
Roger that.
On the iPad. If
On
that gives you.
What?
I don't see that. I've got other numbers for you. Can you?
Oh no. Now everyone take out their TI-83 calculator.
Are those the ones that are allowed in the SAT or
I
not
don't
allowed?
know. I don't know.
My son can work those scientific calculators. I'm really impressed. I've
Well,
never been able to work those things. Have you?
He's going for engineering. I didn't pass algebra. I had a teacher.
You know my son said about college engineering engineering calculus. He says, "Oh, this is easy." He's got 100 He's got 100
That's
average.
awesome. No, I had an algebra teacher who passed me out of pity. He gave me a D. He gave me a D because I was meeting with him like every day after school, and it still never made any difference. And he felt bad for me, so he was like, "I'm not going to fail you. You need to pass high school." So we'll just call it a D.
I just know that anybody that's making crushing college calculus at Embry-Riddle needs to do as much math as humanly possible because those people are rare. Don't you think?
It is very rare. Although I'm so proud of all my kids. All three of my kids are better at math than I am. Two of them are incredibly gifted at it. So my little one and my middle one are like little math whizzes and always have been. But they get that from my husband. He's a math guy. Of course, because opposites attract, right? I can't do math. He can. We're the perfect pair. He can, do our finances, and I would be overdrawing the account every month. This is why opposites exist. But at the same time, I can entertain everyone for hours on end and keep everyone laughing, which maths guys usually can't do. Although he's pretty funny also. This morning, he came walking up the basement stairs and he goes, "Hey, dummy." He was talking to the dog. And I literally turned around and went, "Hey, honey." And he was like, "I said, hey, dummy, not you."
No, we're just going to do it by audio.
Like, well, it works.
Yeah, just you're live in court. That the jury can hear you.
Oh, Danny said she wasn't going back up there because she has work.
Are those the equations?
Yeah, I've bought a lot of those calculators myself. More of them than I have children.
If you need good math tutor,
Dr.
tell
Bain?
me because
We've got your
my wife has
equations up.
connections.
Okay, so do you
Okay.
have the one
We can do Zoom
where it
tutoring.
starts
for
off
you.
with
You can
x
get
equals
Zoom
x
tutoring
zero
for
plus
you.
b zero g
Oh,
and
good.
so on?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, so as I was saying, should I continue, sir?
Yes, please.
Roger that. So in order to make the equation work, you have to solve for time, which is t.
What is going on?
They lost him. Look at the guy. Look at their lawyer.
Look at them
Sykes.
cracking up in
Look
the
at
gallery.
Sykes. Sykes just went, oh, this is so funny. Oh my God.
Just rest your case already. Don't do
Just
math in
shut
front
it
of the
down.
jury.
Shut
It
it
makes
down.
sense to take your next witness while someone is outside trying to reestablish.
This is our only witness.
Okay.
Oh, this is their only witness.
For 1 moment.
This is their last blockbuster witness.
While they're calling.
Come on,
I was
come on,
prepared in
James.
cross to maybe show Dr. Bames some documents or even draw some things. I wasn't sure whether I'd get into that, but depending on what I hear, I was going to do that.
Were you
I know
going
I
to
don't
draw
have a ton
this,
of time,
James?
And maybe I decide not to, but this obviously makes it so I can't do that, which is a problem. If I decided that I
Both
wanted
parties
to.
are going to be hamstrung on this, so why don't we take it as it comes?
Go for it, James. Murder this witness right now.
So Clark Kent is going to cross Dr. Baines.
He is. It had to be. It had to be
Look at the
him.
phone to see if we're still connected. But in any event, once you get the time, 0.466 seconds, that's the time it takes to free fall from a specific height, X, which is measured on Mr. Sanderson, which is 3.5 feet to his ribs. And then you substitute T into the equation velocity equals 1/2 AT squared.
Boomers
In this
plus
case,
technology, not
typically
even
for
once.
free fall equation is V equals AT. Now, the reason I put the 1/2 in there with the asterisk, and keep in mind, I've been on this case for 2 years, and up until this point, no one has ever asked me why that asterisk is there with the 1/2. Well, keep in mind that those equations are for free fall events. So if you're suspended in the air by X, 3.5 feet, and you are dropped to the ground, that's the velocity that you would get. However, we know that Mr. Sanderson is not suspended in the air when he collides or when he makes contact with Ms. Paltrow. So he's actually standing on his skis, so he's standing upright. So when he falls to the ground, it's not a free falling event. And you can appreciate that because when he falls over, the speed of his feet that hit the ground is 0, whereas the velocity of his head is certainly much greater than the velocity at his feet. So you have to know, which I took his measurement in the office, how high the point of interest is, which is his ribs, because that's what he fractured in the collision. So once you do that, you substitute the 1/2 AT squared asterisk into and that turns out to be 2.29 meters per second. And you put that into the impact formula, and then you obtain what the impact force is. So the equation should be written Fi, impact force, equals 1/2 in parentheses V sub T asterisk all squared, and then over D, the distance through which the energy is transferred from the ground.
No one
to his
is going to
ribs,
get
which I
this.
measured in the office. So you have to know
If one
those
train travels from
quantities
Chicago,
and
travel
understand
53
that
miles an
this is
hour,
not a
and
free
another
fall
train leaves
event.
Washington, D.C. at
So
28
that's
miles an
that's
hour.
the big
At
difference
the
here.
airspeed
And once
velocity,
you have the 2.29 meters per second, and you substitute
Oh, I
that
get
in,
it now.
question.
and you just
I
use
get it now.
Mr. Sanderson's
Guilty.
weight as the mass in that equation, you realize that there is not enough impact force to fracture those ribs. So there has to be a mitigating circumstance, i.e., something fell on top of him in addition to him falling to the ground to cause those ribs to fracture in an otherwise healthy male. And so
Not only
you
is
do
this
the
terrible,
calculation,
not only
object,
is this terrible,
and typically
it's
the
then
fracture
we have
ribs
the
on the lateral side,
technology
which is where he
hindrance
fractured his
in
ribs,
addition.
takes about
So it's
4,000
ridiculous
newtons, thereabouts,
testimony, and then plopped
minus
on top of
400
it is
newtons.
the technological issue.
Look, I can't even listen to this. I'd rather listen to you, Steve. What did you just say? Because I missed it. Because this guy was blabbering over you.
Well, this is my point: is that it's terrible. That's right. Moon and Stars got it right. But not only is it terrible, then you have the technological problem plopped
That
on
guy's
top
holding his
of the
head.
big-
Look at that guy's holding his head.
That weighs greater than 100 pounds, falling on Mr.
We're all. That's us. That guy is all
Oh,
of us.
look at the pain on this lady's
Look at-
face in the back. He's like, oh my gosh.
Calculation standpoint. Now,
Look at the
once you
judge.
understand that, then you start to consider other possible
Are they
scenarios.
kidding? How are you even supposed to cross this? How is my son
What does
supposed
this
to
mean?
cross this?
Exactly. What are they trying to prove with math here?
They're trying to prove that he didn't screw up his calculations. But I'm sorry,
What- about
Math
what?
Daddy a couple of days ago proved to everyone that he did screw up his calculations, and everyone believed him because of this drawing. right here. We don't care what it means math-wise, but we just like the drawing, so you win.
It took less than half a second to fall to the ground.
He also was laughing. That guy, the guy we call Math Daddy, he was laughing at the plaintiff's questions to him. He was like laughing it off and just like chuckling through the whole thing. And it was funny because he was so sure of himself and he was so sure of his answers that he was like, no, that's not how it is. No, you're wrong. No, let me try to explain this again. This is still going on. All right, we're going to speed him up even more. Maybe that'll make it better.
You got a rumble rant.
Oh, good. Okay, I'll go over to Rumble.
Mr. Sanderson has to, according to his first and
Just
third
Revere
laws,
says he's
grab
about to
her
say the rotation would have to happen on in a half a second, 180 degrees. He's saying it's impossible. Total BS. You could be twisting while still sliding on skis before your fall.
Yeah, I don't see how science could ever disprove or disprove anything regarding this unseen collision. Anything is pure speculation. I don't care how much math you glop onto it.
Paltrow landed on Mr. Sanderson.
But these lawyers, what are they doing?
You may be excused to go to the restroom, yes.
If that were to happen, the ribs would not fracture.
Thank you, Just
on the lateral
Revere.
aspect of his
Total
chest,
BS.
as
See
we
there,
in
that's
medical
right.
records. So we know, based on that,
I like
and the low
the
probability of the
spectator
rotational
shots here.
or the angular
Yeah, they're
velocity,
full today.
that not
There
happen.
isn't a
So that
seat
only
to be
leaves
had.
one possible scenario to satisfy Newtonian physics, the Mr. Sanderson's measurements, and his medical records, and that means that he was struck from behind, went down onto his right side, made contact with the ground with his elbow. The energy was transferred into his ribs that fractured the ribs.
This is stupid.
I would like to add that
So he's giving calculations on newtons applied to his ribs. And what does Gwyneth Paltrow have to do with any of this? Could he have injured himself on his skis?
Neither one disputes that she landed on top of him. And so that's obviously how he broke his ribs.
Thanks, Your Honor.
Oh, here we
I
go.
might talk through this. Can you hear me, Dr. Boehm?
barely. Is this Mr. Egan?
Yes, it's Mr. Egan.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Egan.
Good morning. Given the limitations we have, I'm not going to ask you some things that I prepared. I can't show you a number of things. So this may take a second, less than we planned here. But let me start this way. Dr. Scheer, did you watch Dr. Scheer's or read Dr. Scheer's trial testimony, right?
Yes, I read it. I did not watch it.
And so you didn't see him writing up the equations on the board for the jury and discussing those for them?
I did get a text picture of his equations.
Okay.
But did you see
did you get a
the
text
Pictionary
picture of the
porn?
drawings that he drew for the jury?
Yes, I did.
And Dr. Scheer has significant experience applying the principles of biomechanics to skiing, correct?
To my knowledge, he does. I don't know him personally or professionally.
And you do not have that kind of experience, correct?
With regards to what, sir?
Applying the principles of biomechanics to skiing?
I have not worked on skiing problems, if you will.
Okay.
But certainly.
And Dr. Scheer has studied the physics of skiing and ski equipment, correct?
Oh, yeah, that's my understanding of primarily bindings with skis.
Yeah, I think it goes beyond that, but that's right. And you have not done such studies, correct?
No, not on ski bindings, sir.
And did you learn anything from Dr. Scheer's testimony, given his experience with applying biomechanics to skiing and your lack of it? Did you learn anything from him?
And your lack of it?
Did I learn anything? I mean, all I learned was that he assumed a free fall event, and it's not a free fall event. That's what I learned primarily, and that's why that basic assumption flaws his analysis.
And that's the only thing you learned?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
And that's the only thing you learned?
Yes, that was basically that's why I'm here today.
You know, is this?
Oh, I hear you much.
Can you hear me better if I do this?
Absolutely.
Lean it in front of the jury here.
No, I appreciate that. I can hear you really good now. 5 by 5.
Thanks. Yeah, it's a first. Okay.
Who's this guy here with the glasses?
DIN settings.
He's
Those are the settings that dictate
junior
when ski bindings
defense
release.
attorney.
No, I do not know anything about that. I haven't skied in 40 years.
Right. Okay. And also that means you wouldn't know how much force it would have taken to release Mr. Sanderson's boots from his skis, correct?
I did not calculate.
Not just that you didn't calculate it, you don't even know what force it would require. Is that right?
No, that is correct. It's not required for my analysis.
Okay. Did you catch in Dr. Scheer's testimony that he's read the voluminous literature on rib fractures and the biomechanics of rib fractures?
I'm sure he has, but we did experiments in the lab in the military doing that. So
Okay, but my question was just, did you see that part or read that part of his testimony?
That's what he portrays.
Okay, and it sounds like you dispute his reading of that literature.
No, I don't. I mean, he portrays that he knows a lot about biomechanics. I don't know. I've never been in a discussion with him to familiarize myself with his level of knowledge in that field.
You said earlier that part of Dr. Scher's mistake in your mind is that he didn't acknowledge that he didn't solve for T. Is that what you said?
Well, that's one of them.
Okay, so that we're just going to stay on that one for a second. Did you?
Objection. Let the witness finish his answer, counsel.
He answered my question. I was just going.
Mr. Boehm, did you have anything
He
else that you
answered
needed
the
to
question.
say to respond to the previous answer?
No, we can move on, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Boehm. I don't mean to interrupt. I'm just trying to be quick because I don't have much time.
I understand, Mr. Egan.
So
I'm in a hurry too. I'm trying to make the
Faster than a
Got it.
speeding
We
bullet.
appreciate you making time during your vacation. So, did you miss in Dr. Scher's testimony where he pointed to the pages in your equations where you solved for T and he just assumed what you had done?
I mean, basically, he did an analysis or a critique, I might add, on my analysis. I don't see where he calculated it himself.
Right. He was just working off yours, just assuming what you had done and then doing his own calculations.
That is correct.
Okay. Thanks. That's all the questions I have. Thanks.
Rumble Rant Just Revere says, did I learn in physics that
Mr.
something
Bueller?
launched and something dropped hit the ground at the same time? Doesn't that mean it is a free fall event?
Okay.
I don't know. I wasn't good at physics. But thank you for the Rumble Rant.
I got to go in a few minutes here.
My
Okay.
analysis, and that was it. I don't know if he did any calculations based on what I saw in his testimony.
If you could quickly focus in on what is the error that you think Dr. Scher made?
I think this is the weakest testimony I think I've ever seen presented in
It's
court.
not good.
I don't get any what they're trying to say here.
So that's a violation of classical physics. And then second of all, he assumed a free fall, and we know that Mr. Sanderson did not free fall to the ground because he was standing up and he fell over, and it's the velocity when you fall over is much less than a free fall. And we did those studies at
He said he was flying.
Naval Research Laboratory because we were interested in that research for our military personnel. So knowing because you can appreciate standing up, when you fall over, the speed of your feet is 0, whereas the speed of your head is something else. And it's much different than a free fall event.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Vince Clortho, thanks for the super chat. Skiing 101.
allowed
Every
to
rundown is
leave?
not a beer run.
James Egan has one more question.
Oh, okay. Mr. Egan.
Yep. Oh, thanks. Yep. Thank you, Lawrence. I'm back, Dr. Boehm.
That's great.
One last
Dr.
question.
Boehm.
You were talking about free fall. Do you recall the testimony from Mr. Sanderson that he went airborne during the accident?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, he did.
I'm back, Dr.
Just one
Bain.
question. Is it possible for Terry Sanderson to have gone airborne when his skis were on the snow?
No, that's not going to happen because
So their expert is saying that
The plaintiff lied.
plaintiff lied. He could.
It's highly unlikely unless we're dealing with an Olympic downhill skier here.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you, Dr. Bain. No more questions.
Thank you. And Your Honor,
Thank you, Dr. Bain.
Yes, you are.
Dr.
Thank you,
Evil.
Mr. Bain.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, guys.
Evil.
Have a great day out there in Utah.
Thank you.
They're not going to have a great day, sir.
So you rest a rebuttal case? Okay. So you've now received all of the
They
evidence.
finally rest. Oh my gosh. Finally.
So you've now received all of the evidence. I just need to ask the lawyers a couple questions and then we'll proceed. So could you approach the bench, please?
Oh, finally. They finally rested. And now we're going to get to closing arguments, I think. So let's see. I'm not that far behind. And Steve, you have to go soon. But thank you so
Yeah.
much for being here. I
It's
sure
always fun.
appreciate
You're
it.
just a blast to be around. I really enjoy your company and thank you for the invite.
Oh, well, you're always welcome here. You have standing invite anytime you want to come on the show. It's open
Well,
to you, Steve.
We have oh, I did want to say, can I bring up something completely unrelated?
Of course you can.
That is that the Idaho murders.
Oh.
Yes, Mimi in my chat last night during my Rumble stream, live stream, brought up that there was a Brady Giglio notice in the Idaho case. Did you see that?
Mm-mm. What
You
does
can
that
go-
mean?
Well,
a Brady, like a Brady violation complaint?
No, well, that's what there was confusion. And if you want to look on my locals chat, if you go to my locals chat, which is impossible to find.
I didn't know you were on Locals. Now I'm
Well,
not following you there.
I know. I don't know how
Why don't
these
you
things
tell
work
people about it?
because I don't know
You
how
have
it
to
works.
tell people you're there, first of all.
Because I don't know how it works. All I use Locals for, it's free. You can just follow me there, and it doesn't cost anything.
But
I
it
put
doesn't
up.
come up.
I know that's the thing.
What do you put it? What did you put it under? Steven or Steve?
I think it's under Daytona Beach area.
Oh, for God's sake! That's why.
Well, I
You
don't
need
know.
to change it to your name,
No,
Steve.
if you go to stevegosney.com and you go all the way to the bottom to quick links, there's a link to my Locals
Oh
page.
my God, this is way, way, way too hard.
I know.
Okay, members of the jury, you have been handed the closing jury instructions.
All right, I'm
There's
going
one more
there
document
now.
you'll get before the parties argue, but we're gonna give that to you
But
right after the break.
on there,
So
she
I'm gonna read through
posted
these,
this
and then we'll take a
Brady
short break.
Giglio thing. I wanted to explain
These are
it
jury
since
instructions,
you're
18,
following.
All right,
22
hold
through
on.
42.
Hold on. I want to
Turn
hear
to
this.
page
So
2.
let's just stop that for a second, and let's go over here.
Yes, I'm very well. Actually, I think I'm about 98%. So I'm
How
doing
come
really
I'm
good.
not logged in?
No.
I
Go. Okay, yeah.
Oh, for
No,
God's
that's me.
sake. No, that's you, but I'm not. It logged me out for some reason. I'm already logged in, and I can't log in on stream. Okay, wait, hold on. Why aren't I logged in? Oh no, it's making me try to log in as you. That's weird.
Oh.
And it
Somebody
doesn't
says
tell
it's
me.
under. I don't even know how to find my Locals. To find my Locals, I go to my stevegosney.com page, and then
Nobody
I click
can
on
find you though. No one can find you on actual Locals though. This is a problem. You need to call. You need to get in touch with
I
Locals
called
and ask
Locals,
them
and I
why.
wanted to change it. And there's a whole story behind why it's screwed up. And the thing is, I said I wanted to change it to Steve Gosney at Locals or whatever. But in fact, I should just do. I don't know what I'm
Just
doing.
do it. Do it. Change it because I can't find you. I'm like searching.
Well, go to stevegosney.com.
Yeah, but it doesn't. It takes me to a login page instead of to your Locals page, and then when it asks me to log in, it asks me to log in as you. It's so weird. There, I found you. It's Steve Gosney. It's not Steven.
Okay, well, that's what it is. Because see, my son is Steven. I don't care, but my son cares, and he wants Steven. So it's Steven for him. It's Steve for me.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, I found you. It's Steve Gosney.
Okay. Well, see, I don't even know. But if you look there, Mimi posted on my Locals thing the Brady Giglio disclosure.
It's
Steve
not loading
Gosney,
though.
all one word. I'm told. See, I'm learning myself.
Oh, this is making me crazy. It's not loading your feed. So I don't know if it's my computer or something going on with Locals, but I can't
Well,
see anything on it yet.
Let me see if I can find it. I don't know. If I was on my home computer, I could find it.
Yeah. Thank you for the super chat. Jonathan says you're both blast. Thanks for the stream. And Gosney, you had a thing coming up on April 2nd.
Yes. Well, I've got a couple things coming up in April. Well, first let's see, the 2nd. Oh, yeah. Joe from Good Logic is going to be on my show at 8:00. So Joe, I'm going to interview
tonight,
Joe.
right?
No, that's Sunday at 8 p.m.
Oh, Sunday. Okay.
And Sunday, and then Tuesday, I'm going to have a live stream on this fellow here. And they're going to have me on. I don't know. I'll announce it on my Locals that you can't find.
That we can't find. That won't
and
load.
then on Wednesday night, I'm going to interview Murray Logan, who's a student who wants to be a lawyer and a writer, and he had an assignment that he had to interview a lawyer or somebody that like a career day thing. So I volunteered to be his career day guy, and so I'll live stream it on Rumble.
All right, look at this. This is what it's doing while I'm trying to load your page. This is what's happening as I try to load your page. This has been going on now for the last 5 minutes.
Well, I will just explain. I will illustrate, since our connection is obviously bad. I'll try to explain with words.
Here, did I do it?
Yeah. That's it.
Oh, finally.
Mimi,
right.
here, Mimi, look, click there.
Right here? Okay,
Yeah.
so it's a Twitter link.
The Idaho murder stuff.
Okay, here we go.
So I know you're following this. So
I am. All right, what is this?
So see, the state has filed a notice of Brady disclosure and request for protective order. Okay. And I want to explain this. And this is a Giglio Brady. See, Brady Giglio material. I went into this on a little more in depth.
Yeah, I see
on my
that.
live stream yesterday. All of this is I will tell you, I continue to be impressed by the prosecutor and the police agencies and the Idaho executive branch here. because this is what they should do. This is what good prosecutors do, is they maintain a Brady list. And a Brady list is bad information about cops who testify and maybe dishonestly in various situations, right?
Really?
Yeah. So what they do is they have what they call a Brady list, and a good prosecutor will maintain a Brady list of police who have been shown or been found to be deceptive in testimony under oath. Okay. And then what happens is when that officer appears in later hearings, they disclose under Brady that this person has been untruthful so that they can be impeached by the defense. It's called Brady. It's an obligation of the state to do.
I've never even heard of this.
Yes, it's very important. This is a very important concept. In fact, it's so important in Florida, and they've been doing it so little in Florida that the Florida Supreme Court had mandatory Brady training for all criminal prosecutors because they weren't following it. And it was just like last year. And here's the way these prosecutors get away with it. What they do is they say, well, we don't maintain a Brady list, so therefore they don't disclose the bad information about.
Oh, yeah, that's not an excuse. We haven't been doing this required thing that we're supposed to do, so we can't give it to you.
So we don't watch it, we don't look, see, hear no evil, see no evil, tell no lies. That's what they're doing in Florida. But it's an affirmative obligation. It is a duty of prosecutors to maintain a list of what they call Brady cops or Brady list. So this prosecutor is doing that and is doing the right thing by saying, we have some dirt on some testifying witnesses that we have that we are disclosing to the defense, as is our obligation under Brady. And we want to keep it under seal. So that's all of that is very fair. Good job. Again, prosecutor. Santa prosecutor is doing another one, and I'm proud of this because you don't see this. It's amazing how little this is done in Florida. We have a big problem in Florida with prosecutors who do not maintain Brady lists because it's work, and who wants to do work? All it does is hurt my case, so I don't want to do that, even though the U.S. Supreme Court says I should. Or must.
Yeah, this is really, again, I feel the same way you do about the prosecution and the police in this case. They seem to be really by the book, which is great. That's the way they should be, by the book.
They're not playing emotional games. They're not playing to the media.
Yeah, they haven't had any press conferences. They're not making themselves look, like idiots. They're not trying to try the case in the press.
Play the case in the media and get everybody riled up, and we're the champions of the world by, they're playing it by the book. This is the way it should be done. So
yeah, so far it's very interesting to me. The Idaho case is going to be one to really watch, and we're going to be obviously covering it on this channel. I will be covering it for sure. If they do put it on camera, I'll be here sitting in this chair for the whole time, unless I'm on vacation or something. I'm not sure if I'm going to be out of
This is one I want to follow with you because I find this fascinating. But see here, the state has become aware of potential Brady Giglio material related to one of the officers in the public. So that's what that is. It's basically there's some evidence of some officer that was involved in some way with this case has something bad in his past, like
in the past,
reprimanded by his supervisor or something, and they're keeping track of their cop witnesses and that's great. That's exactly what prosecutors should do. This is an example of what prosecutors should do. So anyway,
all right, cool. Well, I thank you for bringing it to my attention. I hadn't heard about it. And yeah, that's awesome. So thanks so much for coming in today, Steve. I appreciate that.
Thank you. And I'm shipping out my books. Get law cards. Go to stevegosney.com. Get the books. If you're a law geek like us, you can go to this one. Or if you want to learn how to liberate your mind. And I want to show you this is the latest book. Prepare the handbook for individual freedom. It says, what does it say there? Can we get a develop the ideal Christian mindset? But on the back, I want to show you, there's one quote on the back from one person. And who is that person?
That's from me. I said, it's a beautiful guide for living that moved me to joyful tears. And that is the truth. That is the truth.
Isn't that wonderful? Because she actually did get to preview the book. I sent her the 2 chapters on faith. There is faith in this. But I discovered by writing this, and it was interesting because I'll tell you, that was hard 2 chapters writing on faith, what my beliefs are, and putting that to pen to paper. But I discovered by doing the writing of it that I believe that faith is required for individual freedom. faith in God is required. And I came to that conclusion through writing this. Now, that's who I am. That's what I've been for the last 12, 15 years or whatever. But to actually come to the realization that without faith in God, you will become enslaved is quite a revelation for me. And I came about that through writing this book. So get it, live it, love it.
Order that now. Where can they pick it up?
Only
SteveGosney.com.
Only at Steve Gosney. Only from me directly, SteveGosney.com. And Valhalla Awaits is in the chat, and he is the other. There's like 4 people that have actually read the book, and Valhalla Awaits is one of them. So Valhalla Awaits. Now that you're in the YouTube chat, tell people, is the book worth the $24 that you get at SteveGosney.com? Is it worth that? Valhalla, come on, you're listening, aren't you? Goats, yes.
I think he's here. Hopefully he's not drinking that sparkling water he calls beer.
Maybe
Bud
it's
Light.
goat milk. Maybe he's drinking goat milk.
Jonathan says, ordered it. The shipping was more than the book. Looking forward to it.
Well, he's outside the country. There is international shipping available. If it's a cost is a big issue with that, I will be doing an ebook soon. I just have to get my ducks in a row, and I'm going to do an audiobook. Now that I feel better, I've got to figure out how to do that. That's the next mountain to climb.
If you do figure out how to do it, let me know what it is, because I need to do that for my book as well. And I'm pretty sure I know how to do it, but I just don't know where to upload and all that stuff.
And we need to talk about log cards, because one of the things is that you could get with Farming and Tom, you need to have like a Megan Fox web page where you can grift. Like
I know. I told him he's going to give me a bunch of them so I can sign them and raffle them off. I'm going to do that because they're really great. He did such a great job on them, and I will definitely figure out a way to grift off of it. Don't you worry about that.
No, but you've got a book to sell too, and it's an excellent book. Megan Fox's book, I give the thumbs up recommendation. It's a required reading.
Oh, Believe Evidence. It's funny. The kid that my daughter is dating currently, he just read it, and he came over the other day and he said, I'm reading your book. And I was like, oh, really? You're reading my book. That's interesting. And what do you think? He's like, I love it.
Well, it's great because you know what I love? The way you do it, you kind of group it. The first group is like historical, mythological women. And then there's like women who have constructed lies and have been evil in the past. And then you bring it to kind of current day stuff, that, like the Duke Lacrosse accuser and this sort of thing. And then you kind of bring it forward into like almost motherly advice to ladies and men about how to confront the inner darkness that resides within all of us, but within women specifically, because so many times it's like, oh, men are all evil and women are pure, right? Well, women have their own dark side and they deal with it in a different way. And the way that you flesh that, like the women's expression of evil and how to counter that in the kind of the parenting section at the end, the momming section.
The mommy section. I know, I can't help myself. I just want to mom everybody. It's just, I don't know what's wrong with me, but I do. I just want to tell everyone what to do. But
here's Valhalla Awaits. He says, oh, prepare. Here he says.
He says, it's awesome. I read it in Steve's voice. It's almost like he's talking directly to me. That's funny. I did the same thing. And weren't the spiritual chapters amazing? I mean, seriously, really, really good. And I heard it in your voice too, Steve, when I read it. And I don't know if that's just because I know you so well, and I just love listening to you anyway. So I wanted to hear it in your voice. I think an audiobook would be a great idea. I think you should do it in your voice, and that would be fantastic.
All right. Well, I've got to get going. Thank you for the plug there at the end, and we'll do this again soon. You know it.
You know we will. All right. Take care, Steve.
Bye-bye. Thanks, chat. Bye, chat.
All right. We've got the judge here. Let's see. Let's get back over to the Gwyneth Paltrow trial. We're looking for closing arguments.
And you can make notes on these if you'd like.
I don't mind.
So page 2 is jury instruction number 18.
Do we want to hear jury instructions? I guess we will.
It's already been read to you, most of it, as modified, because I did modify it during the trial, and I read it to you during the trial as it stated right here. So now you've got the complete 18, the modified 18. Turning then to jury instruction 22, which was also read to you during the trial on limited purpose evidence. Turning then to 23, a closing roadmap. Members of the jury, you have now received all of the evidence. 3 things remain to be done. First, I will give you additional instructions that you will follow in deciding this case. Second, the lawyers will give their closing arguments. The plaintiff will go first, then the defendant, then the plaintiff may give a rebuttal. Finally, you will go to the jury room to decide the case. In the jury room, you will have two main duties as jurors. First, you will decide from the evidence what the facts are. You may draw all reasonable inferences from that evidence. Second, you will take the law I give you in the instructions, apply it to the facts, and reach a verdict. Instruction 24, closing arguments. When the lawyers give their closing arguments, keep in mind that they are...
Wait, I want to get to some starred chats I forgot about. Hold on. Steve McGill says, how did he not delete? Oh, I got that one already. Hold on. There was another one. Their client gets destroyed on the stand yesterday, even going so far as dropping an Epstein reference. And this is what they challenged with their last witness. I wanted to bring up that Epstein witness. I didn't play that part, but I mean, the Epstein reference that Sanderson did. He actually tried to equate Gwyneth Paltrow with Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, it was absurd. Did you guys catch that yesterday? If not, we'll have to go back and watch it. Because that was ridiculous. Stephanie wants to start taking bets about the verdict. I want to take bets about how much time you think it's going to take for the jury to decide. I'm going to put a poll up on YouTube, and we'll see what you think about that. And Salon the Lich, thanks for the super chat, says, so hit and run between the buns. One, get that butt. We don't know yet, at least unless we're so far behind that they already decided. I doubt it, because I doubt closing arguments are over. They both have 2 hours, or they have at least 2 hours to do it.
Advocating their views of the case. What they say during their closing arguments is not evidence. If the lawyers say anything about the evidence that conflicts with what you remember, you are to rely on your memory of the evidence. If they say anything about the law that conflicts with these instructions, you are to rely on these instructions. Counsel, could you remove that easel? It's kind of blocking my view of the jury. Number 25. You can just shove it over next to the screen. Legal rulings. During the trial, I have made certain rulings. I made those rulings based on the law and not because I favor one side or the other. However, if I sustained an objection, if I did not accept evidence offered by one side or the other, or if I ordered that certain testimony be stricken, then you must not consider those things in reaching your verdict. 26, fault defined. Your goal as jurors is to decide whether Terry Sanderson was harmed, and if so, whether anyone is at fault for that harm. You must also decide whether Gwyneth Paltrow was harmed, and if so, whether anyone is at fault for that harm. If you decide that more than one person is at fault, you must then allocate fault among them. Fault means any wrongful act or failure to act. The wrongful act or failure to act alleged in this case is negligence. Your answers to the questions on the verdict form will determine whether anyone is at fault. We will review the verdict form in a few minutes after your break. Instruction 27, negligence defined. You must decide whether Gwyneth Paltrow or Terry Sanderson was negligent, or whether they were both negligent. Negligence means that a person did not use reasonable care. We all have a duty to use reasonable care to avoid injuring others. Reasonable care is simply what a reasonably careful person would do in a similar situation. A person may be negligent in acting or in failing to act. The amount of care that is reasonable depends on the situation. Ordinary circumstances do not require extraordinary caution. But some situations require more care because a reasonably careful person would understand that more danger is involved. To establish negligence, Terry Sanderson has the burden of proving that 1, Gwyneth Paltrow was negligent, and 2, this negligence was a cause of Terry Sanderson's harm. If you find that Gwyneth Paltrow was negligent, then you must determine whether that negligence was a cause of Terry Sanderson's harm and whether Terry Sanderson sustained damages. Gwyneth Paltrow claims that Terry Sanderson was negligent in causing his own harm, and that should read, and in causing her harm. To establish Terry Sanderson's negligence, Gwyneth Paltrow has the burden of proving.
If I were in the jury, 50-50 fault and get the fuck out. Wait, they're done? Like done? Like the jury's out? Okay, well, don't tell me. Don't tell me. We have to catch up.
And her own harm.
All right, I'm skipping jury instructions then. We got to get right to closing arguments.
I'll send in a corrected instruction fully and respectfully to each other's views, and keep an open mind about what others have to say.
Jury instructions are boring and lame.
So it's on the new index, and now he just needs to make the changes, including blacking.
Oh, they can't possibly be done. No, they're just done with jury instructions. They haven't done their closing arguments. What are you talking about? They're on a break now.
Consider the amount should help you reach an agreement on a verdict.
You guys are
listen carefully.
You're trying to trick me.
And keep an open mind about what others have to say. I recommend that you not commit yourself to a particular verdict before discussing all the others.
I'm still confused. Can we go back to the math?
But only if you can do so honestly and in good conscience. If there is a difference of opinion about the evidence or the verdict, do not hesitate to change your mind if you become convinced that your position is wrong. On the other hand, Do not give up your honestly held views about
This
the
is
evidence
so true,
simply to
Arian.
agree on a verdict. To give in to
I've
pressure from other
realized that when
jurors,
you seem to
or
get
just to get the
feisty with
case over
anyone on stream, you're actually
end,
just going
your
into
vote
assertive
must
mom
be
mode.
your own. In reaching your verdict, you may not use methods of chance, such as drawing straws or flipping a coin. The verdict must reflect your individual, careful, and conscientious judgment. Instruction 40, do not resort to chance. When you deliberate, do not flip a coin, draw straws, choose
Yeah, we have
opinions
at
at
least
random, or
2
use other
hours
methods
of
of chance.
closing
Instead, you
arguments.
must weigh the evidence carefully and come to a decision that is supported by the evidence. If you decide that a party is entitled to recover damages, you must then agree upon the amount of money to award that
All right,
party.
jury instructions are boring. So instead of watching jury instructions while we're waiting for closing arguments to begin, we're going to go back and watch the rest of the interrogation, the absolute murder that Steve Owens did to the plaintiff yesterday, because that was really something to behold. So let's go back and watch that. We'll watch the rest because we have to get to that Epstein reference because it was so absurd. It was so absurd. I about jumped out of my chair while I was laying in bed. I had a bad neck problem yesterday. My neck is really hurting me. Here's the good news, though. I went to my PT and she said that the pain I'm having is good. It's more localized, which is what she's trying to get to. She's trying to get it from out from my shoulders and back it all up into my neck, and then we'll take care of it there. And that's where it is right now. So it feels worse than it did before. Unfortunately, not worse than it. No, that's not true. Because I was like at an 8 pain. I am now at about a 5 to 6 pain. But it's all in a different spot now. Instead of being in my traps, it's now running up the back of my neck, and it really sucks. Did I ask if I could sue Gwyneth Paltrow for my neck pain? I didn't, but perhaps I should. Because apparently anything bad that happens to anyone can be her fault. I have to stay away from the chiropractor right now because I'm under strict orders to only do physical therapy with my PT right now. She says no massages, no massages, no chiropractor. And I would really like to go get cracked, but I trust her. I think she is good. Yeah, she's good. She knows what she's talking about. Yeah, you regret not getting your yoga swing overnighted. You're going to love it when you get it. Just make sure that whoever puts up your hardware is competent. Okay, please do not get on that yoga swing unless you have tested it out and you are not going to fall on your head. Can I sue the homeowner for the ice? But my neck problem wasn't from the ice. That is my home, by the way, that I slipped on and fell. So no, I won't be suing the homeowner. But it wasn't that got me. It's literally just old age. I'm probably shrinking and my spine is compressing. And so I'm having problems with C6 and C7, and that sucks, but I'm getting through it. So, okay. You said the judge is back, but I really want to watch the rest of this first. So hold on. I like to be able to fast forward. So calm down, everyone. We're going to watch we're going to watch the murder of Terry Sanderson. That's the wrong button, Megan. Get the right button, please. Here we go. I want to watch the rest of this because it was so absurd. Well, we won't watch 40 minutes of it, but we got to get some of it.
On the kayak, is there a reason are you wearing a helmet for a kayak with a kayak right above you?
You know, I'm in a sporting goods store on the west side that has everything in it, and there was a mirror right there. And I was trying on helmets for protection, not for kayaks, just for general protection. Maybe for skiing at that time. I was looking, they didn't have anything I wanted.
All right,
let's go for a MIPS helmet.
Let's go to 59. You went to a rock concert, is that true? After the collision?
I probably did.
Same year. Let's go to 60.
I think this is when I tried working for the green team recycling again.
That's after the collision?
Yes, that's the team. I tried it.
That's you on the first row on the right with the big smile, true?
Yes. That's
Oh, boy.
Let's go to 61.
Oh, and Carlene, sir.
61. Is this your girlfriend at the time in a cool looking waterfall?
It is.
This guy is living his best life.
Is this you after the collision up in the ski resorts, or what is this?
About a year later. I think I was just walking up in the hills above my house.
Okay, page 63. Is this you skiing after the collision?
It could be. I did go with Robin one time to try it out. I tried it by myself twice.
Okay, 60. Well, I'm asserting that this is you skiing after the collision. Do you dispute it?
It was that following year. I don't dispute it.
Okay, 64. Is this you out with your drinking buddies?
No, we're still waiting for closing
Did
arguments
you-
on Hung
Did
Hero.
you have an installed breathalyzer in your car? Yes or no?
I had a personal one that you just hold in your hand.
Page 65, is this you and your notes? Is this you and your...
Yes, being proud of my daughters, being strong daughters, because we're at an exhibit that was about strong women.
Page 66, and you went to that exhibit, right?
I did.
Is this you? This is a post highly recommending the escape room for fun, family engagement, and problem solving. Yes?
Especially if you go with teenagers, it's a ball.
Okay, but you're actually contributing to figuring out how to get out of a kind of a scary, mysterious room.
You just put the kids in charge. They figured out it's amazing.
67. Is this you? Wheels up at Salt Lake, bound for Europe, the year after the collision.
That's the empty seat next to me that Robin was supposed to sit in and told me she didn't like me anymore, that my personality changed.
Oh,
did you go
boy.
to Europe, and did you post this? Wheels up, bound for Europe.
I posted it.
It doesn't say, I'm really sad that my girlfriend won't come with me. It doesn't say that. It's like,
nope.
Okay.
I
Page
just
60.
wasn't sure that would happen.
68, Switzerland.
Owens is
Lots
really
of wonder
shining right
sights
now.
in my travels through Europe, right?
Yes.
He's so deadpan.
69. the
That's what I
Frankfurt
love about it.
International Auto Show, year after the collision. Guess the Mercedes exhibit, page 70.
So
Another
great.
beautiful day in paradise with your girlfriend. Is this your post after the collision?
many
Feeling
girlfriends does
happy,
this
it
guy
says At
have?
the very top. Did you post this?
I believe I did.
71. You're on some kind of tour boat in the Netherlands or something. Does this sound right?
I don't remember where, but yes.
Page 72. Is this you and your girlfriend in the Netherlands?
That was a new friend, yes.
Page 73. Is this you on a bike ride looking fit and happy? Yes?
Yes.
Page 74. Is this you at the Siam Park with
Is
some
this
friends?
you?
Just the two, just Shakia and her son, Shaquille.
And what country is Siam Park in?
I think it's Canary Islands, just off Morocco.
Page 75. You and your buddies.
Possible unhung. He may have gone to the auto show to find a new woman.
There's no chicks and dancing girls. Do you see that? That's your post?
I do.
Page 76. Is this you doing yoga or Mamba or what?
It's Zumba, and she let me bring my two granddaughters there, and we had a blast. She's really good.
It's page 77.
So he does Zumba.
Crazy fun at the Pioneer School. Did you post that?
I did. That's
Is
the
that
one.
you in the green hat?
Yes.
You were sort of the centerpiece, the spotlight person in the play?
Yes, I played Zero the hero for my kindergarten.
It's cool you did that. Page 78.
It's
Is this
cool
one
you
of the
did
other
that.
Pictures you posted from that event?
Steve Owens.
That looks like it.
And you're the centerpiece of the whole thing, right? You're the star?
Yeah, I loved having those little kids sitting on my lap and thinking I was a hero. Yes.
Page 79. Is this you golfing after the event?
Actually, just showing Shaquille how to hit balls. I don't remember golfing. I think I just took him and
Driving range, right?
Yes.
80. Is this you? Are
Oh,
you in this
God.
river cruise, river boat?
River
I believe
rafting.
so.
Okay.
Dangerous
Page
river
81.
rafting.
Did someone you were with or you go parish sailing?
This was in Switzerland. No, I didn't go parasailing.
So this is just a stranger in Switzerland?
Yes.
Okay. 82. Is this you and your girlfriend?
It's my daughter, Polly.
Thank you for telling me that. I hope she was not offended by my question. Is this something you posted?
I don't know. She probably posted it, I believe.
This is a total Bidenism.
Is this you on a
I
camel?
loved having those
Yes.
kids on my lap.
What country?
It's Morocco because Zakia had Morocco heritage.
Camel
Let's go to
riding.
84. Is that you in front of something cool?
Something
Yes,
cool.
one of the millions of temples in Thailand. I kept telling my friends I got to travel, so.
Page 85.
Oh,
Is that you?
It is.
he is a short
Poster
king.
boy for fitness at age 75. Would you agree?
No, not at all.
Page 86. Is this you doing miniature golf?
Yes.
Page 87. Is this you and your girlfriend on Facebook?
No, that's my daughter, Polly, again. She looks just like me, I think. Except 1,500 years younger, yeah.
Sorry, Polly, if you're listening.
Sorry, Paul.
Let me just.
Polly, if you're listening.
I have more pictures. Let's go to 99Z.
There's more
Defendant
pictures?
99Z.
Right. I don't think those have been admitted yet.
Move to admit
Which ones?
99Z through as many as I can get through in the next 5 to 7 minutes.
We can all hope that Gwyneth Paltrow one day runs into us so we can have a life like this. Oh. MG Law, it doesn't prove he doesn't have neurological issues. It proves that everything he said about this accident, though, ruining his life and keeping him from living the life that he lived before, is a damn lie.
So we're going to go through some more pictures.
He absolutely has
Move to
neurological
admit,
damage. We saw the
99Z
brain scans, but it wasn't from the ski fall.
GGG.
It's because he has early onset dementia. Or regular onset. If you're in your 70s, it's not early.
I've got 99. Oh, they're pictures. Go ahead.
99Z through GGG is received.
I think we've hit several of those, so perhaps I'll go address something else.
Bring it home, Steve.
Did you say, when you said, decided that you had been hit from behind, that you felt like you were flying?
I didn't know how else to describe it. I was weightless, yes.
You told me about 3 near-death experiences after the collision. True?
I did, yes.
One was where you knocked yourself out, and you were out a long time because the whatever had melted had actually warped the wood floor. Do you remember this?
I did, yes.
Did you seek medical care for that?
No, wasn't tuned in.
Did you think you were out at least 45 minutes?
At the time I did, but now I've come to the conclusion that it was 2:30 in the morning and I just wiped up all the water on the floor and I didn't get it all. I think that's what caused the swelling. It usually takes about 45 minutes. So I'm pretty sure that would be impossible to be out.
Did you think it was important for you to maybe go see a doctor and having hit your head and being out for a long period enough that the water warped the wood floor?
At the time I thought that, but I was not making good decisions, and that sort of near-death experience happened twice again.
Another near-death experience was you were cutting a cardboard box and cut your leg. Is that true?
With the box cutter, yes. Through the femoral artery. Looked like a murder scene.
And then a third near-death experience was an accidental overdose of medications.
Yes.
And they had to give you Narcan because you'd taken OxyContin and Tramadol. Is that right?
I didn't know I'd taken Tramadol. I took just the OxyContin that I had for my ribs, actually. My ribs being broken from the ski accident.
And you blame Miss Paltrow for all 3 of those near-death experiences after, true?
I don't know if I said.
Are you claiming it right now in this lawsuit?
Yes. Very unusual for me not to make good medical decisions.
And it's all Gwen's fault. But he damn near killed himself 3 times. Come on.
I think I'll reserve my remaining time for redirect. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So what do you make of that direct
Okay, wait.
One thing is clear, just objectively.
Are they not going to play the rest of
because
it?
you kind of whispered it a little bit last week. When did you hear a scream?
Yeah, none of this
As
matters.
I passed those
We
big
want
signs that
Owens
said
to
slow
come
down.
back. Here we go.
That
This
not
is
true?
this is the rebuttal.
Reason. Your life.
This
It
is
was
great.
testimony. He's
Absolutely ignoring insults added to that.
This is
Sustained as to
great.
Generalization.
Was it important to you to bring this lawsuit?
It was. I felt like I was seriously injured. And then I had so many insults added to that. I think, as I said the other day, so many insults added to that and layered on that after a while.
Your Honor, post-collision conduct is not an issue. Layered on insults is not part of the lawsuit.
Overruled?
Yeah, I'm classifying it as an insult, but it's absolutely ignoring me, ignorance. And that's what it felt like. It's like, what is going on here? This is obviously an issue that someone needs to be accountable for. And if they're never accountable, what are they going to do? They're going to do it again. Now we have the molesting of young children on an island.
Your Honor,
Denial.
this is ridiculous testimony. He's talking about.
Sustained as to relevance, the last part, the jury should disregard.
That's all I have, Terry.
He's in the Guinness Book of World Records for near-death experiences. He also is an exaggerator. You notice
You
that? He
are the reason
exaggerates.
Your life has been exposed to the world. You, not Miss Paltrow.
I'm realizing that now, yes.
Do you remember? You've said you've shrunk and lost weight since the incident, right?
Well, I gained, I ballooned.
Now, when we stand you up, you've lost like 15 pounds and shrunk 3 inches, right? Yes or no?
I had no idea. I guess yes. I was
just a few days ago. You said I was 175 to 80 and 5'8". Remember?
I said that not here. Oh, you know what?
In this very trial.
Overruled. I know why I said that. It's because the VA records weighs you with all your clothes and everything on it. And I knew that's what you were reading. Was with
Clothes
the VA
don't give you 3 inches. You with me?
Heels do.
Did you have heels on?
No, not at all.
All right.
What?
You even called yourself pudgy at the time, that you were pudgy. Do you remember that word?
What
Do you
time?
dispute using the pudgy?
What time frame?
The time when I deposed you, you said you were pudgy.
Okay. That's kind of a fun term. Yeah.
Do you dispute it?
I don't.
What does that word mean?
I never thought about it. Just sort of got a little more roundish, I guess. I find it.
Did I hear you say you didn't like to be ignored? Don't ignore me. Are those the words you used?
Just now?
Just 2 minutes ago.
I probably did say that.
Let's go to page
Locals
170
chat
of
is
your
killing
deposition
me.
and ask that it be published and brought up. Do you have your transcript right there?
I do. I think that's what this is.
Your Honor, may I do that? It hasn't worked in the past, and
Try it now.
So under 32, you can use the deposition. You can certainly read it into the record, but we don't need to.
all right. Let's go to page 170. And I'll assist you if you want me to.
I don't even know where 170. I don't see. I mean,
Can I
had
approach
exhibits.
or-
Oh, it's another whole other. Can I close the exhibits?
Yeah, close that up and then I think it's the 3 piles of paper there, one of those.
Counsel, if you could just get him to the page, that'd be great.
Do you want me not to approach?
I'm going to share the memes that Locals chat is.
I wouldn't have known which ones.
Oh, God, this is funny. Let me just pull these up. Hold on.
We're starting. Okay.
And you see, I'm going to start reading at line 12.
You're skipping the good stuff.
This lady is on my left. Well, let's go back for a little. Remember, I said I want to know what's going on in the 10 seconds before the impact. Do you remember?
Dear Bailey, warning, ski at your own risk.
Yes, that's my question on page 169. And then on 170, you said.
And
"Then
the
I remember
Locals
there's
chat
this lady
thinks
on
they
my
found
left
Danny.
That was kind of tentative. So I deliberately, in fact, I think I said passing on your right. Pretty sure I did. I usually do. Passing on your right. And then, it was just easy. It was just as easy, smooth glide. And there were not a whole lot of people. And what I'm not, I don't want to be interrupted right now, please. Page 170. And when I got to that point, I could see the bottom of the hill. I could see that the trees came in a little bit from the right, it seems like. And then the whole slope was opened up. There were a few occasional people out there, but I could see all the way to the bottom. There were nobody. And then this, and nobody could have passed on my left except the gal I had just passed. So that gal I was really conscious of because I still worried about her. And so as I went past her, I went inches per second past her. I just remember it took forever to meet.
Wait, did I miss it?
And there were skis.
Did I miss the Epstein part?
My vision.
While I was looking at memes?
I heard
That's what I was watching this for. Did I miss it?
the time I heard this.
Yeah, he said something about, celebrities molesting kids on islands and stuff. Did I miss it? Gosh darn it. That's what I wanted you to hear it, so it doesn't matter if I heard it or not. Yes, he said it. Darn it, that's what I was waiting for. That was dumb. I missed it. How did I miss it? How long ago was it? How many seconds? Wait, you know what? I bet somebody has already clipped it. I bet someone has clipped it. Let me look. Here, I'll let this play while I look for the clip.
Saw, indicating scream, and then bang, it happened. It was about 1.5 seconds, and it just hit me right in the back. All right. So do you recall that in the seconds before the collision, you were
I
worried
found
about
it.
the person to your left? Do you recall that?
I found it. Here we go. All right, let's watch that again.
Now we have the It's like, what is going on here? This is obviously an issue that someone needs to be accountable for. And if they're never accountable, what are they going to do? They're going to do it again. Now we have the molesting of young children on an island.
Your Honor,
Denial.
this is ridiculous testimony. He's talking about.
Sustained as to relevance, the last part, the jury should disregard.
That's all.
Look at Gwen's face.
Talking about he's talking testimony. He's talking about
Look at her face.
Relevance.
Testimony. He's talking about
Sustained as to
She's like, I was never on that island. Absolutely not.
relevance, the last part, the jury should.
Did she just look directly at the camera? She did. Like, oh God, her face is fan-freaking-tastic. We have
ridiculous testimony. He's talking about.
Sustained as to relevance, the last part, the jury should disregard.
That's all I have, Terry.
Oh my God. That was so funny. Even through all the Botox, you can see it. Oh God. All right, let's go back to the live because that's all I was here for. I was here for the ridiculous Epstein confabulation. Oh, okay, sir. Are we at closing arguments yet? Have we got there yet? Nope. I hate to report that he is now reading jury instructions to the jury. Yeah, no.
If Terry Sanderson's fault,
I guess we will watch it.
answer question 8. Do not deduct from the damages any percentage of fault that you have assessed. to
Hold
Terry
on, let's
Sanderson.
go back to when he started. I'll speed it up a little, but maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should play it at regular speed. Otherwise, we're not going to get to this. We're not going to be able to fast forward a little bit. Should we see who Court TV thinks caused the crash now? I'm going to obviously click on Sanderson. 82% now of Court TV's chat believes that Sanderson caused the crash. That's not good news for you, sir. Let's see how the poll is doing over on YouTube. I have asked you on YouTube, will the jury deliberate 15 minutes or less, 30 to 45 minutes, 1 to 2 hours, 3 to 4 hours? And 43% of you are saying 1 to 2 hours. That's where we're going. I would say I'm actually going to go with 45 minutes. 45 minutes is, I think what they're going to do is they're going to walk in and be like, we know that this is garbage, right? They're going to have it done in 5 minutes, but they're going to sit there for 45 so it looks like they did something. That's what I think. Somebody pull the Epstein flight log stat. Epstein didn't kill himself. He rammed Sanderson on the mountain. GP's face is the live action WTF emoji. Oh, she does kind of look like Auntie Karen. It's true. Kiki.
Ready for the jury?
Yes.
Yes.
You think they're going to go to lunch first? Oh, I guess that just means we'll have to go back to playing my son's music. I'm going to make you listen to all 3 albums. Don't worry, Judge. We're not in a hurry or anything. You could just sit there. Don't worry. Don't worry about us. We've just been here for like 8 days for a civil trial. You know what makes me mad? Cynthia Absug was on trial for her life, being accused of conspiracy to kidnap and medical child abuse, and she got 4 days. 4 days. 4-day trial. 5 days. Maybe it was 5. What has this been? We're on day 8. for this. It just doesn't seem fair. Should we all nap together? I could move the computer into my room and we can all crawl under the covers and take a nap together while we're waiting for them to come back. You know, I might move into my room and do some laundry. But the sound was terrible when I did that. Why didn't you tell me I needed my microphone? The sound was absolutely horrific on that stream. I'm very embarrassed of it. I should have moved the microphone, but it's a whole process. It's a whole thing. Ain't nobody got time for that. Yeah, Cynthia gets 4 days.
You should have on your chair a document, 3 pages, called special
And
verdict
it's
form. I'm going to go
competent
through that right
defense
now.
attorney who didn't color witnesses.
Members of the jury, please answer the following questions in the order that they are presented. If you find that the issue has been proved by a preponderance of the evidence, answer yes. If not, no. At least 6 jurors must agree on the answer to all of the required questions, but they need not be the same 6 on each question. When 6 or more of you have agreed on the answer to each question that is required to be answered, your foreperson should sign and date the form and advise the bailiff that you have reached a verdict. Gwyneth Paltrow, question 1. Was Gwyneth Paltrow at fault? Yes or no? If you answer yes, go to question 2. If you answer no, go to question 3 below. Question number 2, was Gwyneth Paltrow's fault a cause of Terry Sanderson's harm? Yes or no? Regardless of your answer, go to question 3. Terry Sanderson, question 3. Was Terry Sanderson at fault? If you answer yes or no. If you answer yes, go to question 4. If you answer no, go to question 5 below. 4, was Terry Sanderson's fault a cause of Gwyneth Paltrow's harm? Yes or no? Regardless of your answer, go to number 5 below. Number 5, if your answers to question 1
totally
and 3
did,
are
Danny.
both no, you should not proceed
And I'm
further.
not
Set
sorry.
the date and sign this verdict form and return it to the courtroom. Otherwise, continue
I
to
got
question
bronchitis.
6. Comparative fault, question 6, Gwyneth Paltrow. What percentage of the fault do you assign to Gwyneth Paltrow? If your answer to either question
Wait, they're
1 or 2
starting
is no,
finally?
then
Okay, hold
enter
on.
0.
Oh, good. They're starting. Thank God. Here we go. Oh, no. Sykes is going to do it with all his... I believe this man is coughing on purpose. He is doing it on purpose. What is he doing? He's...
That was good. Can you actually do it again?
Hello?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for your attentiveness during these 2 weeks.
2
It's been a
weeks.
hard, long case. I've tried a lot of cases in my lifetime.
I'm just a
It's been
country
hard,
lawyer.
long case. By the way, it's about an hour each way going to Salt Lake with traffic, so that adds to it. But you've been very attentive. I've seen you taking notes and paying attention. No one nodded off. So thank you again. Now,
As far as you know.
turn on my... Lawrence and I are going to split this. Let's see here. Nope. By the way, I apologize for my cold. You can't really choose when those come. I've got asthma, and it makes it worse. But I've done everything I can to try to resolve it. Took all the tests. I'm negative for COVID, et cetera, but I still...
You're a lying liar, sir.
Maybe a little bit more of that. Okay. There are really 3 issues in the case.
Yesterday, can I just point out that yesterday this man said I have a cold? Now today it's I have asthma. He's a damn liar. He's as much of a liar as his client. This cough is on purpose. This is his strategy. It's for one, make the jury feel bad for me. And then also he coughs in the middle of testimony to distract the jury. He did it all day yesterday. This guy is not telling the truth. I'm telling you.
Who hit whom? Okay. Number 2.
He is sending him a neti pot with I'm just a small town lawyer on it.
Number 3. What are the damages?
Thank you, C. Suiter.
The damages. Now, Gwyneth Paltrow, in this case, is not a liar.
Oh,
Terry
God.
Sanderson
It is freezing here.
not
We
a
had a
liar.
snowstorm last night.
Okay.
I am so cold.
Gwyneth is a good person. Okay. She's a good mother, and she loves her children, and she's passionate about many things. Now, we don't usually
That's
say
not what
good
your
things about
attorney
other people
said.
in our closing, but I think that's an accurate statement.
Your attorney said she was a bad
I think
mother.
that she
that she did risky things in
believes-
front of her children, and that she's fat.
And I believe Gwyneth Paltrow when she says she believes. She says, Terry hit me in the back. And she believes it. It's a sincere belief. She's not a liar because of it. Pardon me. But the problem is, a sincere belief doesn't make it so. Now,
Oh, good Lord.
some of you are skiers and some of you aren't. Okay.
Why are they having him do closing arguments if he can't? Oh God!
involved
He
in a
can't
ski
stop.
crash,
Let's get every cough on the record.
it can be very confusing. I don't care who hit whom. You know, it can be very confusing.
You don't care who
So I
hit
think
whom.
she sincerely believes that she got hit in the back.
Ah,
The problem is,
for
you
fuck's
have to
sake!
make a decision based on the evidence that you've heard here. Okay, on the evidence. Now, let me tell you, to illustrate this,
I'm sure the jury is thrilled.
About
He's
something
standing
that
right in
happened to
front
me
of them,
about a year
coughing on them.
we live in downtown Salt Lake, and we use that Costco or shop at that Costco on 17th South and 3rd West. Some of you have probably been there.
Oh
Or
God!
just
Why is he
one.
talking about Costco?
We are having a hard time hearing him. So.
Yeah, Mr. Six, where's the microphone for that? Is it on your chest?
Maybe it's not turned on.
Oh,
I'm picking it up, but it is just so faint in the room.
Says on.
I know, I mean, I'm picking it up just fine on for the record, but no one else can hear you.
Maybe put it higher on your
Oh, for fuck's sake! Go to the merch store, pick up your for fuck's sake material, your new merch. It comes in t-shirts, sweatshirts, mugs, cups, coffee cups, stainless steel mugs. It's a terrific piece of merch, and it's in the merch store. The link is in the description below. And if you happen to need a pen, go to bastionboltactionpens.com. Pick up a beautiful
I just
pen.
got gas at Costco.
Use my promo code MEG20 for a 20% off discount on Bastion Bolt Action pens.
And I was at an intersection. This is a pretty busy intersection. There are 2 lanes, north and south, 2 lanes, east and west, 2 each. And there's a left-hand turn lane. I had a red light.
Why is he telling us
And
about his
I was
day?
the first one at the intersection. Got a good look at it. I looked in my rear view mirror on my left side, and there's a green arrow for each direction going east and west, turning south and turning north. You understand that? So I'm waiting because I have a red light. And there's a lady across the way from me, car heading west but turning south. She had a green arrow, like I saw one her heading north. I looked in my mirror, and here comes a guy at about 40, 45 miles an hour on the inside lane of 17 South. I said, my goodness, he's going to hit that woman. He's making that turn. And sure enough, smacked her and smacked her hard. Okay? Didn't slow down
Sneeze
at all.
guard.
Well, I was
Sneeze guard.
had a good view of it. And the car
Oh, for
started running,
fuck's
but I was
sake,
able to
cough
get by.
drops.
There's a Maverick on the southeast corner of the intersection.
What is he talking about?
Pulled in there, ran to her car, and asked her, "Are you okay?" Like everybody does. She said, "Yeah, I think so." I didn't think she was looking at her, but she said she was okay. Okay, so I ran over to the other guy. I was the first one there. Some people were beginning to stop, and the guy that ran the red light said, "Are you okay?" He said, "Yeah, I think so." I said, "Well, why'd you run the red light?"
Just making this up.
You know
He
what
never
she
was in this.
I didn't.
He
It was
didn't witness
green.
this accident. This is a total
I wasn't going
made
to
up
sit there and
story.
argue with a guy like that under those circumstances.
This is like
But he said it was green.
on the hip when he was
So,
doing the Susie
when
Walker
the police came
defense.
a couple minutes later.
Little Susie Walker
and
never
you
saw
gotta
her
be careful as an
in
attorney. I
court.
gave them my card,
Because
not to get the
privilege
case. You know, you can't do
lawsuits
that.
like
You know,
this.
that's unethical.
she
let people know
died
who I was so they could call me.
before
Get a
she
copy
got
of,
her day in court.
A card, and I gave each of the persons a card. And about several months later, I guess I started getting calls from
This is
insurance
not a good
adjusters
closing.
want me to tell them what happened. And I tell you that story because so often
I told you that fake story
people
that
are
never
in
happened.
these types of events have a totally different viewpoint. So we don't hold anything against Gwyneth for her viewpoint. It's sincerely expressed, but she's wrong based on the
X
evidence.
to doubt.
Okay? And Terry's correct. Now,
What the fox is
what's
he
the evidence
yakking
that
about?
Gwyneth hit Terry? Okay. Number one, and there's no particular order on this, but Terry's a strong skier, advanced intermediate. Mr. Christensen said he saw him going down the hill doing wide radius turns. That's side to side, all the way, back and forth. Now, on a beginner's run, that's highly unlikely for an advanced skier. You don't do that. You don't do that. There's too many people. And so that doesn't make sense.
Oh, the snot.
Number two,
Sir,
I'll call it the scream heard around the world. Okay.
addressing the
It's being
jury.
broadcast everywhere, by the way. It's on court TV. I'm getting emails every day from Canada, Great Britain.
Are they telling
There's a
you
loud scream.
to get some cough drop?
Terry heard it. Loud scream. Craig Ramone heard it and looked over. Several other people heard it. Carrie Oakes said she heard it. Peter Christensen heard it, so caused him to look over. It's before the impact. And you don't, if you're the downhill skier, like Gwyneth claimed she was, you don't scream at something you can't see. You don't. It's the uphill skier that's going to make that scream. And that was Gwyneth Paltrow. Distraction.
Oh, the snorting. I can't.
Everybody here,
My
probably here
ears.
can. Most of you, not some of you, maybe. But I've had my kids up there. And they want
Well,
to
except Stephanie, she says she thinks she may have screamed after she got hit.
Mommy wants to see it.
On the
Carrie
way
Oakes said
down.
that, and that the deposition segment that you read said that 3 times.
And her witnesses said they heard a scream, and when they looked over, they
And,
were on the ground.
That's important. Can we show Gwyneth's deposition up here?
Oh, stop hawking up snot. If I were the judge, I wouldn't let this guy. I would not let this guy do
deposition
this.
testimony that was read
feel
in
like-
court?
Sykes, choose somebody else.
And is it only deposition testimony that was read? Okay.
Deposition, meaning trial
Yeah,
testimony?
their witness who keeps lying,
It was
Stephanie.
read into court.
The one who
May-
keeps
may we
lying.
approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
The one who changed his story 4 times on the stand. That's the one. He's talking about his only witness, his only so-called eyewitness, that 4 people with Paltrow did not see until after. They said he wasn't anywhere near them. This guy came up after the event and claims he saw it. He was a friend of Terry's, but he didn't see Jack. He wasn't there, and he changed his story 4 times, at least. Ugh. It is sad that Terry never lost it. We were told he was going to Hulk out, and we were we were lied to. There have been plenty of times, though, Stephanie, where he has been coughing on purpose. I believe he's using it on purpose. He might not be doing it on purpose right now, but I think that yesterday, during those expert witness testimonies that were so devastating to his case, he coughed many times in the middle of their sentences so that the jury couldn't hear them. He did almost lose it with the crazy Epstein comment. That's true. The reason he's doing this, and we all know it, and he said it, is because Gwyneth ignored him. If she had come over to him and been like, "Oh, are you okay?" and "I'm so sorry," and this probably wouldn't have happened.
You could make the screen only show the part that was actually read in court.
Is that okay, Judge, like that?
It's the coughing objection.
Now, Ms. Paltrow, isn't it true? Isn't it true? I'm just a country lawyer here.
Oh,
Okay.
Lord, that country
Isn't it
lawyer
true
line.
see if I can move it over a little bit. Okay. That your kids wanted to watch you ski, or pardon me, that the kids wanted you to watch them ski. Isn't that true? Vegas the time. I can still watch my children ski and be skied directly into my back by someone. Okay? Which is what happened. And I'm going to omit Mr. Owens' statement and my own. And here's how it reads. Isn't it true that your kids want to watch you ski? Or pardon me, that the kids want you to watch them ski. I can still watch my children ski and be skied directly into my back by someone, which is what happened.
Like, is he trying to be Matlock? I'm just a country lawyer here. I don't understand how that makes anybody feel sympathetic towards him at all. I'm just a country lawyer. Sir, it's 2023. Nobody's a country anything anymore. We all have the internet.
We thought about having him testify again today about those drawings, but we decided not to do it. But he saw the whole thing. He saw the impact. And he's the only one.
Yeah, we're not sure about that. He was colorblind.
Now, who is Craig Ramone?
He was way far away, changed his testimony
He's
4
an
times.
acquaintance of Terry. He's part of a meetup group. He's not close to Terry. They went to get garlic burgers twice. Okay. He has no dog in the fight, ladies and gentlemen. No dog in the fight. He's independently wealthy. You can tell that by what he does.
Your Honor, that's assumes facts not in evidence.
Well,
Just a minute. Objection overruled. The jury will have to recall what the evidence was. And
the evidence was he sold his business, I don't know, 10 years ago, and all he does now is ski and travel and scuba dive. Okay? He has no reason, no motive to falsify this. Okay? Confirmation, those meetup emails that you saw. There was one of the last evidence, I think it was 44, was it? I won't go over it with you. But we printed that out, I think, Saturday or Monday. It gives you the number of days since it was entered. And you add those up, you go right back to February 26, 27, 28, around there. Strong evidence. Terry has repeatedly said to his medical providers that he was hit in the back over a period of years. And that he has problems, medical problems with him. The broken rib, that's one of the strongest pieces of evidence you have.
Oh, Stephanie.
That Terry was the guy.
Stephanie's a very famous attorney that specializes in canine law, canine justice.
4 broken ribs, 2 of them separated like that.
She's very famous for it.
Together. And that's,
they wrote about her in the
very
Washington
serious.
Post.
Painful. But the pattern of those broken ribs, 2 MDs, one from Utah and Dr. Bain. So that pattern of broken ribs supports the fact that he was hit from behind. Now, I'm not going to go into all the details of that. That's what he said.
Stephanie, did you laugh when opposing counsel said
Dr.
that?
Bain, who just testified again today, said that Dr. Scher was simply wrong in his philosophy, or his formula. He assumed it was a free fall, and it wasn't a free fall. Broken ribs. How do you get that without a significant impact? Now,
did the judge?
The flaky Deer Valley investigation, I think, suggests a cover-up. Eric Christensen, I think, was unbelievable and inconsistent. And there were a number of things. I'm not going to go over each one of them.
How insensitive of you.
We'll talk about one. The claim that Terry said he was okay. Now, some of you have probably had broken ribs or loved ones that have had them, you know. Even Steve Grant up here said it's extremely painful. Now, this whole process took place between 11:55, which is the time of Graf's
He's just a country lawyer with TB.
and 12:02 when Ramon flagged down the ski
Oh, you
patrol,
guys kill
and
me.
12:04
How
when
you
Whitney
doing
Smith
here on
arrived.
Rumble?
So we're talking about 7 to 9 minutes, okay? And they would have you believe that a man with 4 broken ribs, 4
4.
Two separated.
4.
Told not only Eric Christensen that he was okay, but 2 other unnamed, unidentified ski patrollers that never logged it in. He told them he was okay. Now that's just unbelievable that would happen to a person with 4 broken ribs, not just 1, but 4. Ski between the legs. I don't know how many of you are skiers. I don't remember. You said it in your interviews 3 weeks ago, but to have someone ski between your legs, she thought it was a sexual assault.
For a split second, she said
But
that.
to have someone with both skis, to someone that's moving and shooshing back and forth, it's just another unbelievable claim. That can't happen. Now, and then Gwyneth skis away to lunch. The only way that Terry Sanderson knew that this was Gwyneth Paltrow is Christensen got angry and said, your buddy just took out Gwyneth Paltrow, which is an odd comment to make. Like, just took out a person, but he had to put in Gwyneth Paltrow. That's the only way we know that. That's why you're here. Now, causation.
Oh, the coughing is coming back.
This event caused an injury. Well, I've already mentioned this. The impact was significant enough to break 4 ribs. The impact in the fall, that is a significant impact. The location, the right front, is where you would expect it under the circumstances. Loss of consciousness.
I'm getting hungry. I'm going to go make myself a taco.
It was only a few minutes, maybe 2, maybe 3. But there was a loss of consciousness widely reported in the medical records. And that day, widely reported. I mentioned the okay. I don't want to mention that again. So it was significant enough at the time. The very first thing that anybody noticed was that Terry forgot how to ski. He was snow plowing down the hill, an advanced intermediate snow plowing down the hill. Think about that for a minute, and Craig Ramon says, hey, Terry, you forgot how to ski. And that's when Craig Ramon said, I got to flag someone down. So he did. And he told that person, he's got a head injury. That's the words he used, a head injury. Now, it took him 5 seconds, and Craig acted it out up here, 5 seconds to be able to tell him his name. He didn't know where he was at first. That's a significant impact. That's a concussion. Now, ski patrol flagged down at 12:02. Whitney Smith arrives. What a sweet person. And Terry's taken off the hill in a toboggan. Now, that's no fun, but it shows you something happened. She rides disoriented, rib pain, loss of consciousness. By the way, Alina Fong, who treats thousands and thousands and thousands of TBI victims, said loss of consciousness is not required. Okay, not required. Headache, and that day, I think at the clinic in Park City, dullness in the front of the head. And Whitney Smith said, go to the ER. And Dr. McMahon said, go to the ER. So the next several months, you have numerous symptoms of TBI that show up in the VA records. Cognitive, personality, social, and emotional. I could go through and show them to you, but you all saw them. But then, one of the most significant pieces of evidence here is a sudden and precipitous change in Terry Sanderson. Sudden and precipitous, okay? Now, I'm not talking about when he came home and Carlene, said he didn't want to be touched. He's got 4 broken ribs. But Carlene, who loved him, said it was a love relationship. She wanted to marry him. They've been together 300 days a year up here and then down there in St. George for about a year and a half. It's a long time to look at someone. She loved him. She traveled with him. She wanted to marry him. And you saw how she choked up when she explained how the relationship ended, that he changed. His personality changed. Polly Gresham, Shay Hareth, same thing. Big changes. They didn't see him as often. So that sudden and precipitous change is a sign of brain injury. Diagnosis of concussion. The VA diagnosed it. Multiple physicians diagnosed it. All the defense experts admitted it. Every one of them admitted it. They minimized the extent of it, but they all admitted he had a concussion. Every one of them. Every one of them. Dr. Gibby, Dr. Fong, Dr. Goldstein, Dr. Bing. The only question was severity and permanency. But every one of them, they didn't want to admit it, but they gave different numbers between 5 and 20% of people that get a concussion. It's permanent. They have permanent problems. 5 and 20% between that. Dr. Fong thinks it's higher than that even. Now, the physics. Dr. Boehm explained the physics, I think, second day of trial, and a little bit today. But he's a neurologist, but he's also a biomedical engineer. That's different than Dr. Scher. He's a biomechanical engineer. But Dr. Boehm specializes in how force affects the body. Very highly respected in that field. That's very rare, not very many of them. Terry talked about the loss of friendships. Mark Harath, good example. They were good buddies, went skiing, and didn't like him anymore. He talked about excuse me, the woman that he was going to Europe with. Don't remember her name, you remember it, but she changed her mind at the last minute and had an empty seat. That's how Jenny got to go. The experience of his granddaughter turning into her for how to tie a knot. Big changes.
Got big.
Like Ramon said, Terry, after
Chipotle
the accident,
leftovers.
seemed like he could talk to the wall for an hour and have a good conversation.
Tiny
faking.
taco.
Every witness you heard from the defense, admitted that Terry was not faking, malingering, exaggerating, or magnifying his symptoms. And Dr. Goldstein said there are tests embedded in his tests to find that. No evidence of that at all. And by the way, the VA records continue up until the present day. And they didn't show you any single VA record where that was ever suggested of this man. NPH, they suggested, that could, it's the normative, what is it called again? Normal pressure hydrocephalus. He's got it, but no symptoms. And it didn't change over about a 13-year period. 2009 to 2021. Dementia, they kind of implied that maybe he's got that, but when we cornered them on cross-examination, not a one of them said he had dementia. And there's no reference in these thousands of pages of records that he diagnoses. Degradation of imaging, okay? We have imaging, I think, from 2009 to 2021.
How do they
And
fix
all
the audio
the
like
defense
that? Why
experts,
can't they do it
plus our own,
like that all the time?
said there's no degradation on these imaging. He's got white matter abnormalities. Probably half of us do. Nothing showed in there. No problems. No increase. You heard that just as recently as yesterday. Now, I'm going to say just a few more things here. turn some time over to my colleague, Lawrence Bueller. This is actually his case. He asked me to help.
Oh, that was a mistake. He should not have asked this guy to
That
help.
day when Terry left his home
Bueller is a far better lawyer.
in Deer Valley, that meetup group, February 26, 2016. He anticipated, like many, many other days in his life, a fun day of skiing. Okay? And he never returned home that night as the same Terry. He never came home, figuratively speaking. Terry has tried to get off that mountain, but he's really still there. Part of Terry will forever be on the bandana run, figuratively.
Oh, for God's sake. This is so
people who
overdramatic.
Are just after money, and that was suggested. He's just after money and fame. Somehow going through all of this and spending all the money he spent on experts, you know, he's doing it for fame.
Well, he got
Give me a
it.
break. But he spent hours and hours trying to get better. If you heard anything about him, he is almost, what's a good word? Extreme in trying to get better. He does everything he can to get better. Anyway, we hope that you will help bring Terry home off that mountain with a fair verdict today. Now, before I turn it
This
over,
I believe, Amory.
I want to say one more thing about executive function. Okay. I had an experience up here that taught me about that. 40 years ago, I was in the legislature with a guy named Glenn Brown. I think he's still alive. He's in Colville, has a dairy farm, or did.
Oh, here we go.
And I used to kid him about milking cows, you know. So he invited me up to his farm.
I'm just a country lawyer.
Young lawyer.
Screwing around with
Show me
cows.
how to milk cows. Never done it. Got up there, and he showed me around his barn. It was really sophisticated. 40 years ago. I mean, it's probably better now. But when you think about why Terry never came home, think about this story and executive function.
What?
Because he put a little stool out there for me, and I sat down in my jeans and tried to milk a cow by hand. It's very hard to do for a country boy like me.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
But
Here we go.
To squeeze out a little bit of milk, you know. He gave me some to take home. Glenn Brown's a great guy. But I asked him about this situation. I said, how do you do all this? He showed me this very sophisticated situation that milks cows automatically.
Why doesn't a country lawyer know how to milk cows?
He says, without this, Bob, I could never make it. Couldn't do it. Can't get enough people to come help me do it by hand, like my grandpa did. That's executive function. That's what it does for us. We're able to do a lot of things in life. And that milking mechanism was executive function for Glenn Brown's farm to produce milk. Now, this is one of Terry's saddest problems, his loss of executive function. Okay.
I don't have executive
He cannot
function.
organize and manipulate his life.
Try living with
Do
ADD.
things like he used to do. It's the saddest thing.
I can't remember Jack.
And that's why part
I'm
of him
probably
is still
supposed
up
to
there
be
on
at an
that mountain.
appointment right now, and I'm just
Thank
not
you.
going to show up.
Once-
I have no idea.
That's why.
Yeah, he was name dropping about some congressman that he knows, some guy in the legislature that he used to work with.
A few more comments for you when he's done.
I'm just a well-connected political country lawyer. I don't know if it's just me, but I think that was a pretty terrible close. Oh, I got to change the banner. Why don't you people tell me I didn't update my banner? This guy is a much better lawyer, and he's the one who should have done the closing in the first place.
Still good morning. Good morning, everyone. Mr. I don't know if we're picking you up yet. Okay. Can I try this? See if it works on me? Sure. Just do a testing. Oh, wait.
Oh, we're gonna fix microphone problems again. That was just terrible. Stephanie, are you still in the chat? What is your legal opinion of that closing argument? Is it as bad as we all think it is? Stephanie agrees. Terrible closing. Garbled, marble mouth, nonsensical clothing, steaming pile from country lawyer. You mean Bueller? You think Bueller looks confused? I think I give it like a 65 or 70. Out of what? Out of how many? How many points is that out of? If that's out of 100, I give it a 15.
This case is simple. You've heard the first two parts of this. Who hit whom? And what are the damage that were caused to Terry?
Yeah, 65 out of 500?
The next question is,
what are
how
you
much are those
thinking?
damages? That's the part of the case I'll deal with. This case is about answering the simple questions the law asks us
This case is simple. My
put
client is
on
lying.
the form that we call the verdict form, which you'll get in a few minutes, or maybe this
Stop
afternoon.
being nice, Stephanie, and be honest. That closing was terrible.
Verdict. That's an interesting word.
I think the milking of the cows
from
might have been the
Latin.
lowest moment.
It's actually two words. It means verus, truth, or dicta, or to tell.
What?
Or told.
Are you trying to teach them
Combined,
Latin?
it means
So
truth
they had
told.
to learn math
That's
and
what
now Latin?
You're here for is the truth told.
Stop it.
So, what is the law? Well, let's look at what the verdict form says.
Finally, no more coughing and snorting. Now,
The first question is,
I don't mean to be a nag, but we have been sitting here for 2.5 hours, and the super chats have pretty much dried up. Now, I understand maybe me sitting here all day is not worth it to you. Perhaps, it's just not, I get it. Maybe I'm not at my best today. And that's true. That could be it. Maybe I'm really just not pulling it down today, which is possible. I do have a lot of neck pain, so it's possible that I'm not providing the type of entertainment that you've been expecting. But if on some chance you have just forgotten to send your super chats, this is the moment in the show where I try to use mom guilt to make that happen. The mom guilt is strong. And it's okay if you don't want to reward me for sitting here for all these hours. That's okay. I will still be here for you anyway, because, I'm your YouTube mom and I do it because I love you, not because of the Rumble rants or the super chats. Yet those are so welcome and they make me feel very loved. Just saying.
was Gwyneth Paltrow at fault? As my colleague Bob Sykes said, the evidence is clear.
What?
4 broken ribs.
There's an insurrection happening at the
Eyewitness.
Tennessee State Capitol? What?
There's lots
Hold
of
on.
other evidence too.
Going to look for
Circumstantial
insurrection in
evidence
Tennessee.
that Miss Paltrow hit Terry Sanderson on February 26, 2016.
Well, it's not trending.
The stories have been consistent for 7 years. So the first question, we answer yes. Now, earlier, it was in.
Oh, holy
jury
crap.
instruction
Hold on
number
a second. There
27.
is something weird
The
going on
judge-
in Tennessee. Hold on. Hold on. What's going on? What is happening? What is this about? What is happening? Let's go back to the beginning. What is happening? Does anybody know what this is about? Uh-oh. Does anybody know what this is about? Those don't look like our people. What is anybody? Oh, they want gun bans. I was told that this is not legal. Give him back. No, put him in, lock him up. Lock him up. I was told that it's not legal to do this. Thank you, Linux Charms. I appreciate that. I was told that it's not legal to do this in Tennessee. Let's see. Libs of TikTok says a group of insurrectionists just. These are definitely not our folks. These are definitely on the other side, which means they will not be arrested. They will not be sat in jail for 2 years without a trial. They will be allowed to do this. They will be allowed to do this. Yep. Tennessee. It's not even trending on Twitter. How come those guys aren't hiding under their desks? All right, so that's what's happening in Tennessee. This is worse than 9/11. When do we blame Trump? Get a job, hippies. Don't forget, it's okay when the left does it. Worse than 9/11. Seems like terrorism. Worse than the Civil War. Yeah, enough is enough. I would like to see them all locked up and thrown in a hole, please. Excuse me, police. I'd like to report an insurrection at the Tennessee State Capitol. Is anyone going to go and arrest them? What the hell, man? Worse than the Civil War, says Steve. You guys, I love the chat so much. It's just not even funny. You guys make me laugh. Wait, what happened at the court stream? Where's my court stream? Oh, here it is. Okay, we're going back to the court now. That is the update on what's going on in Tennessee.
Defined what negligence is.
Remember, it's okay when the left does it.
Judges around the country have a hard time defining.
Thank you, A.
what it
Marie
is. It's
says the
very
insanity
abstract.
continues.
Very abstract.
Thank you for the super chat.
What it means, basically, is they knew it was dangerous to ski while distracted. They knew that someone could get hurt if they continue to do that. And they did it
Thanks to
anyway.
locals, by the way, for alerting me to the dastardly, dangerous insurrection happening at the Tennessee State Capitol right now.
Did they know the damage would be this serious? Well, we've all heard about collisions. Collisions happen on the football field. Collisions happen even on sidewalks sometimes. People get concussions. And Terry, there's no doubt, suffered a concussion. But Terry's damage is not just a concussion that goes away in a few minutes or a few days or a couple weeks. We know that Terry's damages or his concussion persisted for more than a year and a half. And that's been verified by Dr. Fong, Dr. Gibby, Dr. Goldstein, and Dr. Bain. Even the defense's experts admit that he had a concussion. They quibble on how long it's lasted.
We have to
But
get
none
this
of those
set up.
defense witnesses actually examined Terry As Bob pointed out, none of them really acknowledged that Terry had problems. One of them refused to acknowledge the before and after witnesses. His two daughters, actually three, but two daughters that testified in this trial, Shay and Polly, his friend Mark Harath, finally, or the first witness after Craig Ramon was Carlene
He didn't
Davidson,
even
his
bring his
ex-girlfriend.
shaman. Can't
They'd
take
known
them
each other for 18 months
seriously.
before the crash, 6 months after the crash. She testified that the damage continued, thus making it a permanent, this is a tongue twister, persistent concussive symptom. And that permanent persistent concussive syndrome is the long-term brain damage that we're talking about. So what it means is every waking hour that Terry has, he's got this brain injury that causes so many problems for him.
Jillian living up to
Executive
her
function,
title of
just
favorite chatter of the day. Thanks for all
being
you
able
do,
to deal with
Sparkly
people.
Foxy Mom. You're
As
welcome.
those witnesses
Thanks for the
showed,
chat.
Terry has a problem. He looks fine. It's an invisible injury. People know, that's what they say about brain injury. It's an invisible injury. You see someone with a brain injury and they look fine. What's wrong with them? If he has a brain injury, why isn't he in bed and moping around and not doing anything? Well, that's the opposite of Terry. It took a
Yeah, but he's the one who
crash
said
took
his
much
life
of what
was
he had
ruined.
and left it on the mountain. Terry still has
You
that
can't
drive to get
tell,
better.
and he's
Even though
living his
persistent
life.
Concussive symptoms.
Then how
are
bad is
permanent,
it?
They last a lifetime. They last forever. So 16 hours a day, Terry is dealing with this injury, such that, as Bob mentioned, when people get to know him, after a while, they don't want to deal with him anymore. I'm sorry I have to say this, but I've known Terry now 6 years. This is just argument, but it's real. Now the 4 broken ribs, those are painful for maybe 3 months or so, but the brain injury has persisted to this day and will last until he dies. The executive function, the social abilities, the mental problems, driving to the store, not knowing where you are and having to use GPS just to get home.
I have to use GPS to get home
These are
all
real
the time.
injuries that Terry, who was a very bright person, you would not know it just talking to him for 10 minutes. But once you get to know him better, you realize he's got these problems that just change everything. So as I talked to someone left me a message, and every time I hear this voice message, it just makes me cry. Just because it's so just kind of flat, but it says,
What?
This person suffered a similar injury 30 years ago.
Is he talking about
Persistent
voicemail
concussive
he got?
syndrome or injury.
It makes
brain-
him cry?
brain
I'm
injury.
confused.
And she said, it's permanent. Your personality change is permanent. And you lose everybody who knows you. You lose everybody. Yeah, your family, they'll put up with you, and maybe the lawyers, but really they're just putting up with you. So let's go to the next question. Well, I'm going to go through, because this is a complicated case, Ms. Paltrow is suing for $1. We're going to go through these next questions. Was Terry Sanderson at fault? Terry was hit from behind. Greg Ramon saw it. Rib injuries show it. Now, Dr. Scher, for the defense, who's not a medical doctor, he's a mechanical engineer, deals with ski bindings mostly. He says that Terry Sanderson likely skirted under Gwyneth Paltrow and somehow twisted around and broke his ribs. As Dr. Bain confirmed again today, that's impossible. It defies the law of physics.
He didn't confirm anything. We didn't know what he was talking about.
I mean, it's a clear no. Was Terry Sanderson at fault? Number 3, no. Here, I've got a pen. I've got one. So was Terry Sanderson at fault? I'll go back to the first page. Was Gwyneth Paltrow at fault? Yes. Oh, I forgot to do number 2. And you have to go in order. Was Ms. Paltrow's
I gotta write
fault
this
cause of
in
Terry
as something up
Sanderson's
for
harm?
PJ Media. I'm going to
It
start
clearly is.
working
Terry
right now.
Sanderson was hit from behind. There was a scream, and he was hit from behind. So the answer is yes. So then we go to 3. And because we answer number 3 no, we skip to 5. If your answers to 1 and 3 are both no, you should not proceed. Well, we got a yes, 2 yeses. Otherwise, continue to question 6. Gwyneth Paltrow, what percent of fault do you assign to Gwyneth Paltrow if your answer to either 1 or 2 is no? Then enter 0. And to be honest with you, this is the first time I've seen the form because it was just finalized just before we started the. So I have to think about this one a little bit, but let's think about it together. What percent of fault do you assign to Gwyneth Paltrow if your answer to either 1 or 2 is no? Then enter 0. Well, both are yes. So we have to, because Terry Sanderson did not cause this crash. You can't cause a crash when you're hit from behind. What percent of fault do you assign to Terry Sanderson? Well, it has to add up to 100, so you have to put in 0 there. If Terry Sanderson's fault is less than 50%, answer question 8. Well, it is, so we skipped 8. What amount fairly compensates Terry Sanderson for non-economic damages? Non-economic damages. Our time on Earth is the most valuable time we have, that we know of, at least in this existence. Our time on Earth is one of the most valuable things there are. There are paintings on a wall that are worth $50, $100 million. There are houses in these mountainsides that are worth 5, 10, 20, much more millions of dollars. There's even racehorses that are worth tens of millions of dollars. Well, Terry's none of those. Terry's in the last days of his life. He probably has at least 10 years left, according to what a lot of people think. He guards his health. He doesn't smoke. He's trying to pursue a healthy lifestyle every single day. Yeah, he goes to the doctor, but since the crash, it's been 7 years, and let's say another 10 years. Every single day, he's got 16 hours of dealing with this brain injury, this persistent concussive symptom that causes all these problems. So how do we calculate that? As the instruction says, for non-economic damages, jury instruction 35, which you all have, it gives a detailed instruction about that. Pain, suffering, loss of enjoyment of life, and a retired person, well-to-do person like Terry, who worked all his life, these are these golden years. These are the most valuable years when you can enjoy your retirement and actually do things like travel. But now he has to travel with other people where he gets lost. Dr. Fong, his other therapists, most of his therapists have said, what's the best way to deal with your brain injury? Well, do the things that make you happy. Be active. He could sit around and mope around and be an obvious brain injury victim, but no, Terry doesn't want to be brain injured. He wants to live life to its fullest. So 16 hours a day, he's got this issue that where a big part of him was left up on that bandana ski run. So you have the power here.
I'm still here. I'm just writing. I need to lower my
arguing
desk.
and presenting evidence, and the judge was ruling on it. But now the judge is going to pass the case to you. And this is where you decide what happens next. So I'm going to suggest, I'm not going to ask, this is not Terry asked me several years ago when I first learned of his case, well, what do you think it's worth? I said, well, Terry, if you could turn the earth backwards like Superman, go back in time, and how much would Terry take to not have what he has now? And he says, I'd rather go back in time and never have this. So how do we calculate this? Well, I'm going to suggest a number. This is just a suggestion that we do it with 16 hours a day. Dr. Formulas, Dr. Bain and Dr. Scher give you a lot of formulas, but hopefully these will be simpler than all those. So that's 16 hours a day. Times 365 days a year. Then the next question is the years. Well, it's been 7 years since the crash. Terry's likely to live another 10 years. Probably, we hope longer, much longer. He wants to live at 130. But, at least 10 years. So 7 years since the crash, 10 years, that's 17 years. So we're going to times the next number, 17. Then the question is, how much is, not the price, there's no price that you can give for Terry's time, but what is the value that's been taken away from Terry? What is the value? I mean, there are lawyers and experts and lots of people here that are making low wages, but a lot of people are making $300, $400, $500 an hour. Well, I'm just suggesting a number, and you can put in whatever number you want. This is for the non-economic damages that Terry deals with every day. So that's the next number. 16 times 365 times 17. I'm going to suggest a number. You put in the number you think is fair for Terry, the full value of the harms and losses that he's dealing with every day. I'm going to say $33. $33. And I've done the math because I told you in the opening. Except for the small change at
Ian,
the
her
end,
uncle.
a couple $100. This equation.
Ian has just posted to Twitter, how does milking cows relate to this trial? Why are we milking cows? Why are we hearing the cow milking story? And how is it hard for a country boy to milk a cow who grew up in the city?
For the 17 years.
Is this
that Terry had to
happening or
deal
am I
with
having
his
a
permanent
stroke?
resident. You could say, well, it's priceless, but an old shoe that's priceless. No, this is the most valuable time of his life.
That's good, Ian.
So that's the amount that I suggest you consider. So what is this case not about? It's not about
The Rumble
celebrity.
Rant Quebekistan,
about
the
that.
Insurrection Fund.
Lots of indications of that, but this is about a man's life. What does the defense want to make this case about? They want to make it about Terry's multiple issues. The 69-year-old Terry that was on that hill. Oh yeah, he had all sorts of medical problems, but the defense wants to make
There
it
are
about
3
that.
insurrections at state capitals right now, not just national. Which
He was
ones?
skiing on that hill at Deer
Somebody
Valley.
please tell me which ones.
I can't think of
Tell
any
me what states.
place I'd rather be skiing in Deer Valley. Maybe backcountry Powder, but the point is he was healthy enough to ski, and now he doesn't ski. Now I'm going to tell you a quick story about the legend of King Morgan. King Morgan was the real king back in England about 1,000 years ago. Back then, the kings were the law. Someone had a dispute. A farmer knocked an eye out.
Somebody
of
please
his
tell me.
neighbor. It was eye for an eye justice. They'd take the eye out of the guy who
QAnon
did
Common
it.
was released 14 months
And the
early
vic- what
because
did
of the
the victim
video
get?
Tucker show.
Nothing.
Shut up. Really?
Well, King Morgan one
I
day
didn't
said,
see that. I did not.
you know what? I'm going to
Good.
invite 10 of my or 12 of my
He should
nobles,
also get $20 million
guys that have the littler castles.
from the
I'm going
state.
to have them come in, and I'm going to have them listen to a case. And he heard the nobles heard the case, and then they said, well, we think it should be decided this way. And the king said, yeah, you're right, and that's good. So they did it a few more times, and finally the king said, you guys decide the cases. I'm going to go off and do what kings do and hunt and fish
Please
and
tell
fight
me
battles.
which state.
Well, that's the same system.
Please tell
that
me
was
which
adopted in the
states.
Magna Carta almost 1,000 years or 800 years ago.
I need
It's
to
the same
know
system
which
that was brought
state,
over
guys.
by the Pilgrims.
And I need to know
that
now.
we celebrate Thanksgiving for. And it's
I'm
the
writing
same
it up.
system in
This is
our
important.
country. We're
This
the
is
only country
breaking
that still
news.
has
I
the
need to
jury
know-
system.
I need
where
to know
people like you
what
decide the
states.
cases. Winston Churchill,
Please
the Prime Minister of
point me
England,
towards them.
during World War II, he said, America is a great country. And one of the reasons it's so great is its jury system. And no other country has it. And if you want to weaken America, take away its jury system.
I see on Twitter, Tennessee. I do not see
We'll take a short recess. before we
anywhere else.
continue.
Okay, we have a
Maybe
recess.
about 15
Good.
minutes.
Where are the rest of the states, you guys? I don't want to miss anything. I don't want to miss anything. Oh, Kentucky. Oh, and they have a shaman in Kentucky. Check it out. We do have to take them seriously. Apparently, they have a shaman in Kentucky. They have their own trans shaman or something. Some bullshit. Look. Trans shaman. Goat shaman. This is Kentucky. All right. We've got holy crap. All right, we've got one in Kentucky. We've got one in Tennessee. Anti-gun nuts stage multiple insurrections. Now I have to change my headline at Capitol buildings across the country. Holy shit. Will anyone be arrested for sedition? Holy crap. Kentucky has their own QAnon shaman. Welcome to Bring Your Chat to Work Day. Like character, dressed up like a goat, like a satanic goat. Like a satanic goat man. Chanting, shame! 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 All right, come on, guys. I need to know what other states. Hold on, am I missing with your chats? Please, everybody, start looking on Google, please. I need to beat people to this story. UC Tennessee. Okay, I got Tennessee. I got Kentucky. What are you saying? Yesterday was that happened yesterday in Kentucky? Hold on. Hold on. I have to go back and look at the chat now. Okay, it looks like you guys don't know. Okay, so I am Unhung Hero. Thanks for the super chat. Protesting guns after one of your own committed a mass shooting is a bad look, but so is chopping off your junk because it's a mental illness. I agree. That tweet's from March 29th. Okay, so that was from yesterday. That my headline still works. Okay, right now Tennessee, and I'm going to say yesterday, Kentucky had their own QAnon shaman-like character dressed up like a satanic goat man, chanting shame, 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 as protesters took over that capital. Strangely, no mainstream media has been breathlessly reporting any of these events. Why is that? I'll let you guess. Let's see. Now I got to go back to the Tennessee one. I got to get the Tennessee pictures. Daily Wire has. I hate sharing Daily Wire though. Damn it! But you know what? I don't have time for this. Oh, here it's on the Tennessee Holler. Here we go. Perfect. We'll share that one instead. Oh boy. I gotta put one here. I need the other one. Maybe making people feel unsafe isn't the best way to get them to give up their rights. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. All right. If Kentucky was yesterday, were there more other places? Satanic goat clown. Because I don't like sharing Daily Wire because they're my competitor. That's why. And they don't share me. So, you know, I've done enough sharing of them. I've shared them continually over and over again, and they never repay the favor. So guess what? That shit's over. Okay? Nice is over. I'm not playing anymore. They don't play back. That's just some personal inside stuff. Here's more in Kentucky. Although it's like 20 people, you guys. Look at the Kentucky. Of course, the blue-haired guy in the wheelchair is also hilarious. Looks like Kentucky was doing the Trans Rights Matter thing. I'm sure Black Lives Matter is real thrilled about their chant being turned into Trans Lives Matter. I'm sure that's going to go over like a lead brick. Dun, dun, dun. All right, I already got that one. This is the one I want. This is the one. Terrible. You're a lucky girl. You're the one I'm going to use because that's the one that came up first. Okay. Let's go here and put it in my article. Police officers are getting crushed right now by mobs of screaming protesters at the Tennessee Capitol. It's absolute chaos there as anti-gun nuts have broken into the chamber and shut down the people's business, chanting something about justice and guns. This is my reporting, folks. Chanting something about justice and guns. They mowed through a line of state troopers to access the chamber, and it doesn't look like anyone is getting arrested, pepper sprayed, tuned up with billy clubs, or hauled off to a federal prison on charges of sedition. Gee, I wonder why. We've returned to the status quo, where anyone on the left can break any laws they wish, and no one will go to jail. And if they are arrested, they'll be bailed out, probably by Democrats in the Tennessee legislature, and not even have to pay a fine. But if you're on the other side of the issue or have ever voted for that orange man, you're not allowed to protest. If you try it, you'll be investigated by the FBI, who will be at your door quicker than Barney Frank makes a beeline to the buffet at lunchtime. Do you know who Barney Frank is? He has disgusting protruding nipples. I don't know if you're aware of that, but he does. Yesterday, Kentucky had their QAnon shaman-like character dressed up like a satanic goat man, chanting shame, 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 as protesters took over that Capitol. Strangely, no mainstream media has been breathlessly reporting any of those events or screaming about insurrections. Why is that? Kentucky protesters appear to be angry trans activists kicked off about not being able to genitally mutilate children, to chemically castrate or permanently alter, surgically mutilate. How do you spell surgically? Is that right? Yep. Children anymore in that state. They're very, very angry. Very angry. Throwing a tantrum in the form of trespassing on sacred ground. I can't even say it with a straight face. By trespassing on the sacred ground of a government building. Hey, sometimes I need to know how to spell. Okay, wait. Woo! Barney Frank. Oh. Okay, wait. Posa may also have been referring to Oklahoma. There was an Oklahoma? All right, when did that happen? Should be super chat should be plowed instead of mowed because of GP. Okay, I'll change it to plowed just for you. Plowed over? Getting plowed over. Police officers are getting plowed over right now. Yes, that works. That works. All right. Oh, looks like my editor is sending me some hot tip. Let's see. Where did it go? I hate it when I get these notifications for Slack and then nothing appears. Did you just send me something? It disappeared. Crap. What? Maybe under story discussions. It disappeared. Damn it. Athena, what did you send me? Crap. Slack chat does this weird thing where we're like chatting and I get a notification that I have a message, then I go to find it and it's just totally gone. It's just not there. Is it under discussions? Mm. Sorry, bear with me. I have to get this out, so I'm trying to get a hold of her. I got a notification that you sent me something, and it's gone now. Where did you put that? God, I hate Slack. You guys use Slack chat for work? Oh, wait, there it is. Okay, insertion. Yep. This is the one I have. Plus Kentucky. Now I'm hearing Oklahoma. Oh, okay. Doing it now. She wants me to make it a breaking story and then add to it after breaking. Okay, I've got 267 words, though. That's not enough words. They said we have to do 400. Not 400 words yet. The worstest, darkest day in mud democracy. I think we can all safely say that this is a dark day. Dark day for democracy. And those responsible should be held to at least same standards as the rest of us. But it's not going to happen. Don't get your hopes up. Do not get your hopes up. Other reports of other insurrections are still coming in. And so check back here for updates. All right, now I have to submit this because she wants it up now. All right, crap. Tags, Tennessee. Seriously, we don't have a Tennessee tag? Nashville? No, Nashville's not the capital. What's the capital of Tennessee? We don't even have a Tennessee tag. Are you kidding me? Insurrection? Is that? Aha, that's a tag. We'll use that. How about January 6th? We're going to use that. Yep. Insurrection, protest. How about protest? Protests. There you go. Keyword insurrection. That'll do it. No, it didn't like that. It didn't like that keyword. Damn. All right, we'll try Tennessee. No, that one's not in the headline. I'm going with insurrection, whether you like it or not. All right, there you go. Submit. All right, now I got to tell her that it's in there. Did it go through? Gosh darn it, WordPress. Move your ass. This is a breaking story. We are working on breaking news here. All right, it's up. Go for it while I look for the Oklahoma story. All right. Aha. All right, we gotta, how's the trial? We're still on a break? We're still on a break, I guess. I don't know. Are we on lunch? Is the court on lunch? Did I miss that? Because I was working, I was writing. Oklahoma happened 2/6 and it was pretty big. Okay, so February 2, so it's not technically coordinated. Just quote a Democrat on J6 insurrection. Yes, I should. Enchiladas on breaded. A search Oklahoma Capitol video comes up. Okay, thank you very much. Oklahoma Capitol. Let me go back to Twitter. Let's go Oklahoma. How did I not hear about this? Because no one cares, right? No one cares about left-wing insurrections. Absolutely nobody cares. Oh, right. I remember this. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Remember this? Oh, don't slap a cop, son. Don't slap a cop. Never, ever. I want to go home with my husband. That was hilarious. Help, help, I'm being oppressed. I'm sorry, I can't help myself. Oh, for crying out loud, I can't even watch that. I can't help. Those are the best screens. All right, I gotta add that one. Oklahoma was from February. Should I add to make a point? Oh. How do I get back in though? I don't think I can. I just send them to you. All right. Sorry, guys, bear with me. This is what it takes when I'm working. I can't do both things. I can't host the show and also work at the same time. No, we're not missing Owens closing. It's not. They're on lunch or something. Yeah, nobody knew about Kentucky. So yeah, I added Kentucky. Why is he yelling like a maniac? Because these people are mentally ill, in case you didn't know. They're mentally ill. Did he just say he needed cheese from heaven? See, it just doesn't make sense.
Right, the hands on that one. Stop.
Yeah, this idiot put his hands on a cop. Okay, where was there more footage from Oklahoma? And of course, this is because Oklahoma ended the surgical mutilation of children. Ah, here's one. Insurrections. I like that. That's funny. Yeah, I thought we weren't allowed in Capitol buildings anymore. I mean, I thought we weren't allowed to protest on the sacred grounds of the Capitol buildings. I thought that wasn't allowed. All right, we can add this video of Oklahoma at the bottom to say transurrections. Been happening with regularity lately. This one in February. With nary a peep from Rachel Maddow, horrified that people are encroaching on Capitol grounds where they're not wanted. All right. Also, this screaming one is funny. Oh, she's so right. She just said that the way these things work is that the activists who lead the actions move from location to location, so they necessarily stagger the events because it's the same damn people. Oh my gosh. You're so right. You're so right. She's so right. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, going in. I have to go back in. All right, she's hopping out so I can get in. Posts, all posts. Edit. Okay. All right, I'll share this with you so you guys can see me doing my writing my article. Okay, here we go. We got to finish it. There's Kentucky. Check back here for updates. It should be noted that a similar event happened in Oklahoma in February. A couple of people were arrested, or I don't know how many people. There was an arrest. Let's see. There's video of an arrest after a transurrectionist or a trans protester slapped a cop. But I was told that we aren't allowed to protest on government property anymore inside Capitol buildings where the people's business is being done. Why can they do it? Why can the transurrectionists do it? Yeah, no, I don't want to change that spelling. I know how I spelled it. I gotta go back to what did I write? All right, so I gotta copy this link, paste this link. Worse than the Civil War. Oh my God. Sorry, I'm missing all your comments right now while I do this, but I'll be back shortly. And then I gotta get the other link. Where's the other one? Where's the screaming guy? I need screaming guy because that was hysterical. The screaming dude was funny. Oh Lord. Yeah, 2 arrests. Here we go. Here's Billboard Chris's video. Let's put that in there. At least, oh no, let's see. Let's say while maddening that these people are not treated with the heavy, are not that the government doesn't put the jackboot of the state on the necks of these protesters, like J6 protesters. It's still amusing to watch the screams of agony as Republican governments take away their ability to abuse kids. What is wrong with these people? Bring sanity back. If Republicans in these states don't crack down hard on these protesters who are breaking the law and send a message that this will not be tolerated and they deserve even more. Just saying. I'll leave that out. Let's see. Then they deserve even more this disruptive baloney, malarkey. I like the word malarkey. All right. Okay. I think that's it. I'm over 400 words. We're done. We're good. There we go. I'm going to tell her I'm out. I'm out. And I can stop sharing that and we can. All right, I think I'm done. Rachel Mad Cow. Once again, in on how Megan Fox makes news sausage. Yes. Take your chat to work day. Hey, sometimes it's got to happen in the middle of the show. And if that's how it happens, it happens. Breaking news is breaking news. And we got to do it. So I got to change my banner, though. Court's on lunch. All right, let's see. Yes, hold on. My editor's still. Yes, I'm confident. I spelled that really wrong. I spelled codifent. Oops. Now she's laughing at me. All right, let's see. Do we have more on Tennessee? Let's look. Let me share my Twitter screen so we can look together. Let's search for more Tennessee. Let's see what the latest. Let's sort by latest. Uh-huh. Yeah, this is pretty interesting. What's the so-called peace? Oh, you call this peaceful? They're saying that it's peaceful. Whoa, that's loud. Sorry. Yes, they're all very proud of themselves. It's funny how they can feel safe about going to a state capitol and just taking it over like that. They feel totally safe to do that. I don't even feel safe to go on a march on Washington. Like I wouldn't even go I wouldn't go to one of those. No way. We're not missing closing arguments. I'm watching the live stream right now. There's nothing happening. Oh, are you saying that like maybe it's sped up? Hold on. All right. All right, hold on. Here we go. Here we go. We're a little bit behind, but that means that I get to fast forward a little bit because I like to speed it up a bit. So here we go.
Can we be clear on time? I think they took a full hour. And do they?
7 minutes left.
Gwyneth is looking nice today in dark blue. The Pope is in the hospital. What happened? Well, pray for the Pope.
All right, thank you. Mr. Owens, you ready to proceed?
Thank you. Yes. Just be clear, because James is going to share the time with me.
Sure.
And is the plaintiff reserve any time for rebuttal?
They reserved 10 minutes, which I granted them.
And so do they have an hour and 10 minutes? And do we have an hour and 10 minutes?
They reserved 10 minutes, so you can proceed.
So we have 1 hour.
You can take 1 hour, and if it happens to go over because you're finishing a topic or something, that's fine.
Thank you so much.
Well, folks, we didn't even know each other 2 weeks ago. And here we are.
And here we are.
It's a beautiful thing, I think, that we resolve disputes in our country in this way, just like Lawrence mentioned. You're plucked and really against your will, even if you had to fight it. In theory, one of these bailiffs could go arrest you and come and make you come here. So we don't do that with anything else. But why do we do it? Because it's such an important thing to resolve disputes in our country in a peaceful manner. So thank you. I'm Miss Paltrow's, and I'm going to just call her Gwyneth. I'm Gwyneth's lawyer. I'm her spokesman this week. So she sat there for 2 weeks and been a punching bag. We've blown through a lot of these cute little Post-it notes where she's sending me stuff. But I take it very seriously because she's comfortable in a lot of worlds I'm not comfortable in. But she is not comfortable in this world. It is not a nice thing for someone to throw a press conference and say, like King Kong, you knocked him out and walked away, skied away. That is not what happened. And the court has actually dismissed the idea, and that's one of your jury instructions, that this was a hit and run. That took no small amount of work, by the way, but that is what she was faced with. It takes a lot of courage, does it not, for her to sit there for 2 weeks and be pounded like a punching bag. What did she lose? Did she lose, oh, that's too bad, you had to come in early and have a massage? No, this is what she lost. She was in love with Brad Falchuk. Dated for 2 years. They both had, very interesting, I think, 9-year-old sons and 11-year-old daughters. Kind of cool. And they said, how are we going to get these guys together in a loving, fun time? They're very busy, where we can kind of all be together for a couple days and see if this will work, if we can blend our families together. We're going to make it relaxed. We're going to put a lot of planning. She put a lot of planning into that trip. And so here they are. It's a little delicate because anyone who's been through like trying to blend families, it's a delicate thing. So what happened? They got there, they're organized, first day of skiing. They have ski instructors. By the way, I thought it was cool. I don't know if you did. Her dad taught her to ski at Alta. And she has tender feelings about that. She's been tearful with me in describing those ski trips with her dad because her dad died in his 50s. In fact, it was so painful, she didn't ski for a long time after that because she would miss her dad. But when her kids were of this age, and we're talking with Brad was a big skier. We didn't get to hear from him, unfortunately, lack of time. But they were going to come, okay, let's get our kids together. So what did they lose? They lost a half day of bonding and even more because now everyone's stressed. That was the day.
That's true.
They bond going up the ski lift. They bond having hot chocolate mid-afternoon. They bond relaxed, laughing around the fire.
It was an important trip.
At night. They lost that because he hit her. He hit her. He hurt her. And then he asked her for $3 million
Yes.
for the pleasure. That is not fair.
Oh my gosh, Sanderson is laughing.
That we have a court system that permits anyone to sue anyone for about a $250 fee and that they can have their day in court. And I think Mr. Sanderson, by all accounts, will have some peace after this trial, regardless. But it's come at a steep cost, a deep cost to my client. I told you when we first met, I wanted to concentrate on a couple things about Lady Justice here. By the way, if I didn't make it clear, you are Lady Justice. All right. Blindfold eyes. Because she's blind? No. She's smart. But she's not going to be distracted by chaos around her. Chaos like media, chaos like sympathy. Oh, don't we all feel bad for him? I would have liked, by the way, at least a discount on the camel ride on your request for damages, but that's another issue. The idea is, okay, we're going to focus. We're going to focus. And we've tried, and the judge has given you all these warnings. Don't be talking to people. Don't even talk to yourselves yet because we want you focused. And that's Lady Justice.
New warning sign
now,
going up
I talked to you
your
earlier
valley.
about the scales of justice. This is a civil claim, meaning the preponderance of the evidence. The plaintiffs brought the lawsuit. That's why we're all here. His daughters say, isn't it terrible?
It's his fault. You had to sit here for a week.
His life is laid open. It's because of him. He hit her. He hurt her. and he wants $3 million for it. That's not fair. The easy thing for my client would have been to write a check and be done with it. But what does that tell her kids? It's cost of business. No, it's wrong. It's actually wrong that he hurt her and he wants money from her. And that's why we're here. All right.
Rackets is
back to
fine.
the scales here on Lady Justice.
Rackets, the Pope, is not in the hospital.
He has the burden.
The actual
to tilt.
Pope is in the hospital.
Okay, tie goes to her. Now she has a $1 counterclaim. My wife said, don't waive the dollar, and I'm not waiving the dollar. But
his wife
even
has been
tie
watching us.
means neither get anything.
She's like,
And I'll
Steve,
walk you through that in just a
don't
minute.
do that again.
But let me suggest it's not even close. Let me suggest it's like this, the evidence here versus here. And let me talk to you about that. Let me mention a couple other jury instructions. So I talked to you about no sympathy, passion, or prejudice. We don't want you making decisions on that basis. I talked to you about the burden of proof. That is theirs. And then from today, let me talk to you about a few things. By the way, the burden of proof was evident because they get the last word. Because they have to tilt the things. You may have noticed this morning they could call a witness, and after I'm done, they can speak for a few more minutes. And that's what we do to the people who have a burden of proof. Instruction 30 that you were read today. Gwyneth Paltrow did not leave the scene of the accident without giving her contact information. Press conference 4 years ago. King Kong came out of the jungle, left me unconscious, and brushed off and went away. Utterly BS, and it's been discounted. It's not even before you. The judge took that away from you because it was so obviously false. 31 deals with spoliation. That's the GoPro issue. Spoliation is probably a word you've never heard before. It's a legal term. But the idea is if they destroy evidence, you can assume that it was bad for them. All right, so Terry, in fact, I should say Mr. Sanderson, in fact, owned a GoPro. All right. He talked to his daughter that night, 6 p.m., so about 6 hours after the collision. She got off the phone with the understanding that he had a GoPro video of the incident and typed to him, I am so glad that there's a GoPro and that you're okay. All right, no one has the GoPro, but I'm telling you this, if you find that there was a GoPro and that he said, that will not help my case. Delete.
That's
If that
exactly
happened,
what happened.
You can conclude that it was against him, that it helped us. And wouldn't it have been nice if it had been around? Do you remember when we talked 8-9 days ago? I said, you're going to hear so much stuff about damages, so much stuff. But if you find that he hit her, you can ignore it. So we heard like a week of testimony about Mr. Sanderson's
Children
brain
are coming home.
and how he thinks. He does like to be the center of attention. He likes to be in the spotlight. His own daughter said he would be dishonest for money or notoriety. Does that make you like uncomfortable? It makes me really uncomfortable. When Dr. Gibby was up there, he said, oh, he has a great relationship with his daughters.
That makes me uncomfortable too.
Two. He says two daughters. There are 3 daughters. You can't just pretend this stuff away. 3 daughters. It's pretty important, isn't it, for a witness to know that he's not in the least good relationship. And why? Because she said he was abusive, and a lot of other adjectives that I'm not actually will defer to you to remember. So Ms. Paltrow is asking for her dollar, but it's not about the dollar. It's not about. I mean, think of what her time is worth sitting here for 2 weeks. It's not about the money. It's about kind of ruining a very delicate time in a relationship where they're trying to get their kids together. That's what Terry Sanderson caused her.
Moving my pillow.
Pre-existing conditions. Oh my gosh. How do we not talk about
I'm getting exhausted,
what was going on
you
right
guys.
before and what versus what's happened after?
This trial has exhausted me.
He's 76. I mean, my parents, I'm not being flippant. They were dead by then. They certainly weren't taking 10 trips around the world. So we have to look at that. Those are the jury instructions. I do want to tell you the special verdict form that was appropriate. Can you bring that up? Lawrence walked you through it, and I don't think there's any harm in me telling you what I want. Is there? I'm going to ask you to fill this out.
There's
This is
no
what you go
harm
to
in
the
me telling you what I want.
Delivery, when you deliberate,
He's
these
funny.
3 pages. The last page really is nothing. So it's essentially
tell you how to
9
fill this out.
questions. And I want to show you how I want you to fill it out. I'm not trying to be subtle. All right. So was Gwyneth Paltrow at fault? No. If you answer no, go to question 3. So next page. Then you have to, that means Terry Sanderson's not going to take any money away from today. If you write no, so no on 1, you are done kind of in terms of his claim. Then you go to paragraph 3,
Let me
which is
show
our
you
claim.
the easiest way to get out
Was
of this.
Terry Sanderson at fault? Yes. We want you to say yes. Was his fault a cause of her harm? Again, we're asserting $1, but it was so much more. It made everyone nervous all afternoon. Was Terry Sanderson's fault a cause? Yes. And then, James, if you answer, regardless of your answer, go to 5. If your answers to question, so this is like a tax form where you have to like read it 4 times. Sorry. If your answers to questions 1 and 3 are both no,
only James
one
can
was
tell us
Gwyneth
what
at
to
fault,
do.
you should not proceed any further.
Only James
and you go
has
to the
earned
end
the
and sign
right.
it. And this is because you're trying to figure out, was she at fault? Yes or no? Was he at fault? Yes or no? Did it cause any damage? You can actually find today that neither were at fault. Skiing is an interesting thing. We strap sticks on our legs at the top of a very high hill and go down for fun. It's breathtaking. I've done it. I love it. But it has inherent risks. So the back of every ski pass you've ever seen.
Judge, objection, you've excluded this inherent risk of skiing.
We referenced this, Your Honor. You said
Why
I
have
thought.
you excluded the inherent risk of skiing? That's
No, the
weird.
argument is proper, so overruled.
So inherent risks, you've seen it on the back of every ski pass, and even your own common sense says, hey, if I don't go down this hill right, I could actually kill myself.
Oh no, Meredith.
So skiing is different. It's even different than driving.
That's funny.
I mean, we don't drive cars down hills, right? Down icy hills, but we do ski down icy hills. The Deer Valley guy would say, we're never icy at Deer Valley. But nevertheless, it's kind of a dangerous thing. And so you can actually say
Very
no.
dangerous.
Don't get me wrong. I want Gwyneth paid for the hardship Mr. Sanderson caused her. He hit her, he hurt her, and he's not entitled to sue her. I'm sorry, he's entitled to be here today, but he's not entitled to be rewarded for hurting her. That's not how this country works. All right, James, let's see. Then if we go, if your answers to 1 and 3 are both no, you should not proceed further. So if you found not at fault, you're done. You go to the end and your 4-person signs it. But if you keep going, otherwise continue to 6, James. I couldn't do this without James, if you can't tell. What percent
We
of the
can't
fault
do
to
this
you
without
assigned to Gwyneth
James either.
Paltrow?
That's why we're here,
So
sir.
then you have to figure out a percentage.
We're here for this man.
It's possible that both, so you, a lot of things aren't just so obvious, like gray and white, black and white. We would, obviously, if you get this far, we'd want you to put 0 apportionment to her, Terry, 100%. I guess you could find that Gwyneth's entitled to 75 cents and not $1, believe it or not. Okay, then we keep going.
I'm hurting.
James, whatever you can
This chair
find
is going
here.
back.
What amount compensates Terry Sanders? And we just want you to go to 9 and give us our $1. There was a little issue raised about
time
whether
for
her attorney's
recline.
fees could be added to that. The judge has said, I'm going to deal with that. That's not in front of you. All right. So
Need my heating pad.
topic is this $1.
I may have to go get it.
Believability of witnesses.
I think I
This
am
was
gonna
one
go
of your
get it.
earlier instructions. How do I figure out who's telling the truth here? And I'm going to put Craig Ramon. First of all, Terry doesn't remember much. There was one just blatant misstatement in their closing, which was Terry could talk to a wall for 2 hours and have a pretty good conversation. That was before the incident. That was misrepresented as being after the incident. Every time that issue came up, I said before. Yes, before. All right. Let's go to talking about evaluating witnesses. I'm telling you, if we were in law school and we had a class about eyewitness, how an claimed eyewitness actually sees what he thinks he sees, Craig Ramon would be the definition of a bad witness. And I'm going to give you some objective statements about that. He's at the end of the court. He says, I'm skiing, and they're at the end. I'm colorblind. I have imperfect vision. I don't know what they're wearing. I'm looking at other things. I'm not focused on them. He
Yeah,
said he
he totally
hears
said
and
all that
turns.
stuff.
Well, guess what? Eric Christensen, the ski instructor, who they accused of a cover-up, which was dismissed, heard and turned. They're the same. They heard and turned. Craig describes himself as an eyewitness. Eric said, I didn't see the collision. I just heard and turned. They saw the same things. Interestingly, Eric came right over, and now is appropriate time to watch our little fun video. I don't know if you like these animations, but we kind of put them together so that you guys can kind of envision all this information coming at you. So Eric Christensen, did you like the guy?
Oh, I have a Theracane,
The
Jonathan.
guy is like, oh my gosh, I love this guy. He's
Yeah,
been
I
doing
have
it
one
for
of those.
40 years. He teaches art on the side. He's been a lifelong resident. He's married to someone whose whole life is skiing. And he is not
my
a
favorite
liar.
thing
He
is
is
my
not
heating
someone
pad.
who covers up. He is not someone who falsifies reports. All of those allegations were thrown out. So we're not dealing with Deer Valley. Interestingly, it's not just Ramon versus Christensen, because all the Deer Valley people, do you remember the cool Whitney who took the toboggan woman? I mean, she's an amazing witness. She's up there, oh, I'm assessing things all left and right, nothing, but that's a little different. So we're gonna play this, and I think Moses is in orange, and there's Terry. So Eric Christensen says he sees Terry out of the corner of his eye. Well, he looks and sees, because he's in charge of sort of protecting these kids. So he says he's always looking up the mountain, and then he hears and turns, and then the next view, the next one. By the way, no one but Craig has the guy spread eagle with his head down the hill. There's no facial damage to his face. His skis stayed on. You've heard from these structural bioengineering people. If he came and got hit like Craig described, his skis would have popped right off. You don't keep your skis when you get blown. Sanderson says he was airborne, that he was flying. First of all, I'm not going to get into the weight, have him sit on scales, but twice, by the way, not once, twice Mr. Sanderson said, I'm 3 inches shorter and 15 pounds lighter. We're not talking about today. We're talking about then. Then he was 3 inches. I don't know if he shrunk 3 inches since then, but described himself as pudgy. He's coming downhill at a faster pace. I mean, anyway, the structural engineering people, which is kind of interesting, not structural, biomedical engineering people. I don't know if you got bored in that part or was interested, but I'm telling you, the science does not work for Craig's theory. Okay, so we're going to play this. Mr. Christensen, am I in your way, Judge?
No.
There's Moses, Terry Oaks, Apple. It's a little hard to absorb, but here's Gwyneth, and there's Sanderson. Now, let me tell you what Sanderson said, and he said it just at the end of the day yesterday. I said, tell me what's going on right before the incident. He said there was a lady on his left that was kind of tentative. So I deliberately, I think I said, passing on the right. Pretty sure I did. So there's the woman he describes in green. And he's trying to he's watching her. He is blind in his right eye. He said, I use that term loosely. He's an optometrist, for heaven's sakes. He's blind in that eye from a stroke. He helped him contribute to his retirement. Okay, so he's watching, and imagine this. I'm blind in my right eye, and I'm really mindful of not hitting this woman to the left of me.
Oh, God.
And then he said, nobody could have passed on my left except the gal I just passed. So that gal I was real conscious of because I still worried about her. And so as I went past her, I went inches per second past her. I just remember it took forever for me to get past her, and there were skis. And then that's when the collision happened. All right, so
and there were
maybe run it one
skis?
last time, James.
What?
So he's looking to his left with a blind right eye to make sure he doesn't hit the woman. He's looking to his left, and what happens? Gwyneth described, and
He doesn't
praise
see the woman
judge
to
for
his
not letting
right.
this be reenacted with Gwyneth and being assaulted in front of us all. She is skiing, and two skis come in between her.
Good way to remind
And
the
she's-
jury of that
This
moment.
is not a big hill. By the way, I mean, these are kind of photographs. This isn't just claymation.
That was a
here.
great way to
And
remind the jury
comes
that
in,
those
and she's
idiots
like, what
tried
is
that.
happening? They're not going that fast, but Terry's going faster because his skis are coming in between her. It's because he's looking with
Text
his
is
one.
also,
by the way, he
thank
has
you,
like
enchiladas
half an
and
eye
breaded. I
because he
will
has
check.
a cataract in the left eye. Hearing's shot, and he says, I'm getting too old. I can't do everything I can. Well, I mean, I stopped playing church basketball after my knee injury. I'm like, I love it, but I can't do it anymore. Okay, so sometimes we have to give things up, especially when we're 76 years old. I'm sorry. I mean, that's life. But he comes in between her legs. She's going, what is going on here? It's not like a ski collision hit, you're out. And he's grunting, his body's against her. She's thinking, am I being assaulted? Like, because this isn't really a ski collision. And then they go for a little while. She said spooning, and whatever the next next animation would be, James. And then they go to their right. Now, I don't know, you've heard the ribs issue. By the way, if you're 76 with osteoporosis, you can break your ribs. You may see, and this record's in your documents, these weren't dramatic breaks. I mean, two were not even dislocated. What's the right word? Displaced. Thank you. Two were not displaced, and two were just very minor displaced. Did they hurt? I'm sure they hurt them. I'm sure they did. All right. So she is on top. Eric Christensen said she was on top, and their skis are intertwined. And what is she doing? She's like, "What's okay? I see what's. I'm not being assaulted." And he may well have hit his head. He does have a helmet on. So does she, by the way. Craig Ramon's like, no helmet. He tried to change his testimony on the stand, but I had questioned him like 5 years earlier. No, she didn't have. I was really surprised. No helmet, no mask. Give me a break. For anonymity purposes as well as safety, this is a person skiing with her kids. She's pretty focused on safety. Let me just tell you that. All right. So what's the first thing does? Eric Christensen, is this the last one? Is this the last of the
There were only
animations?
3 admitted, Judge.
There were,
Only 3 were admitted.
I think there were 5.
3 full ones. 3.
Whatever you can take us to next.
Well, but you've already shown 3.
There were 3 videos that were
Eric
that were entered in their total, and then there were 2 only partial. Is that right? Okay.
So whatever you can give
2
me.
partials that didn't show the actual impact.
Only Craig has their heads downhill. Moses, who you'd love him if he's a cute little 16-year-old now. But we didn't get it. We only got to hear him. He skis over because he doesn't hear anything, but his instructor comes over. He comes over and he sees his mom on the ground. Now downhill because she's gotten away from this guy. Okay, I'm safe. The idea of an assault just entered her mind. She said for a couple seconds because she's going, what's going on? This is the overhead view and run it as you can. Here's Miss Paltrow. Apple, Moses. Here's Miss Paltrow.
God, I'd be so mad at my mom if
Here's
she
the
named
beginning
me
skier
Apple.
woman. Here's Sanderson. And she's making these small turns on the right. He's making big turns. He's a lot faster. He's a lot more advanced skier, I should say. All right. Here's Christensen. You remember we placed him. Carrie Oakes went on ahead with Apple. Apple told me she heard a commotion, but she was hangry for French fries, and she just wanted to get down the hill. Moses is here. And so there we go.
Apple's like, that's what you get for naming me
Okay,
Apple.
any other
I'm out of here.
animations? Looking uphill. Paltrow in black. Sanderson. Beginning skier in green. Woman. Watch Sanderson. And then we're done. So it's probably that third one, that 2 back, that's probably the most powerful of them in terms of showing you the layout. All right, how am I doing on time, folks? I want to leave James 10 or 15 minutes.
30 minutes so far.
Thanks. So I'm gonna 10 after. Thanks, Judge.
My article's probably up. I'm going to drop the link
After
in the
they
chat so you
separated,
guys can go
Brad
quickly click.
Falchuk comes up, she skis down, but there's then this period of time. So here's Eric Christensen. Eric Christensen said, I came over to find out what had happened. They say he came over to bully him. Deer Valley employees who bully their guests get fired. He's been there 40 years. You could see if his grandfatherly demeanor makes sense under Craig Ramon's story. It doesn't. It doesn't. Eric comes over and he says, first thing I'm doing, I'm taking off skis. Remember, under all stories, no skis came off. That tells you something about the manner of the collision, doesn't it? It wasn't like Ramon describes, flat out straight. By the way, Ramon, oh my gosh, he says he's out cold for 2 or more minutes. Do you know what did you do about it? Nothing. Nothing. Could you imagine looking at an unconscious person, splayed out, head down, skis on, for over 2 minutes? Could you imagine? I'm like, did you call 911? Did you check for breathing? No. Yeah, none of that. I mean, good grief. Give me a break. All right. Eric Christensen comes over and says, okay, let's take skis off. Remember, he had some personal knowledge because he knew kind of where Gwyneth was, and he kind of knew where Eric Christensen was. He knew where they were, downhill versus uphill, and he knew their skill level. He could tell, he said he could tell because that Mr. Sanderson was an advanced skier because he didn't slide. I didn't really know this, but if you do kind of use skiers, will maybe know. If you can work your edges and you don't slide, apparently that means you're a more advanced skier. Okay, so he comes over, he's trying to figure out what's going on, but he actually knows some things. Gwyneth is pissed off. If you hit someone, do you yell at the person you just hit? No. The hittee, and I've been hit skiing, is usually the unhappy one. But she recognizes these things happen until he says, did you hit me? And now she's mad because not only has he hurt her and hit her, but now he's saying, no, I don't think, I think you caused this. And then she's like, are you kidding me? You just ran in my effing back. And Moses heard it. Moses heard it. All right. So then Christensen, who I think is just a fabulous witness. I think everything he said is just utterly true. It's consistent with everything. He took off skis. I said, was Sanderson ever out cold? No. If he was, it was like, it would have been like that. Gwyneth, was he out cold for 2 minutes?
Dang,
No,
I
he
just
wasn't out
broke
cold at
my
all.
mouse.
Don't you think people would be going like crazy if there was a man splayed out on Deer Valley, head down, out cold for minutes? That's not a believable story. Eric Christensen now is engaging people. Gwyneth's mad, but she's okay in the sense that she doesn't need help. She can still ski, but she said her knee, which she'd already had surgery on, hurt, and she has sustained a blow. I mean, I don't know if you've ever been hit, even if you're in a football game.
I
and you're all
agree,
padded
Linux
up.
Charms. I should have put some in there.
She had sustained a blow. She was upset. And then this idea of
I put it back together. The
him
mouse
not
works
sort of-
fine.
She says, you know, you
It
just did
lost
this.
the
And then what
roller
did he
ball,
say?
but I put it back in.
I'm sorry. Does the person who got hit say they're sorry? No. The hitter says, I'm sorry. And he said it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, now she's okay. Okay, he's not denying the stupid thing he just did. But okay, now we got to sit around and kind of we'll sort things out. Then Christensen goes to Sanderson. Tell me what you want to say. And he said, she appeared right in front of me. That's what he said in his report. She appeared right in front of me. That's consistent with Gwyneth being mad and saying, you just skied into my effing back. And it's consistent with Christensen seeing kind of what was going on. He was the uphill skier. He knew that. And there you go. That's, if everything's consistent, now if he'd said, I didn't do it, she hit me. Okay, whoa. Now we got to investigate. And then you recall, so okay, it's clear who did what. Christensen says to Ramon, your buddy just took out Gwyneth Paltrow. I think this was just after she skied away. And what did Ramon say? Did you correct him? No. That's the time to say, no, I saw it. And she hit him. That was the time. Ramon didn't say a word. He just sat there. He's not helping his unconscious friend, and he's not denying under his story what the ski Deer Valley representative has just determined. Your buddy took out her. All right. So that's the time to do it, not later. Remember, one of the things I said in opening is rely on the evidence before there's thoughts of lawsuits, because then you can kind of rely. People aren't thinking, okay, 10 minutes later, oh my gosh, Gwyneth Paltrow. Wow, that's something else. We were just in a collision with Gwyneth Paltrow. Now people are thinking, okay, wow, I'm famous. They're not thinking that yet. In real time, he's saying, I'm sorry. And then, are you okay? Everyone always asks this question, are you okay? And he said, I'm okay. Now he tried to change it a little bit and we had to go to his transcript, but he agreed. He said, I'm okay. And then ski patrollers come by. So, I mean, there would have to be a pretty vast conspiracy against Deer Valley for this to be a cover-up. And remember, they were already dismissed. Ski patrollers come by. They see some stuff going on. Everyone all right over there? Eric Christensen did not answer that question, because this is a contact now between injured skier and ski patrol. Eric's a ski instructor. And so what happened, Eric? He said they talked. So this isn't, we're not in there like trying to bully someone. Craig spoke to Terry privately. He said, Eric said, I couldn't hear it. And then, which obviously Terry at some point said he remembers Terry saying, are you okay? Are you okay? So there's a connection. And then what did they say? We're okay. And the ski patrollers left. All right, so that's what's happening in real time. Now we go to the paperwork. Why don't we fill out a big deal, get everyone's statements and everything? Because if this happens all the time on ski resorts, if everyone's okay, I mean, we don't have a scene about it. But they go down a little longer. They now know that Ms. Paltrow was part of the collision. And then Terry, and you can believe him, but they now know. I'm not skiing too well. I don't feel that well. All right, fair enough. It did come 10 minutes after they found out who they had been involved with. All right, bring in Whitney. Whitney's an awesome, geez, I thought she was a fabulous witness. She pulls up, and she's all business. Like, okay, I'm gonna assess for unconsciousness. No, what happened? She says, what happened to Terry? He didn't say, I got hit. He says, I don't remember. I don't know. Did Craig immediately go in on that? We'll have to defer to her report. That was a legitimate question of mine. I'm trying to remember. James, when are you up?
5 minutes.
Are you up in 5? I can do that. That gives you 5 or 10?
Gives me
15.
Thanks. I'm gonna be done in 5 minutes, folks. Okay.
Thank God.
So Whitney's delightful, loads them up, takes them down, says, hey, I want you to remember 5 things. And this isn't like man, woman, dog. This is like, I got my degree in Michigan. I was Deer Valley Grand Slalom person, whatever. All these really detailed. I like horses, my horse's name, all this stuff. Remember it. Terry says, I remember. I knew I was now having a cognition memory test performed upon me. He goes down and she then says, do you remember? And oh my gosh, he remembered. In fact, he remembered so well, he decided this is a good opportunity for me to text and post a picture of Whitney smiling and just talk about how wonderful she is. Whitney, meanwhile, is sitting there trying to figure out, okay, are any problems here? Are you seeing any signs
I
of
believe
concussion?
Gwyneth, Nina.
No, I'm not. You remember Dr. Edgley? I don't know if you thought that was cool, that a guy who heads up the U's acquired brain injury clinic has had an acquired brain injury. I thought it was kind of cool. Anyway, he goes, what do you look at? You look at
I've tuned
period
out
of
at this
unconsciousness.
point.
We have Craig versus all these.
I've
people
already
say
made up my
he's
mind
not,
if I'm
he
on
wasn't
that jury, and I
unconscious.
just want to go back and do my
They even imply, like,
deliberations.
Christensen didn't even care about us.
I think he should
He's
hurry
yelling at
it
us, he's
up.
bullying us, and then he's abandoning us on the conscious, drooling on the mountain. Give me a break. Is that
Let my
what you
son
know
get
Deer
up
Valley to
there.
be?
Come on, James.
So, so then, okay, he checks out
Oh, Lord.
at the main clinic. Then he's down to the Instacare. What is that Instacare?
Nina, how can you be with
PA
him?
He's looking for no.
The guy's a
I
damn
don't see any
liar.
signs of symptoms of unconsciousness or
He is
concussion.
clearly a
'Cause they're
liar.
looking at memories. They're looking at periods of unconsciousness, and they're looking at what's the third? Do you recall? Memory.
Attached to you.
That means inability to speech. I don't think that is.
He's asking plaintiff's counsel for
In
help.
any case, they're looking for any signs and the symptoms of concussion. No. Now that doesn't mean he didn't have a concussion, but it does mean this isn't anything severe at all.
All right.
I mean, okay. Next day he
Listen,
goes to
Owens.
the VA. These are the people he knows.
I'm
CT.
speeding
Guess
you
what?
up now.
They're like all the same abnormalities as you had in your brain before. The problem is, and by the way, he then goes for 3 neuro assessments, and they all say normal to above normal. In some ways, really above normal.
Nina, that is not how we
assessments, those are all
decide
the treating
justice
providers.
here.
Why would we have our experts
That
go do
literally
neuro assessments
doesn't
when 3
matter
separate treating providers that
at
he knows
all.
and trusts and that no one's paying say above normal? Why would we do that? But the problem is he then goes to Gibby and Fong, and he just self-reports. Everything was normal beforehand. Wrong. And now everything's terrible. Wrong. Doesn't tell him he's flying all over the world, that he's biking, that he's the poster boy for fitness at age 75. He's posting every darn thing. I mean, this isn't like me sending out a private
funny,
investigator
Steven.
and trying to find pictures. All I have to do is put Terry Sanderson. Oh my gosh, the guy's Mr. Activity. Heaven help me if I can be as active as he is at 75.
Right?
All right, I have one more
Me
minute.
too.
I'm going to go back to Lady Liberty. So we talked
I'm not
about the
even as
blindfold.
active as he is
Lady
at
Justice, excuse me.
46.
We talked about the blindfold, and we talked about the scale. The sword. The sword, we want you to use the sword. This sounds harsh because we're not beheading anyone. The sword is to defend a meritless claim. This is a meritless claim.
Agreed.
You don't throw a $3 million bombshell in the courtroom, call her King Kong, and walk away. You shouldn't reward that. And Gwyneth, who could have just paid it out, paid the ransom. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to have someone hurt me and then ask me for a lot of money. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to sit here. I said, you're going to have to sit here for 2
That's
weeks
what
in
makes
Park
me
City.
believe her.
You
She
can't
could have
even look at
made
your
this go
phone.
away so easily.
And she said, I'm going to do it.
And she
I'm
said,
not paying
forget it. I'm not doing it. I won't.
asked you
Because
for
I
the
didn't
dollar?
do this.
Not because she had to go in and get an early massage.
Her
but it
insurance
screwed up a very
company
carefully
would
planned,
never have
important
allowed her to do
time in her
this
life.
if she didn't have
Thank
the
heavens
evidence on
family
her
melded
side.
well together. But we want our dollar. Thank you for your time.
Judge, can we approach briefly?
Sure.
Finally. Thank you, Owens. You should have wrapped it up a while ago. I don't think he's bad. His closing was way better than Sykes. Way better. Because he did go over all the major problems with the plaintiff's story. It's just that it got a little long at the end, and he started, stuttering and losing his place and asking plaintiff's counsel where he was. That was probably a
Mr.
mistake.
Egan may proceed.
Okay, wait, I gotta go back to normal speed.
Okay.
We shouldn't be this fast. 125 is
so
enough.
It's my job
Here comes
to talk
the
about
snorting
Mr.
again.
Sanderson's claim that he's not living the life that he used to live, and it's Ms. Paltrow's fault. Hope I can be helpful to you as we walk through some of this. I wanted to start by just
Maybe we'll go to
pointing
normal.
to this document. This, you remember, Whitney
He's so
Smith
cute.
was the ski patroller that arrived and wrote this report that day. A little bit later, Mr. Owens could not recall an important fact. This is the witness section at the bottom is not filled out. Mr. Ramon did not come forward and say, this is what happened. Let me tell
Everyone
you about
be
it.
nice to Nina.
Whitney Smith would have written that in there if he did.
So what if she has a different
She,
opinion?
Also pointed to, we also pointed to the fact that she did not write an X at that concussion and head boxes where she could have noted possible injury. She's, to use one of Mr. Sykes' phrases, she has no dog in this fight. She would have put X's there if she was concerned about that. She didn't. You also heard her talk about mild disorientation in her report, and that shows up here. And I think you've seen that the point. Gosh, I'm sorry. This thing can be finicky. You've seen it. I'll just move forward for the sake of time. There's those mild disorientation notes, right? And she explained that she didn't see that as indication of concussion. She just saw it as being kind of rattled from a ski collision. And that's relevant to damages because Mr. Sanderson is claiming that he had a concussion, and all of the symptoms that have come from the collision relate back to that concussion. I think there's considerable doubt that he even had one. He may have, and you could certainly find that, but you might find that he didn't have a concussion. I think, though, that I want to kind of frame this with a certain theme. Maybe you've seen a pattern over the course of these last couple weeks, or the last 2 weeks. On the one hand, you have real events, and then on the other hand, you have embellishments.
Embellishments. This is a good tack, James.
And on the other hand, you have subjective reports. On the one hand, you have what happened in the past, and then on the other hand, you have perception of what happened in the past. The realities of life, sometimes difficult realities. And on the other hand, you have anxious exaggerations. I think Mr. Ramon took the reality of the collision and spun it into an attention-grabbing story for friends about dramatic injuries and celebrity. He was talking a lot about that. Ms. Smith overheard it as she was caring for Mr. Sanderson. And then there were those comments that we found in the middle of trial where he talked about it. And you heard him explain that he'd been talking about it with friends. He knew a lot about Ms. Paltrow. He was very interested in this. I think he took that reality of the collision and embellished that what happened, what he saw. And Mr. Sanderson's taken the reality of his aging body and he's turned it into a profound injustice perpetrated by Ms. Paltrow. It isn't that. The facts show that his health challenges started long before the collision, and they've progressed in a predictable way. I think you heard Dr. Hesh yesterday say, if you look at his medical records, you look through the history, you take the collision out of that timeline, it reads coherently. The prior stuff would predict the next stuff. You don't need the collision to explain what happens afterwards. It's not to say that he didn't have injuries in the collision. Nobody disputes the broken ribs. And those were certainly painful. They did heal. And then the concussion, if he had one, was very brief, as you heard multiple experts say yesterday, and had very mild symptoms that may have even resolved within that day. So even if you find that Ms. Paltrow caused the accident, I think you only have sufficient evidence to find damages that relate to those broken ribs and the concussion that resolved very quickly. The slow degeneration of bodies is hard to accept, and mental health challenges are hard to face. It's obviously human to want a concrete explanation for these difficulties. But as the court has instructed you, Mr. Sanderson should not receive the money he asked for if you find that his perceptions do not match reality. The law requires that he convince you that more likely than not, he has suffered real harm, that Ms. Paltrow is and that Ms. Paltrow is the cause of that harm, and he has not done that. Through the course of the trial, you've seen that Mr. Sanderson does have genuine problems, and I don't want to minimize that. Experts from both sides have talked about his anxiety and depression and the trouble he's had with family and relationships before and after the accident. You've seen brain scans. Dr. Black came in here, and he was the only expert, I believe, that took you through all of them and explained how they, were back in 2009, look very similar to what you've seen going forward. They're connected to abnormalities related to aging and other conditions that might explain his problems. But Mr. Sanderson's argued that you should believe his experts because they evaluated him personally. The problem, I think, with that argument is that, as you've learned these past 2 weeks, these experts didn't carefully review his medical history, and they relied heavily on his unreliable reports about it. They also want you to believe what they've been calling the before and after witnesses, the family and the daughters, the friend, and then the girlfriend. And I think that you've learned these past 2 weeks that they didn't know Mr. Sanderson's health as well as they thought they did. And he was actually, they had, I think, acknowledged that he's good at hiding some of those issues, maybe totally understandably, and reluctant to share his troubles. So you have objective facts and then subjective reports. And the law requires you to find evidence, reality, not just the perception of problems. From our experts, you've heard a consistent, compelling account that Mr. Sanderson had these problems before that the concussion occurred, potentially, again, very briefly, if at all, and that those conditions that he's experienced afterward that he attributes to Ms. Paltrow are the predictable consequence of that prior history. They were, you heard them all yesterday. I guess you had Dr. Edgley the night before, but you heard them all, and it's a coherent, consistent story. I think you got a sense that they've read the records carefully, the objective records of treaters who have, again, no dog in this fight, just reporting what is going on for many, many years before and after the collision. Your Honor, I have till 25?
Yes.
Okay, 5 more minutes. I got a lot. I'm not going to get to all of it, but again, I'll try to get to the helpful stuff.
I thought he had 15 minutes total. He hasn't been speaking for 15 minutes. No way.
Mr. Owens went through the various evidence about loss of consciousness and the different witnesses that have, I hope, persuaded you that Mr. Sanderson did not get knocked out for multiple minutes. But Dr. Eastful gave you some interesting testimony yesterday. She said that the medical records after the accident are actually inconsistent with serious concussion injury. There was the cognitive assessments she pointed to that were normal. There was the balance assessment that was normal. You wouldn't expect it to be normal. And then there was the alcohol intake that actually increased, even though a concussion would reduce your tolerance for alcohol. Again, careful looking at the events in question, which I don't think you heard plaintiffs' experts do. Mr. Sanderson's perception is different, obviously. He not only thinks he was knocked out for minutes, but he said he had a profound cognitive trouble during this time with Ms. Smith, who said he was cognitively intact, could speak to him. He was writing articulate posts about her, could carry on conversation for hours. So you got careful evaluation on the one hand, and then you have extreme exaggeration on the other. And the law requires you to be careful.
Owen should have shut his dumb, stupid mouth sooner.
Mr. Sanderson sees the time immediately following
Endorsed
collision as a grim period that began a spiral, began spiraling his life out of control. I think he described the bright side before and then the dark side afterward. And I think it's important to recognize that, as we've probably told you too many times, a few weeks just prior to this collision, he was reporting some of the symptoms and the concerns he's saying connect to the collision, right? He's said
Kim
he's getting
Jong-un
old all of a
Reddit.
sudden,
I
couldn't do
endorse
things
this
that he used to
comment.
do, get preoccupied with paperwork and other little things. And that's difficult. And I don't mean to make light of that kind of reality that aging brings upon all of us. But it's important that at that time, there was no litigation. He's just reporting. And you heard from experts that point to that as a telltale sign of the kinds of things you would expect after the collision that he's attributing to Ms. Paltrow. Mr. Sanderson's told you that the collision forced him to be a recluse. And if we had time, I would pull up those pictures. We went through a lot of them, and I hope that wasn't overboard. You got a sense of just how much he has done since the collision. Traveled.
Oh,
more
no,
than
that was the
some
best
people have
part, honey.
Traveled in their whole lives.
The absolute best part.
I think it's that this $3 million, I don't know where the board is, $3 million claim, I think doesn't acknowledge that reality. Mr.
Nope.
Sanderson is better than he realizes that he is.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not that he doesn't have problems. It's just that he is better than he realizes.
He is
and
rock
it's hard
climbing
him
for
to
crying
accept
out
some of
loud.
The decline
For
that
fuck's
he's
sake.
experienced. And he's, again, grabbed onto this collision as
His closing should have been at the piano.
You've heard from Dr. Hesh and Dr. Edgley about how
Yes.
litigation contributes to
Your Honor,
problems
we need to
like
wheel a
he's had.
piano in
You've heard
here.
From his own expert, Dr. Goldstein, that he's obsessed with this case and it's not good for him. That moving on would be helpful for him. And I think that we all want resolution to this case. Mr. Sanderson's asking to be compensated for a ski injury that the evidence shows that he himself caused. And the evidence also shows that his life is not the mess he perceives it to be. Ms. Paltrow wants him off the mountain too.
I wrote a
but she
song
should not
about
be
this.
responsible for
It's
the
called
cause.
Off the Mountain.
So, we leave you with that argument. Hope that you can, hope you're persuaded, and thank you for listening.
Yep, smile at him again, James.
Thank you, Mr. Egan.
One more time.
Mr. Sorensen?
That'll do it. Hey. They contacted me. I did not contact them. They retweeted my article. His sister and his cousin. I did not reach out to them, but I am now following him on
We
Twitter.
appreciate the time and attention that you've spent with us.
It's
the
not
last
stalking,
couple
it's
weeks
motherly
going on kind
love.
of this journey. There's been a lot of fanfare, a lot of hubbub about this. You've seen a lot of technology. Some has failed, as we've seen today, but some has worked. And through all of that, I want to remind you of jury instruction number 24. Okay? And it says, when the lawyers are giving their closing arguments, keep in mind that they are advocating their views of the case. What they say during closing arguments is not evidence. If the lawyers say anything about the evidence that conflicts with what you remember, you are to rely on your memory of the evidence. If they say anything about the law that conflicts with these instructions, you are to rely on these instructions. Now, you've heard some pretty amazing narratives, a spin on the facts and you could probably say it cuts both ways, both sides. But I want you to remember about this case that there are two stories here. One is Gwyneth Paltrow, and you've heard her defense attorneys lay out her case. You've heard her side of the story. But there's also another side, and that is Terry Sanderson. They've done a really good job of telling you about what Craig Ramon says about how he describes this whole thing happening, and what Gwyneth Paltrow says, or what Eric Christensen says. But the two stories that are important to remember are Terry Sanderson's and Gwyneth Paltrow's. Terry remembers skiing down the mountain, hearing a scream directly behind him, and then bam, as he put it, lights out. Okay? He's knocked unconscious. He's left on the mountain figuratively, as we've talked about, trying to figure out what's going on. When he comes to, it's chaos. He doesn't really understand what's going on. On the other hand, we have Gwyneth Paltrow, who says that she's skiing along. And,
I don't think that's
all
a
of sudden,
fat
she
suit.
gets hit from behind.
It's legitimate.
It's up to you now to weigh that evidence, to see what you remember, what you recall, not the way that the attorneys characterize the evidence, but what you see in the record. And I will tell you that what you see in the record corroborates the story of Terry
It's
Sanderson.
against the rules in Utah.
Terry Sanderson, I just walked you through his tale of what happened, his versions of facts that happened. When he's hit from behind, he has to rely
That
on
is
the
the
one
worst
person.
comb over.
Remember
Holy
that, the
crap.
one
Look
person
at the
that
comb
says
over.
that they saw the actual collision and saw what happened. He has to rely on that. But it doesn't mean that it's not part
He
of
has
his
a
story.
faux hawk comb over.
It means that he's relying on an eyewitness that corroborates what he said.
He's covering up a bald
Also,
spot on the back of
we
his
have
head by growing out the part on the top
meetup
and then
group post
slicking it
that's
back.
been talked a lot about in the
Weird.
comments to that post. That's contemporaneous
And he shaves the
evidence
sides.
the day of that corroborates
Very
the story
strange.
that these two have shared with you. It says, and in Craig Ramon's own words, says, it scared the hell out.
I'm sorry, but you know what we need right now? You know what we need right now? Because I can't think about anything else. You know what we need right now? We need a little James Egan music.
Hey everybody, we just finished kickstarting some jams, me and Ben. As you can see, he has been working his Pro Tools magic. And
We need a dance
go
break.
out and get in the car, and I'll share some samples with you. Just wait for the sign.
Go ahead, do your squad.
Should bring us back to life. Oh, you go, and you know.
Take a dance break.
Every time
Dance with
you
James.
leave,
Jams with James.
it comes back, and you can't get away.
Oh my gosh, James with no glasses. Just adorable.
And you try to forget everything you've ever thought about
This is the greatest trial of all time.
And in your face I saw the fire. I felt the fire in your eyes. And I knew you saw the fire. You felt the fire inside mine.
This is how no one knows how to wear headphones in real life. Like if you wear them like this, there's all sorts of advantages.
Really? But I can't see if I do that, James. I can't see. All right, sorry. We had to take a James Egan break, and stop putting me in my happy place. It's creeping me out. We had to take a break from this boring ass trial to spend a little time getting some joy with James. Joy with James. Joy with James. Just saying.
It scared him.
We need to speed this man up.
was
I
scared.
cannot look at that comb
So,
back. It's a comb back.
That might
It's not a
be
comb
an
over.
account
It's a
that you
comb
know
back.
As to why he didn't step in to try to give life-saving or life-supporting measures to his friend. He's scared. He doesn't know what's happening, and the person that he's relying on to take charge of the situation comes over and starts screaming at him. It's also important to remember that Brad Falchuk, who we didn't get a chance to hear from, and Carrie Oakes both contradict in major ways.
Yes, you missed Owens, and you also missed James. We just played some more
admitted,
James
Your Honor,
music.
Just a minute.
I found a music video.
Just a minute. Just a minute. Yeah, that's true. That was a stipulated fact.
That's a stipulated fact. So, Brad Falchuk did not see it. Okay, Eric Christensen, in his own reporting, didn't see the collision, but yet right afterwards, he injects himself into this chaotic event, and according to him, takes control. He has enough time. Think about this when you're weighing believability of testimony. Okay, Eric Christensen has enough time and is all aware about the students that he's being paid to watch and to teach how to ski that are beginner students. Watch what someone's doing on the other side of the run at the same time with, as reported in the fact show, many people skiing on this run. It's a converging run that goes down to the bottom of the run where people can go and have lunch. He has the ability to pay attention to a young child who he's teaching, someone across the way, someone skiing, supposedly out of control, and keep track of all this. He hears a scream and looks over and sees, as the animations that you've seen, sees him laying on the ground, or sees these two people laying on the ground. He then has enough time to be the first on the scene, supposedly, after telling Carrie Oakes,
Yes, this is rebuttal.
take care of the kids, watch them, because I got to go over and take care of this. And he does that all,
Yep.
it just
Jamming
happens
with
a second.
James.
Is that believable? I'll leave that to you to decide. I know the way I feel about it. So this witness, who the defense has said, this grandfatherly, who's this perfect witness, is not really that perfect. Again, I'll leave it
Oh
for you to
boy.
decide. Now,
Really?
lots been made of what Terry Sanderson was saying or doing after the incident, right? You've heard, and I don't want your eyes to glaze over. That's why I'm not using any of the props. I'm just talking to you. But you've heard a lot about this email, right? The email Terry Sanderson sent later that night, or the first email and then the response back. Okay, and I want you to remember this. The GoPro incident, or the GoPro video, I guess. We'll talk about this GoPro email.
More
was a response
math.
from his daughter.
More
He sat
math.
here and testified. 3 weeks before she'd been in her own ski accident. She was laying there with her leg up. She was under, as I think she said, she had pain pills at the time. She was aching an injury. And there might have been kids coming in and out of her room. She didn't remember exactly why she wrote what she wrote. Nonetheless, she admits that she wrote it. And she said here in front of you that it was clearly a misunderstanding to something her dad might have said when he was on the phone with her. That's the shred of evidence that they want
I'm
you
at
to
1.5
cling on to,
speed, guys.
to try to say that Terry Sanderson did something like destroy a video of this event. That's our only piece of evidence that they put on in front of you to that fact. Now, again, there are many contradictions in this tall tale and the cartoons you've been forced to watch a few times. And I want you to remember, okay, there was testimony that Brad Falchuk was on the mountain, but he's not in their videos. He's not in their animations. Okay, you didn't see it?
Well, he was
So
with
there's
his
testimony he was
kids.
right up there close. They left him out. They left out Carrie Oakes. and her testimony. We had to read it in because she also contradicts the positions of the bodies after the incident. So they've done a really good job of trying to razzle dazzle and trying to get you to look at a lot of other things that are not important.
Well,
Because
why
we told
didn't
in the
you
very
call
beginning, when
Oaks
Lawrence Pierce
then?
stood up here, you'd hear a lot of "so what." That's what they're saying about Terry Sanderson's injuries. So what? He was injured before. His injuries carry through. So what? So sorry he's left on the mountain. We'd like him off. So what? That's what you're hearing. Now, we have shown facts that are corroborated by his medical records that show that from the day after this incident happened, there was a very serious decline. The people that knew him best testify under oath in front of all of us as to the changes that they experienced with Terry. His closest family members have seen those relationships affected. Terry's seen it affected. Again, I want you to weigh this evidence in the way that only you can. And I think that you can do it. I've seen all of you be very attentive. I've seen all you pay attention, and we appreciate that because this is a very real situation for two people. The two stories that are at play. I also want you to remember, there's been a lot of talk about what Jenny Sanderson said, what Jenny Sanderson reports, but she's the one that went on one of those international trips with him. So it can't be too strained of a relationship. You're not getting the full picture when you have excerpts taken out of context from a deposition that are read to you. You're not. He has 3 daughters. They all love him. And they all said that. Unfortunately, we didn't get the chance to hear some of the positives from Jenny. But their relationship is strong. She loves her dad. And he loves her. But she even said she's seen changes. Now, yesterday you heard Terry Sanderson say, it's a hard thing to bring a lawsuit against a celebrity. Said they destroy your life. And they turned around and said, it's your fault. It's your fault that this happened.
Your Honor, I object him with like a little conference, unless you want me to state my objection right here.
I think just overruled, and you can make a record later, but let's let him finish.
I don't want her lumped in with
Terry
other
Sanderson.
celebrities.
Thanks. They point the finger at Terry Sanderson saying it's your fault. You did this. You brought this on yourself. Terry Sanderson believes in justice, just like you've seen right here. It's been waved all over. And he wants the weighing of the scales the same way that Ms. Paltrow does. But Terry Sanderson believes, and I think we've shown you, that on those scales, someone has facts that are weighing, and someone has a lot of fanfare that when you really pry it.
The boy is home. Apparently, the bus ride was uneventful today.
We thank you again for your time. Hearing the evidence, listening to all of us, listening to the coughing, listening to the objections, listening to this, sitting through the sidebars. We thank you. But now it's you. It's on you. We invite you now to weigh the evidence, and we empower you and trust.
God,
that
are
you
we
will
on
weigh this
jury
evidence the way
watch
you
yet?
properly and find
Verdict watch.
Thank you.
It's finally over.
Thank you, Mr. Sorensen. In a civil case, only 8 jurors are allowed to deliberate and reach a verdict. Because this trial was scheduled to last over this 2-week period, and because jurors may need to be excused because of an emergency or other extraordinary circumstances, 2 alternate jurors were selected in this case. Prior to going back and deliberating, the court is required to excuse the alternate jurors. Some jurors are relieved when they are excused prior to deliberations, but most are disappointed and even frustrated that they've invested their time and energy in the trial, but are not going to be able to deliberate. Those of you who are excused, those 2, thank you for your service on the jury. Remember that you're actually not being released as a juror until the verdict comes in, because there is an outside chance that one of the 8 during deliberations may be called away for an emergency. And so the 2 of you that are allowed to leave, you may be called back to finish the deliberations and to vote on the verdict form with the others. So please do not discuss the case with anyone. Please do not read anything about the case. Just keep the existing restrictions in place until further notice by the court, which will be after the verdict is rendered. Please leave your cell phone number with the bailiff so that they can notify you when the verdict has come in and even give you the results if you'd like. Again, we appreciate your time and attention on this case. So I've got in here all of your names, and I'm just going to look the other way and pick 2 out, or your juror numbers rather. And so the 2 that are excused are number 15 and number 24. Those of you who are not being excused right now, you've been given all of the evidence and instructions on the law regarding this case. Before you retire to deliberate, I need to give you a few final instructions. First, about questions. As you deliberate, you may be tempted to seek more information. If you do have questions, please write a note and give it to the bailiff, and I will review that note and the question that you have that pertain to the case, and I'll review it with the lawyers and decide on how to answer your question, if it's appropriate. However, it's quite possible, and in fact, it's probable, that we will not be able to answer your question. You should understand that no further evidence can be provided to you, and the instructions given to you contain the law which you need to reach a verdict based on the evidence.
Stephanie, are you aware of
What to take into the jury room.
shooting
Let me first say
reported
that you cannot take your
at
cell
Joint Base
phone, and
Andrews,
you can't have any outside
Prince George's
contact during
County?
deliberations. So the bailiffs will give you some time before you begin deliberations to text or call anyone and let them know.
It's
"Hey, I'm
reported
about to
20
go
minutes
black-
ago, but it's
be blacked out
nowhere
here,
on Twitter.
while we're deliberating, and then they'll take all of your cell phones and they'll keep them in a safe place back by your deliberation room. You may take the following things in there with you. Your notes.
Base
that you took,
housing.
the jury instructions and any notes you took on those jury instructions. All of the exhibits admitted into evidence. They are being assembled. The lawyers will agree that, yes, we do have this is the correct exhibits with the clerk, and then they'll be brought back to you in a little bit. You're also the same with the verdict form. I have the original verdict form. It says original on top. This is the one that will be filled out. and the
Yeah,
bailiff will bring this back to you
Andrew's
as well. When you get to the jury room,
base
please do the following
housing
before beginning
active
your
shooter
deliberations.
reported.
Read over the instruction on selecting a
I'm
foreperson
looking at Fox
and
News
select a
right now.
foreperson, and then you may begin. At this time, I'd like the clerk to administer the oath to the bailiffs.
Do you swear that you will take charge of this jury and take them to some private and convenient place where they may deliberate upon their verdict, allowing no one to speak to them, nor to do so yourself unless so ordered by the court, and to return them to the court when they have reached a verdict or when so ordered? So help you God. Thank you.
You may now take the jury back. Thank you.
All right. I do like this judge, Sharon. Sharon's asking me in the locals chat, do I like this judge? I do. I think he's been really fair. He moves things along. He's not slow.
May be seated. Thank you, counsel. Mr. Owens, did you need to make a record on anything on that last objection?
I love his bow ties.
Yes, thanks. There was just a reference. It's hard to sue a celebrity. I thought that was an unfair statement given it's this person. This is a person here, not a celebrity. And I thought it was unfair to sort of slime her with Hollywood.
And the court anticipated that and noted what I was thinking about was the fact that the plaintiff basically said the same thing on the stand. I think he was just repeating that. So as far as, well, are there any exceptions that need to be taken on the record otherwise? Okay. I wonder if there's been a motion filed by some members of the press concerning how to handle the reading of the verdict. Mr. Raymond, are you in the courtroom? Mr. Hunt, is that right? Why don't you come up and present your motion? If you could first identify yourself, your bar number, and then who it is you're representing.
What the hell is happening here?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Jeff Hunt. My bar number is 5855. I represent Court TV, ABC News, CNN.
Oh boy.
Daily Mail, the Associated Press, and NBC News.
I was wondering when they were going to fight back.
Ready to hear your motion.
We did file a motion, Your Honor, to modify the court's electronic media coverage order and decorum order, which previously through the trial has restricted EMC coverage of counsel tables. And as the court knows, this is a case that's attracted substantial national and international attention. I think it's actually been a marvelous opportunity for the
I'm with
public
him.
to observe how the court reaches decisions.
Let us see
how
Gwyneth's
cases are
face.
litigated. And we all benefit from that transparency, that accountability. That is what the EMC rule that was adopted by the Supreme Court was intended to serve. And as Your Honor knows, under the EMC rule, Rule 4.401, electronic media coverage is presumed within the limitations of the rule. And subsection 6 of the rule, there's several limitations for not showing the jurors, not showing minors, not showing exhibits that haven't been admitted, etc. Counsel's table is not within subsection 6.
I agree.
So as the rule stands, the presumption is
I think they
that
went
there
too
should
far.
be electronic media coverage of counsel's table. And we just simply wanted to clarify for the court that when the jury comes in and announces their verdict, that the videographer and the still photographer for the Associated Press be allowed to show the public, as everybody here in the courtroom would see, counsel's table. I mean, that is the most important
Totally
part of the
agree.
trial. This is what we've all been leading up
Totally
to.
agree.
Everybody here in the courtroom will be able to
They went
observe
overboard
counsel
with the
and
rules.
parties when that verdict is announced. And
Remember
we
the
simply
Depp trial? We
believe
got
that
close-ups
consistent
of
with
their
the rule,
faces at all times.
unless there is an overwhelming, and the rule says a compelling interest, not to show the parties.
Yeah, there's no
and the
there's no
lawyers
reason.
during
She
the
just doesn't
announcement
like it.
That it should be allowed, and the court should modify the order to allow still camera photography and the video coverage. We've participated with Court TV in over 30 years of trials, live coverage. We've never had once a situation where
Yeah, I've never seen this before.
the public wasn't allowed to observe the parties and the counsel.
Yeah, I've never seen that before.
When the verdict was announced. And that's for good reason. You've had 7 years of litigation, as I understand it. You've had 2 weeks of trial. And the most important people, the people that have the most interest in the outcome of this litigation, is the parties and their counsel. And the public ought to be able to observe them when the verdict is announced.
I agree.
And
again, I'm a
under
member of the
rule, Your
media.
Honor, the burden is on the party.
So I would invade your privacy all day
seeking
long.
to impose an additional limitation under the EMC rule to come forward with some
He's the attorney for Court TV.
explanation for why that would be particularly harmful or prejudicial. And there simply isn't any reason for that. If you look at the reasons, the factors that are in the rule, all those factors weigh in favor of allowing EMC coverage of the verdict announcement.
How do you envision this happening physically?
I'm not sure where Wes would like to be positioned, the still photographer. Imagine
there to be a still camera right here.
Okay.
But without an operator, that is be remote. Is that possible?
I'm not sure if that works for still, but the video would just be as the video would normally work.
Right.
For the still.
He's 100% right. I've never seen this happen in any other trial. Why it? This is one of my biggest complaints about Gwyneth for this whole trial.
Up here before, Mr. Hunt,
She's
but I don't
way
know
too sensitive
how much
about the
control
camera
the
placement.
photographer had over that camera, and it had a very big, long lens, and it was focused on one individual.
He says he could fire it remotely from that position, the camera.
But can they? I mean, if it's
the aperture.
Well, I'm just wondering if it would be focused on one individual or be focused on
just
both
counsel table
tables at once. I mean, how do you foresee that?
Today I don't have the ability to set this thing up.
Okay. So at this point, physically, what it would require is a photographer to be standing over here and taking pictures. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And I mean, the court TV camera is very unobtrusive. I don't see it. I don't hear it. It can pan and move and do all sorts of things without anyone noticing it. I realize that right now, I mean, this will be the end of the case. So the concern of an interruption of the proceeding is different, but it's still there in terms of decorum. How can we maintain court decorum?
I say just let the camera, the moving camera, do it.
We can station the
We can take
photographer there
stills from
in
the
a place
camera.
that's unobtrusive. The jury's here. The focus is going to be here. It's going to be very brief. It's not like we're asking.
And why can't the still photographer take stills off of the court TV feed?
That's what I would say. Because of quality.
They're just different.
I'll hear it from both sides.
Yeah, they're just different modes of.
The judge is being
of
silly.
Capturing the image. The still photographer is just set up, designed just for that. The images are richer.
And in your experience or your client's experience, how have other courts handled the still photography?
We usually had the still photographer positioned in a place that's unobtrusive, and for limited periods of time, and not able to go in and out of the courtroom. It's just there.
Thank you. I'll hear from you again, but I just want to hear from the parties.
Sure.
Mr. Sykes?
Your Honor, on behalf of the plaintiff, we have no objection to this. We think it's reasonable. Right now, there's this tripod over here with the camera on it is covered with a black robe, like two judicial black robes here. And I think if Mr. Bomber was to stand there,
good one, Nina.
We'll take the screen down. I think that would be fine for us. We don't think that would
Let's
be.
bring in an expert to
obtrusive or
explain the difference between still images and video.
Mr. Owens?
Oh, he's going to make a big freaking deal out of this. Don't do it, Steve. Just don't
Thanks, Your
object.
Honor.
Don't
First
object.
Amendment's important to us.
Yeah, you better. You better. This is
This
what.
has certainly been a public benefit, I think. to
Don't
having
object.
This in the public sphere. We've noted 3 violations of the decorum order.
Not again,
Very
Steve.
first
Give
day
it
my
up.
client walked into the court
Give it up.
after I assured her there would be no photographers in
Well,
the
you
lobby.
shouldn't have assured
There
her
was
that.
one right in her face as she went through security.
She's Gwyneth Paltrow.
Then suddenly one day another camera
This is such a
appeared,
mistake.
and then a third violation we felt. I don't know if you found a violation.
This is such a mistake.
But I have still photos of her being taken just yesterday.
Steve,
so we're all for the First
it's a done
Amendment.
deal. It's over.
The idea that the public should see what we see. The public isn't seated in the well of the court. The public is seated behind Miss Paltrow.
Oh, for God's sake, Owens. For Fox's sake.
The jurors have an interest here. This is stressful for jurors. To have a still photographer standing right where that screen is as those folks come in, I think even if their picture isn't
Mom's
taken,
explaining the
I think
interwebs.
it's strange. I think it will be stressful. Mr. Sanderson actually has a privacy interest here too.
We need a camera
I thought it
focused
was
right on
insightful
James
of
at
Your
all
Honor
times.
to ask about how this would physically change. If nothing would physically change,
Well, luckily the jury can't hear this
and
stuff.
if they're looking
Because, like, yeah, she's
at the
losing my
defense
goodwill right
counsel
now.
in its totality, defense counsel's table, we would have no objection.
Why did you say all of that to say you have
Mr.
no
Hunt?
objection?
So the defense wouldn't have
fuck's
an
sake.
objection if nothing changes physically in the courtroom from the way it sits right now.
That's fine, but I still think it would be unobtrusive and completely consistent with court decorum to have the still photographer there for the minute or two that it took to announce the verdict. It's not going to, they'll have already determined their verdict. It's not going to add any additional stress. They have known that there's been media coverage
Nina,
throughout the trial.
I know why you
We
guys
disagree
don't
that
like
there's been
her.
any
I
violation
know
of the
why
decorum
everyone doesn't
order.
like her, but that's
Counsel has
not the
not
point of
approached
this.
me about
She can
that.
be as bitchy as she
We're not-
wants to be about
I
cameras.
didn't even know you existed in this case until an hour
I've
ago.
only represented the media in Utah for 30 years.
She can be as bitchy as she
I
wants
know
about
you,
cameras and
but I
still
didn't
be in
know
the
you were
right
even
on a
involved
ski
in it.
accident.
So we're not here about that. We're
I
here
disagree
about my
with her
motion. And it sounds
on
like we
this.
squared away the.
But I still think she
court
should
TV,
win.
The video. We'd ask Your Honor for the 2 minutes, unobtrusive. Mr. Sykes makes a good suggestion of moving the stand up, and we think that that can be accomplished.
Yeah, losing goodwill
and-
with the
and
public for
the
sure.
Public will be richer for it. We're going to have descriptions about the reaction.
The public
Anyway,
wants to see her face.
Press is going to
just
report
say
this.
it.
So why not have the images in the video that actually show what the reaction is, so the public can judge for itself what the reaction is. That's the most accurate way to report this to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, given the fact that there is a presumption in the rule and given the First Amendment, the court will grant the request as
Good.
long as, for the reasons stated, for as long as that that is used to sort of stand between the photographer, the still photographer, and the jury. So we can turn that sideways. The still photographer can stand quietly. And I assume your camera makes no noise? There's no flash? Okay. You can stand next to the existing camera then, and when
This should never have been a fight.
verdict is read.
He should have been allowed to be there the whole time.
All right.
This is
there
dumb.
anything else? Before
Are
we
they
adjourn at
suggesting
this
that the
time?
photographer is going to be
Can I throw out
in-
an issue
interrupting?
that will need to be addressed at some point.
I mean,
Your
it's just
Honor,
he's
had
a
protective
he's an
order in
AP
place,
photographer.
in terms of speaking with the press. After the verdict is delivered, is that protective order lifted as to speaking to the press or issuing press releases? I ask because we've received a lot of inquiries. I think the protective order and the decorum order, I think, talk about the evidence, for instance, depositions being held confidential in perpetuity.
But the press issue, I think, is appropriately lifted once the verdict is delivered. So there you go.
I don't quite understand your request.
I don't
your
either.
Clarification.
The hell are you
so
saying?
Are you asking to continue the protective order, or are you asking for confirmation that the protective order will be released?
As to the press, we want it to be released. We don't want certain, for instance, depositions that were taken that were marked confidential, anything that was not, for instance, I have boxes and boxes of things that didn't come into trial.
Right.
What is he
I don't want
suggesting?
that. I want those held.
Everything that was marked confidential according to this court's confidentiality order remains confidential.
Correct.
In perpetuity.
If it's been entered into evidence in this court, it's obviously not
Then it becomes
confidential.
public.
And then we do want we do want to be able to speak to the press after the verdict.
You may. Do you have any objection to that, Mr. Sykes? No. Okay. So once the verdict is read, the informal agreement between the sides that they won't talk to the press until after the case, that's then no longer there, and they can talk to the press. And the press can talk to witnesses. The press can talk to jurors if they so desire, and I'll explain.
Yeah, the press, we can do whatever we
I'm gonna
want.
ask the press to
Owens.
please, acknowledge and respect the wishes of the witnesses and respect the witnesses or
This
the
is so weird.
wishes of the jurors. And if they don't want to speak to them, or if they want
Yeah,
to
but we
wait,
can
or
talk to
maybe
whoever we
later,
want.
Please respect that. So I expect that'll happen.
He just wants this order to
just
just go on in perpetuity.
The decorum order prohibits any cameras in the courthouse. I think that should be lifted now. I mean, because it's cold out there and wet out there, and they shouldn't have to be out there, and we shouldn't have to go out there to talk to the press.
I agree.
Well, I'll consider that, but it's the reason that there's a standing order that there not be press doing things other than inside the walls of the courthouse, other than through a decorum order, or special orders, is for other reasons. There's security reasons, things like that. So I'll talk with those that have some control over that and get back to you on that. Anything else before we adjourn? Not finally adjourn, but take a recess. Okay, so what I'm going to do is when I'm alerted that there is a verdict, I will let the head of security operations, Chris Palmer, know that that's happened. And he will then let all the press know that in approximately 20 minutes or longer, if we need that, at least we'll wait at least 20 minutes before we bring the jury in and read the verdict. So if the lawyers will please leave a cell phone number contact with Jody, then we'll have, we'll call you as well if you're not on premise. All right. Thank you. We're in recess.
That was a mistake. You know, I get it that like Gwyneth has been trying to control the cameras, but it's a public trial and this is what you chose. You know, you chose this. So you knew that Court TV was going to be in there. Speaking of Court TV and trials that they should be covering, the Ohio rapist who raped the kid that the left used as a weapon against pro-lifers after the fall of Roe v. Wade, that's happening on April 19th. I think it's Franklin County. Yeah, hold on. Let's go look at the docket and see if Court TV got their media okay, because they put one in. They put one in, but I don't know what happened. So let's search that. What was his name? No, his last name is Fuentes. Fuentes. Why does this say closed? No, his case is not closed. It is. Let me see if this is it. It's not closed. Oh, that was the eviction thing. Hold on. That was the eviction. This is weird. Let's try that again. Case type criminal. Fuentes. His trial has been rescheduled to April 19th. There we go. Why does it say closed? God, what did they do? What did they do? Arraignment, felony, preliminary hearing. They moved it somewhere. Is it not on here anymore? All right, let's try this. Let's try searching by case number. They probably gave it a different case number. I just had it the other day. This is weird. Leave it to them. Leave it to them to mess around with this. Now I can't find it. Isn't that something? Because I really want to cover this case, and it's supposed to start on April 19th, and they've already moved it back several times, and I'm not finding it now. Gosh darn it. Maybe they spelled his name wrong. One time it was spelled with an H. Nope, I'm only coming up with 2. Son of a gun. And I can't get the docket? You gotta be kidding me. This is gonna really piss me off. Shoot. All right, I gotta find. No, not Nick Fuentes. Gerson Fuentes. Yeah, of course I am gonna stream until the jury comes back. Except I might move it to locals. I really need to get some laundry done, but I guess I could just move my setup into the other room. And I have to make some dinner. What time is it? It's 4 o'clock. I may have to do a dinner stream. All right. Hold on a second. I have some communications in here with the there's a court TV reporter I've been trying to get a hold of, and she, I don't think, responded to me. But I can't believe I can't find this now. This is really weird. Let me see if I can find any news reports. Gerson Fuentes trial, Ohio. It is Franklin County Common Pleas Court. To be moved again. Trial to be moved again. The Columbus Dispatch. All right, let's see what we can find out. The only way we're going to find out like what really happened in this case and if the kids are safe is by watching this trial. And because we can't get anybody in Ohio to tell us if the kids are okay or if they were given back to the woman whose, custody the kid was in when she was raped by this guy multiple times. The trial of a man accused of raping and impregnating a 10-year-old Columbus girl that drew national attention when the girl had to travel to Indiana when she did not have to travel to Indiana. They sent her there, and she could have gotten it in Ohio under the law, is likely to get pushed back. Gerson Fuentes, 27, currently scheduled to go on trial Monday, and that was in January, in Franklin County Common Pleas Court. However, Brian Bowen told the Dispatch, his attorney, that the case likely will get pushed to a later date. No formal paperwork had been filed as of Friday morning to ask Judge Julie Lynch, who is presiding over the case, to continue the trial date, but it did get continued to April 19th. And I saw it in the record, and now all of a sudden the record is gone. Isn't that interesting? So, all right, do we have anything else is the question. Do we have any other... What is the most recent news? January, that's it? January 9th, that's it. That's the most recent article, January 9th. No one is following this except me. Uh-huh. It figures. And now I can't even find it on the docket. All right, maybe I'm in the wrong... I don't think this is the wrong court, though. I really don't. Let's see. What court? What's with the crinkling?
Hold on.
What's with the crinkling, Spawn?
Sorry, I was opening a popcorn thing.
What? You're eating pirate's booty?
Yeah.
It's like a snack for 5-year-olds.
Hey. I would eat those baby puffs if we had them.
What are baby puffs? Oh, yeah, you used to love those.
I still love those.
Those little banana baby puffs. You loved those. This is really frustrating. We got any attorneys out there who can help me figure this out? That might happen today. We'll see. I'm so tired. All right, so what the hell happened to the docket? I'm really confused about this. Hey, let's call them. It's not 5 o'clock yet, is it? No, it's not. I'm going to find them. Let's call them right now, live on the air, and find out where the hell the docket is for this case. Let's do that. Let me open up my Google Voice. Let's call them, shall we? Let's call the court.
I need a piece of paper.
And find out why the docket is mysteriously missing off of Gerson Fuentes' case. 614648186. Right. Now let's get over to my Google Voice. Share this one instead. And here comes the number. About to make a phone call here. Tell me if you can hear the ringing in a second. I'll tell you when it goes. You should be able to. That's right, Serenity to Witches. Can you guys hear this? That's it? Wait, 11:30 p.m.? Wow. You can't hear it?
Necessary.
Oh,
such
there
as
we
your
go.
name,
Okay.
ticket number, or
Now you
case
can.
number when searching our online records. For general information, such as how to pay a ticket, commonly requested phone numbers, hours of operations, and directions to the court, please press 1. For civil matters such as garnishments, evictions, and small claims cases, please press 5. For all other questions, or to speak with a deputy clerk, please press 0.
There are currently 6 calls ahead of you.
Holy
Thank you
crap.
for holding.
6
Please
calls.
have a pen,
Please
paper,
don't
and your
have
ticket or
bad
case number
music.
ready so that we may assist you more effectively.
Oh, no. No, not the bad hold music. It would be better if we could hear James's music right now. This is brutal. This is absolutely brutal. I'm sorry, but if I have to deal with it, so do you. If I have to sit through this whole music, you do too.
Did you know that the Franklin County Municipal Court is the busiest municipal court in the state of Ohio? We average almost 1,000 calls per day. Hello, this is Clerk Lori M. Tyak. To determine if a payment can be made online, please visit our website at www.fcmcclerk.com.
If I have to suffer through this, so do you. I'm sorry. Oh no! Is there a volume on this thing? Good Lord, where's the volume? It's so loud. There's no volume. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know it has a continuance date set for 4/19. How come I can't find it on the docket? There's a whole list of like media requests, and that's what I was trying to get to, but I can't find it. How did you find it, Winter Soldier? Where did you find it?
There are currently 6 calls ahead of you.
Bill? Oh, the Lincoln Rumble? Okay. Oh, now we're mambaing. We're doing like a samba. All right, thank you for the link, Winter Soldier. Oh, okay, you sent me, but where did you find it? I see the... There's no like document search. Where do you go on the website? This is not where I found the docket before. How did you find...
If you have recently received a ticket,
I got
it may
excited
take
there
up
for
to
a second.
72 hours to process. Please call back after 72 hours or visit
All
our
I'm
website
seeing is the...
at www.fcmcclerk.com
Okay, Red Jen sent me something. Let's see if this works.
to see if it is in our system.
There are currently 6 calls ahead of you.
Thank you for holding.
Oh, I think you
Please
found it,
have pen,
Jen.
paper, and your ticket or case number ready so that we may assist you more effectively.
I think Jen found it. Yep, you sure did. Okay. I don't think I'm going to hang up, though, because I want to know if the judge granted any of the media requests. Hang on. What are the dates of these things? All right, let's get off of this. You don't have to listen to that for right now. And let's go over to the docket. I can still hear it, but you guys can't. All right. This is it. State of Ohio versus Gerson Fuentes. Yeah. All right. This is what I want to know. Oh God, the music is so bad. Okay, so waiver of right to speedy trial, I saw that. Continuance of court request, I saw that. His attorney withdrew, I knew that. But I want to know where the media has not put in a permission since January 4th, which means they're not going to get it. Because they put in it, look what they did. Look what they did. Let me show you what Court TV did. Here we are. This is Lacey LaCroix from, I'm sorry, she's not Court TV. She's Law and Crime. She put in a request Law and Crime put in a request to cover this trial back on January 4th, but look at what they did. They put the date here as January 9th, but it's not January 9th. It's been pushed out to April 19th, and there hasn't been another media request since. Shoot. And also the judge she didn't rule. God, there's still 6 calls ahead of me. What are these people talking to the clerks about exactly? So let's look up Lacey LaCroix. I feel like we need to start hounding Lacey LaCroix to get her paperwork in. Because I can't do it. They're not gonna I don't have the camera to go in the courtroom. Law and Crime. And she didn't respond to me on Twitter. I tried. I'm looking for her. Did I spell it right? Lace Oh, no, I didn't. I spelled it wrong. LaCroix, not like the drink. Alright. She's on LinkedIn. She's an assignment editor. I found her on Twitter. How did I find her again? Alright, let's check her out on Muckrack. Alright, here she is. Here's her Twitter. Alright, I tried to contact her. Alright, let me see if I can get her this way. Can I copy that? Yes, copy. Alright, Lacey. Hey there. Oops, I'm not shouting. I'm trying to be friendly. Oh, now there's 5 calls ahead of me. Oh, that link is so bad. I'll just see if she never responds to me. Right, guys, here's what I want you to do. Go to Loosterloo, @Loosterloo on Twitter. God, this hold music is so dang loud. Go to @Loosterloo, be very nice, but ask her to please put in a media request for Law and Crime for the April 19th trial of Gerson Fuentes. That's what I want you to do. Go visit her on Twitter. Why am I hearing myself back? So bizarre. I know they don't like LawTube, but just be nice. Don't say anything bad about Law and Crime. Just go over there and ask them if they're gonna cover this. Because seriously, they need to, and nobody has put in a damn request. I can't listen to this music anymore. I have to stop. Yes, leave the site. Oh my lord. I can't hang on hold anymore. It's just like blasting my ears out. So go and do this. Go over and find her. Here, let me blow that up so you can see it. It's Loosterloo, Loosterlu. And just kind of bombard her with a lot of requests. Like, hey, are you going to cover this trial? It's happening on April 19th. Gerson Fuentes, very important. People want to see it. And perhaps if they see that more people than me are asking and interested, they will put a request in. That's what I'm hoping will happen. So be nice. Don't say anything bad about Law and Crime because we want them to cover this. But, and she seems like a decent lady. She seems nice. Look, she's having problems with the bus like I am. Looks like she's a mom like me. So go and be nice, but gently encourage her to put in her request for that trial because we need that trial. I need that trial. I need it badly. Yep, you get more flies with honey than vinegar. Just go tell them, oh, hey, we love Law and Crimes coverage so much. Are you going to cover this? Yeah, please don't call them Law and Cuck. That won't go over well. Don't do that. All right, you guys, we've been here for 5 hours, and you know what it's time for? It's time for squats. That's what it's time for. I got to move. My blood's got to get going because this is just absurd. 5.5 hours now. Oh, time to do your squats, fat ass. Get up off your chair.
You impose fatness on you. You did it by going, oh, I want the butter on the popcorn. Oh, I want the butter on the ice cream. Oh, I want the butter on the sandwich. Oh, I want the butter on the salad. Stop eating butter. Can you just get up, walk 1 mile? Do squats! Walk farther. And if you can't walk, crawl, roll, get dragged by a goddamn forklift. Whatever is wrong with you, just move. Ever. Get off the chair, get off the couch. No one is coming to service you while you sink into that furniture, while you become one with the pleather your poor ass got on that Walmart couch. Can you try not floating into sadness? Stop eating, stop drinking, start walking, start doing anything that you haven't been doing, you fat piece of shit.
That's right. We all know that we could be moving more than we are. I did a little stretching. I feel a little bit better. But I thank you. I see you on Twitter contacting her nicely. Be as sweet as pie. Please be as sweet as possible. We don't want them to say that we're, abusing the staff in any way or harassing her. But we would like to have them do this. We would like to have them cover this trial because the only way we're going to find out what the heck the government did with those kids and why they were given back to the mother after that happened to her 10-year-old. The only way we're going to find that out is if we watch this trial and if the trial is public. And I think they're going to want to cover it up. And I think that the media, I was surprised actually that Law and Crime put in a media request. And those of you who are just tuning in, make sure you like, make sure you subscribe, make sure you follow me on Locals, meganfox.locals.com. We are absolutely waiting on the verdict watch right now in the Gwyneth Paltrow case. It has not come back in yet. How hard is it to get into a courtroom to watch a trial? Not hard at all. You can literally go down to your courtroom and walk in. Anywhere there's a trial, the public is welcome to come in and watch. I've sat in on murder trials before. I used to go down to the courthouse in Joliet, Illinois, and just kind of wander around the felony floor because they had the floors there separated by crime. So it would be like felonies are on the second floor, misdemeanors on the first. So I would wander around the felony floor and just see what was interesting, see if anything was interesting. I ended up, sitting in a couple murder trials. I love sitting in court, but it's not something that I do very often. I haven't done it since I've been here, but I probably should. You always find stories that way. I would find that's how I would find stories. Is just go to the courthouse and hang out. And yeah, anybody's welcome to do that. Wandering around on the felony floor. It's a real thing, or at least it is in Joliet. Felonies are upstairs. And you know what else is great? What's actually great, the way you find good stories is to actually hang out in the hallways of the court because lots of stuff is happening in the hallways. You have attorneys consulting with clients, and you've got family members, chit-chatting. So hanging out in the hallways is a way to find out what's where. And then if you hear something that you're like, oh, where's that case? What courtroom are you in? And then they tell you, go down to 4D. It's great. Also, the bailiffs are a good source of information too, because they always know where the most interesting stuff is. So if you chat up the bailiffs, they'll tell you what's what and where to look for good stuff. Courthouses are really interesting places to be. Okay, what are we going to do? What should we do now? Let's go over to pjmedia.com and see what is trending over there. It better be my article. That's all I got to say. It is. Yay. Ooh, it's got a lot of eyes on it right now. It's doing very well. Good. Clickety click, folks. Clickety click. This will make my month if we can keep it up there for a while. All right, so there we go. There we have it. Wait, sorry, I didn't share it with you. Here we go. Breaking insurrection underway at Tennessee Capitol. Don't forget to click on that. And what else should we be reading? Oh, you know what else was trending all day was my article about James. It just got knocked off by this powerlifter story. But James has been up there trending for 2 days. So I hope James is doing much better on iTunes and Spotify now after that. Look at this story. QAnon shaman Jacob Chansley released from prison. Well, isn't that interesting? The place he should never have been in the first place. Jacob Chansley, the man who became known as the QAnon shaman after storming the U.S. Capitol on January 6th, has been released from prison to a halfway house. Oh, God, just let him go home. Chansley, 35, was sentenced to 41 months, almost 3 years, in a federal prison after pleading guilty to charges of civil disorder and violent entry to the Capitol on September 2021. Violent entry. We literally watched the cops walk him through the Capitol and open doors for him. Open locked doors. This is all garbage. It should be overturned. After serving 11 months in solitary prior to his sentence being imposed and only 16 months of his sentence thereafter, it is appropriate this gentle and intelligent young man be permitted to move forward with the next stage of what undoubtedly will be a law-abiding, enriching life, Chansley's lawyer, Albert S. Watkins, said. I applaud the decision of the U.S. Bureau of Prison in this regard. As of Thursday, this is from the Daily Mail, Bureau of Prison records showed, and his former attorney confirmed in a statement to dailymail.com that Chansley was in a Phoenix halfway house after serving just under 27 months of prison. That's way more, too much. He should never have served 1 day, or he should have got time served for the 11 months he spent in solitary confinement. I mean, is this country a joke? Why, yes. Yes, it is a joke. Though Chansley's release comes weeks after his former attorney demanded he be freed in light of the new video from the Capitol riot, his move to the halfway house appears to be routine under federal... so they didn't release him early. What a joke. For those of you who didn't... Oh, I haven't seen this Tucker clip.
We have a question, which is how in a free country guided by the Constitution were these people allowed to withhold evidence from Jacob Chansley's lawyer? How could that happen? Albert Watkins represented Jacob Chansley at his trial. He had not seen that video evidence until we broadcast it on Monday, and we're happy to have him join us now. Mr. Watkins, thank you for coming on. If you could just restate clearly, just to make sure that, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Had you seen that clearly exculpatory tape of your client at trial?
Let me guess. I bet the answer is no. I bet the prosecution never gave it to him. What do you want to bet?
No.
What did I tell you? The prosecutors in this country are a freaking disgrace.
Went through extraordinary efforts on behalf of our client to put him in a position of knowledge. That's my duty as an agent of the court, to make sure that he knew everything that the government had. Good.
What a huge super chat. Serenity to Witches. Thank you so much. Love what you're doing, by the way. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that more than you know. And now I don't have to guilt trip the rest of the chat for not pulling their fair share. Just kidding. I love you too. I love you, chat. Eat your peas.
To put him in that position to make a learned, informed, voluntary decision about whether to go to trial or take a plea. And remember, this is a man who had tremendous intelligence, very gentle, very, very articulate, who was diagnosed 15 years earlier by the government with a mental health issue. And the government knew that. The government knew through 3 hearings when we begged and pleaded to get this man out of solitary confinement.
They withheld
literally
it.
falling into an abyss mentally. And through each of those 3 hearings, that government
James has
assistant
over
US
1,000
attorney
followers on
knew the most
Spotify.
important aspect of that hearing was that Jake was not violent. The government knew. They knew that Jake had walked around with all of these police officers. They had that video footage. I didn't get it. It wasn't disclosed to me. It wasn't provided to me. I requested it. I filed the requisite pleadings for it. And whether I did or not, they had a duty, an absolute duty, with
Yes, they
zero
did.
discretion to provide it to me so that I could share it with my client. I never
So
got it.
very simple.
And by the way, you know who else hasn't gotten their exculpatory evidence? Is the other J6 prisoner who I've been talking to. Why am I having a hard time remembering his name? Jacob Lang, who has been there for more than 11 months. He's been in 2 years. He's been in a federal prison with no trial. And he has been asking, his attorney has been asking for all of the video footage. They still haven't got it. Last time I spoke to his attorney, it's outrageous that these prosecutors are just Brady violations all over the place. Withholding exculpatory information and waiting for them to take a deal. That's what they're doing. They want them to take a deal so that they can get guilty verdicts across the board. And the prisoners are saying, no, we want the discovery, and the state is dragging its feet to give them that discovery. I mean, this is unbelievable. Unbelievable. I don't know how this is not an automatic Brady violation. I know I really need to try and get an interview with James. I'm going to try. I mean, his sister tweeted at me, so I'm going to try and go through his sister possibly to get him on the program. Wouldn't that be fun? Wouldn't that be a fun cherry on top for all of the chat and all of us here? I would love to talk to him about how he became a lawyer when he has so much talent.
Question. This is
in
it's
music.
shocking that this could happen and happen with the knowledge of Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger and Chuck Schumer and all the ghouls around the story. How can this man still be in prison tonight? He's still in jail tonight, right now.
Well, it's a tragedy. I mean, what's happened is truly a dagger in the heart of our American justice system. We can't allow it. And but for you,
But it's been
disclosing
allowed.
it, and whether this isn't about you, this isn't about January 6th. This is about our justice system.
It's dead, sir. Our justice system is dead.
Being so compromised, the very integrity and core of that which we
Yeah, and there's no coming back. I'm sorry, but there's no coming back from that. I can't listen anymore. It's too depressing. All right. After Tucker Carlson showed footage of Capitol Police escorting Jacob Chansley and other rioters around the Capitol, rioters in quotation marks, as well as footage of Officer Brian Sicknick walking around unharmed, despite repeated claims by the left that he and 4 other officers were killed that day, many on the left were outraged to see the cherry-picked footage and one-sided narrative of the partisan J6 committee fall apart. I mean, it's really, he does deserve a retrial. He should be retrial. He should have it reversed, and the state should have to pay him money for falsely imprisoning him. That's what I think. That's what I think. Yeah, we're a banana republic now. That's correct. That's correct. And yes, all of the prosecutors should be disbarred. But while we are waiting for the jury in the Gwyneth Paltrow trial to come back, I have more music from James. This time, he is singing with his wife, Taylor, my adopted daughter-in-law. Hold on. Let's get over here. Wait, what happened? So Taylor is his wife, and he has a YouTube channel. We're going to listen to them play and sing. Because why not?
When I was young, I felt the warmth of every sun. And life was like a rain, gliding unafraid, under every hill. Then I grew up, and I had to taste the bitter cup. And life became made everything new. And I love what you do. And you played all the ways that I felt the sun with you. For you. With you. Then you grew up, and I watched you drink the bitter cup. And life took what we made and buried it in shame. But there's story now, and things changed as you made everything new. And you left when you left, and I stayed unrepaid. Had to let you go and let you go again. For you. With you. I want to live for you. I want you.
my gosh, that was James Egan, my adopted son, attorney James Egan, who has been on the defense team for Gwyneth Paltrow and his wife Taylor. That was their. He only has 3 videos on his YouTube channel. His YouTube channel is called James Egan. Oh, look, I'm going to subscribe. There it goes. I'm subscribed. James Egan has a video. You have to go to videos to find his 3 videos. He only has 3 of them. I have to write another article, so it's Take Your Chat to Work Day again. Let me reconfigure my desk so I can type. All right. This is a terrible angle for me, but I need to do my job now. All right. Let's see. All right, so we have a Tennessee reporter who is claiming that the insurrection in Tennessee is peaceful. Hilarious. Lord, of course they did. All right, let's go see what I'm going to write about here. It looks like Town Hall beat me to it, but that's okay because I'm going to write about it on PJ Media. Let's get to it, shall we? Dun, 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 dun. All right, let's share. I got to read this before I can write it. Add to stream. There we go. All right. Tennessee reporter desperately claims protesters storming Capitol was peaceful by Julio Rosas. Thanks, Julio, for the idea, and I'll make sure that I give you some credit. Kelsey Gibbs, a Nashville reporter for Channel News 5, posted a video that went viral showing pro-gun control protesters who had stormed the state capitol, fighting with troopers with the Tennessee Highway Patrol inside the building. Video also showed one protester initially being brought into police custody before eventually letting him go. As her video gained traction, Gibbs then tweeted, "This was a peaceful protest. I was there and know of no one getting arrested." Well, just because no one was arrested doesn't mean it was peaceful, ma'am. These students were at the Capitol to lobby for gun control. It was a packed rotunda. Troopers had to make pathways for lawmakers to go to the restroom. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Julio. Oh, yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Right into my riot-starved veins. If you guys don't know Julio, he covered the Summer of Love 2020 when he was covering the riots. He even got shot in the stomach with a rubber bullet that left a giant red bleeding wound on him. Like, it was intense. Gibbs then deleted her original post and reposted the video with a similar caption, insisting that the protest was peaceful and it only became chaotic when the troopers had to make way for state lawmakers. Oh, for crying out loud. Oh, yeah, it looks really peaceful, Kelsey. Yeah, super peaceful. Yeah, real peaceful. Yeah, that sure looks peaceful. Not peaceful at all. Okay, Democratic lawmakers on the floor also disrupted the House proceedings. Oh, those were lawmakers? No, they were protesters first and then lawmakers added to it. Oh, how ridiculous. How ridiculous. All right, let's get over here. All right, now I got to pull up my WordPress. Welcome to Take the Chat to Work Day. As we sit here waiting for the verdict watch, I'm going to write an article in front of your very eyes. Tennessee media, say reporter says Capitol skirmish, Capitol breach. I like the word breach. Is it B-R-E-A-C-H or B-R-E-E-C-H? That I don't know. I have to look it up. Define breach. I think it's B-R-E-E. Fine. The archaic definition of breach is a person's buttocks. Really? Interesting. All right, so it must be EA. See? Yep. It's EA. I was right the first time. Tennessee reporter says Capitol breach was peaceful. Let's see. Capitol breach where police. What are we saying? By protesters. Lols. My editor will probably take that out, but I'm leaving it there anyway for now. It'll make her laugh. Today's insurrection. The Tennessee Capitol, sparked by angry, weird haired. What am I trying to say? Sparked by angry, by an angry mob. Protesters wielding signs, demanding gun control. Signs demanding gun control was called peaceful. I remember. Oh, let's see. What's her name? Not that page. Kelsey Gibbs. And where do you work, Kelsey? Oh, that's a photograph. Okay, hold on. Gotta go back to the town hall article. She is. Who are you, Kelsey? Emmy award-winning news reporter at NC5. Oh, well. What's NC5? Is that NBC? News Channel 5, but it doesn't say what media. It doesn't say what media outlet. What time is it? Okay, I still have a little bit of time before I have to throw dinner in. Kelsey Gibbs. Member of the local press. Kelsey Gibbs. Who works for NC5.
Yeah. It's
Brownie?
prunes, cherries, cashews, chia seeds. It's good. It's got cocoa powder. They're like protein.
I thought it was a brownie.
Well, it's healthy.
Oh,
Do you not like it?
I'm so sorry I put this in my mouth.
Is that a no? You don't like it?
No. I thought it was chocolate.
No, it has chocolate in it.
Ah! Don't do that to your mother.
If you would let me say something before you put it in your
What
mouth.
is that?
It's prunes to make it all stick together.
Prunes.
Dried cherries, dried like cranberries, chia seeds, flax seeds, cashews.
Chia
cocoa
seeds
powder.
and flax seeds? Who raised you?
Summer makes them for track because they're little protein balls, and she'll give me some of them sometimes.
And you like them? Well, if you like them, high five to you for being healthy. That's why you're skinny and why you will do just fine in life. Ah!
You're fine.
Okay, that was
You
awful.
want a jelly bean?
Betrayal.
You want a jelly
I
bean?
need a palate cleanser. Would you bring me one of the brownies that I made last
You have
night?
jelly beans.
You'll give me a caramel salted brownie.
Okay.
No, I hate jelly beans. No, I
What?
don't want those.
What? Since when do you hate jelly beans?
Oh, God, now the prunes are stuck in my teeth.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Maybe next time. Don't put some random thing in your mouth.
But normally when you hand me things, it's something yummy you baked.
I didn't bake anything.
Spawn just got me. That was a good April Fool's joke. Yuck. All right, I got to go back to my article. Who works for NC5, a local television station. Gibbs posted a video of not protesters, insurrectionists. See, this is how the mainstream media does to us. So we have to do it right back to them. Gibbs posted the video of insurrectionists pushing and shoving state troopers and refusing to obey orders. The tweet went viral for all the wrong reasons. According to her. Now Gibbs is trying to walk it back. Town halls. Julio Rosas has the story. All right, Julio, my man. Let's put his tweet up here. Did you bring me an actual brownie now?
Yes.
This is not one that's like, geez, you brought me a big bowl of brownie.
You got the rest of it.
That's it. Did you children maw the brownie when you came home?
I had some, Violet had some.
We have to figure out what we're gonna do for dinner.
Food, hopefully.
I have no plans. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. That's it right there.
Hey, Dad likes the other one, so he's
No
healthy.
prunes allowed.
Actually, I think dates would be cool.
Dates would be better. Figs would be good.
Figs or apricots.
Yeah, no prunes. Prunes are bitter.
Not bitter.
They're not good.
They just taste like
This is good. I made these brownies last night in a fit of chocolate attack.
Because I couldn't do anything.
Spawn wouldn't make them for me.
I was doing homework and cleaning my room
right.
so Dad can rearrange it.
I need coffee with cream, fresh coffee with cream to finish my article. Thank you.
Tall decaf cappuccino.
Tall decaf cappuccino.
Tall decaf
Cappuccino.
Tall decaf.
Yummy. That was so bad. So mean. But now I have a real brownie. And this is really good. All right. I need to link him too. See, I link town hall contributors. No problem there. They're the mothership. If you're not familiar with townhall.com, check them out. They are another one of Salem's websites. They're a sister site to PJ Media. And they have all kinds of good, cool people like Julio. All right. Let's quote her because this is such a stupid quote. This was a peaceful protest. I was there. And no one getting arrested. Are we surprised? These students were at the Capitol. She's spelling it wrong? No, she didn't spell it wrong. To lobby for gun control. It was a packed rotunda. Well, how come they allow them in the rotunda? Sick. She spelled that wrong. Or she put an extra A in there. It was a packed rotunda. Troopers had to make pathways for lawmakers to go to the restroom. Well, how come no one would let them go to the bathroom? Why weren't the insurrectionists letting them go to the bathroom? Seems like law breaking to me. All right, what now? I'm going to say initially, Gibbs had tweeted out the video with this caption: emotions outside the House chambers are still high. Protesters are wanting. What kind of grammar is this? How about protesters want to talk to? Are wanting to talk. Weird sentence. To lawmakers as they run to the to bathroom. Oh, for God's sake. This young person, this Ute, was briefly detained but let go. Oh, Spawn needs to do her cello practice right now. Look how she's down there making things, and she's supposed to be doing cello practice before her lesson. Please do cello practice. You bum. Just kidding. I didn't write that. Hey, is that you? Spawn?
Yeah.
Do your cello practice.
Oh, wait.
How come you're not doing that? You have an hour before your class, right? 6 o'clock?
30 minutes actually.
It's at 5:30?
Yeah, she changed it.
Oh boy. Well, you better get to it.
Don't yell at me.
Not yelling. This is the way I always talk.
Oh.
You know that. My chat knows it too. I'm always yelling at them. Aren't I?
Yells at chat.
Yells at chat.
I never yell at them. Right, chat?
Chat says they need to hear it so that they know you're doing it.
Okay. Well,
All right, she can do that while we're waiting for the verdict. I can write while she plays.
I need my music.
Yeah, it was so peaceful we can't get to our offices next door. Yep. The young person described appears to be the man with the ridiculous yellow hair. Can I say that? Right? It's pretty ridiculous. Who appears to be violent. Causing a major ruckus. Can I say he's a man? I mean, can I assume his gender? Apparently not chosen one. Valhalla, you missed it. He's grounded because there was another incident on the bus, so he is grounded. So you got your wish. 2 days in a row, bus incidents.
Yeah, that sucks.
That wasn't so great at the end
No,
there.
it was not.
That made my ears hurt.
It made my ears hurt.
Sideshow Bob! Yes, that's what I was trying to think of. I knew it was a Simpsons character. love this part. Mm-hmm. Spawn and James should make an album. Move over, Yo-Yo Ma.
No, stay where you are.
It just got tuned. It's just that if she doesn't put her fingers in exactly the right place, it's slightly out.
No. I just shift.
Lawn Spawn.
I'm having issues.
Well, work through your issues. This is not a psychology visit. This is cello practice. I hate that I have to correct this woman's grammar, but I have to do it. But I'm putting it in brackets so that you know I had to add it. The young person described appears to be the man with the ridiculous yellow hair reminiscent of Sideshow Bob from The Simpsons, I think I should put that in these parentheses, who seem to be causing a major ruckus. I love Julio. Oh, hell yeah, right into my riot-starved veins. I mean, you decide for yourself if this is a peaceful demonstration. What do you think would happen if a bunch of MAGA Americans, can I say that? I just made that up. A bunch of MAGA Americans decided to take over a state capitol and shove police officers. I think a bunch of them are sitting in solitary right now. And have been for the last 2 years. The media is going to bend over backwards to hide the violence, the violent temper, the violent protest tactics of those on the left. As much as they can. We saw it during the riots of 2020 when CNN called burning cities fiery, but mostly peaceful. Remember that one? Remember that whopper? Let's find it, shall we? Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. Did they cut off the live stream? Did Court TV cut off the live stream? What? They did. Oh, they're not doing Verdict Watch. I wonder why. That's weird. The jury's not going home. I guess they'll come back when the verdict comes in. Yeah, they quit doing their live stream. But I know court's still in session. They're just on a recess. Let me check, I'll check Law and Crime. Law and Crime is still going. So I guess we'll have to watch it there. Law and Crime, by the way, their chat thinks that Sanderson is guilty by 76%. Not looking good for Sanderson. All right, let's see. I'm used to it. I can think through anything when I'm doing this. All right. Yeah, QAnon Shaman got released. I should probably mention that in here. It's not during the riots of 2020. Let's find that. Okay, so I was going over here. Find fiery, but mostly peaceful. This is a hilarious clip. I love playing it. Absolutely love it. Ooh. I know this song. Oh yeah. Have they scrubbed it? Oh, nope, here it is.
Is one of multiple locations
Look
that
at
have been
the
burning
ticker.
in Kenosha, Wisconsin over the course of the night. The
Fiery,
second
but
night
mostly
since
peaceful.
Jacob Blake was seen shot in the back 7 times by a police officer. And what you are seeing now, these images came and come in stark contrast to what we saw over the course of the daytime hours in Kenosha and into the early evening, which were largely peaceful demonstrations in the face of law enforcement. It wasn't until night fell that things began to get a little bit more contentious. Things were thrown back and forth. Police started using some of those crowd dispersal tactics like tear gas, even playing very loud sounds to push them out.
This guy's literally standing in front of a burning building. Fiery, but mostly peaceful. It's so funny. Is halfway one word? Halfway. I think it is. The halfway house. Chansley was sentenced almost 3 years in prison, even though the state had footage they failed to give to his defense that showed he was never violent and he was let into the Capitol by police who escorted him the entire time. This whole thing is shameful. And I guarantee you, we will hear nothing about these violent protesters. No, violent insurrectionists. Sorry. in Tennessee, now that the media has declared them peaceful. Just like their friends. Burned down Kenosha in 2020. Welcome to America. All right. That's it. I'm gonna put that sucker out. All right. Spawn does not do requests right now. She's she only has a few songs that she's working on, and those are the ones she has to do.
Oops.
What was the request?
Mm-hmm.
It was something you don't know, I'm sure.
Well, I don't know half the ones I do.
Star Wars? Do you know anything from Star Wars?
Yeah.
Good job. Can you do Running Up That Hill?
Maybe. Help.
Help?
Wait. What's?
Well, you have to listen to it first,
Yeah,
probably.
I do.
I forget how it starts. Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
I have it on my iTunes. The chat is requesting Jaws.
No.
Remember? You can do Jaws, though. Very good. But you forgot the scream at the end. Play Harry Potter. You still know that one. Or Pirates of the Caribbean. Play Pirates.
Why is it lower?
I don't know. Raceland 9000, you're a monthly supporter? I didn't even know you could do that on Rumble. Oh, you forgot that high note. Da 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 da. Yeah. I love that part. Dun, da, 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 da. Yep. I like that part. Okay, busy day. Raceland says, busy day. What did I miss? A lot, Raceland. A lot. We are on Verdict Watch right now. What is a monthly supporter on Rumble? I see that you are one, but I didn't even know that was a thing. Apparently, you can be a monthly supporter on Rumble. That's awesome. I didn't even know that could happen. But apparently it can. Riot. Capitol riot. How come Tennessee is not a tag? This is really bothering me. January 6th. That'll do. Tennessee. I'm just going to put Tennessee. I don't know. Submit for review. Oh, shoot. I forgot to put in my link I was going to put in. What was I going to link? I was going over to... Oh, I want to link Matt Margolis for his QAnon shaman. Got to get that and link it to the bottom. Jacob Chansley. There we go. There you go, Matt. Just got you a little linky poo for you. All right. Now I can go back to the dashboard and get out of here. Okay. All right. That's done. Hey, I got 2 articles done on this stream today, and I didn't lose that many of you. Yeah, we have I can't add tags. They have to be there. All right, so those of you who chose 45 minutes like me were wrong. They've been deliberating now an hour and 35 minutes, so we're gonna be in the 2 to 3 hour range probably. Let me go on Twitter. Let's go to Twitter. My face is too big, and I have no makeup on today, which is a mistake. Go back. It's a mistake. I don't like it that my face is this big. All right. Let's pull something else up on the screen. There, I'm further away now, so you can't see my mistake. That was sharp. Mm-hmm. Da da. You were like it. Da da. No. Still high. There you go. That was better. Look at this idiot. Oh, I forgot this part. Darn it. Now I gotta go back. Shoot. No. What is happening? Dang it. Okay, I forgot her second tweet. Gibbs then deleted her original tweet. Tried again to convince us that this isn't what we clearly see with our own eyes. I deleted that last tweet because it wasn't as clear. This was a peaceful protest. Wait, didn't I just do that? I feel like I did that. She already said like the same thing. Oh, for crying out loud. For fuck's sake. I'm just going to leave it like that. There, it's done. We're done. We're done with that. Okay. Let's get back over to Twitter, shall we? That guy totally looks like that Simpsons character that I now can't remember. Can I sue Gwyneth Paltrow for that? I'm losing my memory and I feel like someone is to blame. Transmageddon. All right. Let us see Verdict Watch. Let's look at the Gwyneth Paltrow trend. They're accusing Sanderson of being a QAnon guy.
Overruled.
Yeah, I'm classifying it as an insult, but it's absolutely ignoring me, ignorance. And that's what it felt like. It's like, what is going on here? This is obviously an issue that someone needs to be accountable for. And if they're never accountable, what are they going to do? They're going to do it again. Now we have the molesting of young children on an island.
This is ridiculous testimony. He's talking about
Sustained as to relevance, the last part, the jury should
I love her
disregard.
face. Her face at that point is amazing. And this woman in the back holding her head, very funny. Here's the part where Terry Sanderson said if he didn't hold Gwyneth Paltrow accountable, Jeffrey Epstein happens. Yeah, she's going to do it again. What, go skiing? That's what she did. She went skiing. What a moron. Oh, this looks funny.
On the bandana ski run at Gwyneth Paltrow and Terry Sanderson were involved in a collision while both were skiing on the bandana ski run at Deer Valley Ski Resort in Park City, Utah.
Shit, we in white people court. Let me straighten my back.
Is it true that you feel it's unfair that Mr. Sanderson has brought this case against you?
I do. Oh shit, it's Pepper Potts. I ain't never knew her real name.
And he has deterred you from enjoying the rest of what was a very expensive vacation.
Well, I lost half a day of skiing.
Half a day of skiing? I ain't never had a whole day of skiing. That's what we're here for. And celebrities need their own court system instead of wasting my time. I got a murder-suicide at 2:00. Come on, hurry it up.
And that's when you had lunch and you got a massage.
Yes.
Okay. You were wearing goggles, a helmet.
Yes.
Probably had a better ski outfit, though, I bet.
Nah, the murder-suicide ain't till 2. This is white people talking about skiing.
And I'm assuming, you're under oath here, that you're a good tipper.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic.
Gwyneth, it's not required, but
You were furious and said you skied directly into my effing back.
This is a Daily Show clip. This is so funny.
hang on, man. Did she say effing or fucking? Because I feel like she would have said fucking.
I did.
Okay.
I apologize for my bad language.
This is the whitest shit I've ever heard. I gotta watch all the Medea movies. I need to re-black myself.
That was funny. That was really funny. I love it. It's hilarious. I'm retweeting that.
Gwyneth Paltrow and Terry Sanderson.
Very funny. To re-black myself. Oh, it's good stuff. I'm looking at your chats. Like, if you like totally believe your lying eyes and not my like fake journalism, you're like totally racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic, and like anything else I want to call you. I didn't do enough vocal fry in that. I'm sorry. I should have done more vocal fry. Let's see what else. Gwyneth Paltrow skiing. Why is the parent laughing in this video? I would have been screaming. Oh my gosh. Apparently there's nothing else happening right now. Are they really going to take hours and hours to decide this case? It's so nuts.
I'll call it the scream heard around the world.
Oh, come on.
This is being broadcast everywhere, by the way. It's on Court TV.
Oh, yeah. Court TV just loves that.
I'll call it the scream heard around.
Well, the problem is very few people heard that scream. Literally no one heard it. So who caught this facial expression? This is great.
Terry Sanderson did not cause this crash. You can't cause a crash when you're hit from behind. What percent of fault do you assign to Terry?
That might not work well for her with the jury, though. She should really be told to watch her face. It's funny, though. It's funny.
This crash. You can't cause a crash when you're hit from behind. What percent?
I do like her more than I ever have after this trial. I got to tell you, I think she's funny. She cracks me up. How are we still sitting here, though? Really, how are we still sitting here? This was funny.
Say that. Order in the court, Your Honor. Oh, sorry, you say that. Sustained. No, I'm a real lawyer, I promise. Gwyneth Paltrow, do you swear to tell the truth, but nothing but the truth, so help me God? Good, me too. We're linked. We're talking about the moment at hand, the ski accident. Can you please stand for the jury? Wow, you're really tall. How tall are you? You're not 5'9". Are you really 5'9"? Can you come down? Let's go back to back. So just so I'm clear with the case, oh God, so sorry. That is my Capital One bill. Hey, does anybody have the files from this case? So my first question, what does Beyonce smell like? And Gwen, just to let you know, I know this is off the record, but I have the hoo-ha candles. Guess what I have? Heyo! How is Apple doing? Does anybody have any napkins? I'm sweating. I've never met a celebrity before. Are you going to be in the Avengers? You know, my pH levels are a little off, but you can always get some samples anytime you want. You know, I'm happy to go into the court bathroom and, okay, you don't want me. Cool. How do you get your roots so blonde? I know for me, like, I just do kind of a blend of L'Oreal and cayenne pepper. Back to the case. My client was hurt. I think how we're going to solve this is, honestly, if you just give him a gift card to IKEA, I think all of this can be cleared up. Order.
Oh, that was like that woman, man. She's nuts. Absolutely nuts.
The rest of what was a very and he has deterred you from enjoying the rest of what was a very expensive vacation.
Well, I lost half a day of skiing.
Yes. Right. Okay. And he has deterred you from enjoying.
I wish that she had said what her lawyer said. Because what her lawyer said was better when he said she missed out on that day of bonding, you know, with her new potential stepkids and her new boyfriend and all that stuff. That was better than I missed a half a day of skiing. Ooh, why is Josh Allen trending? I like Josh Allen. Let's find out. Oh, football pants. I will give you any opportunity to watch football pants. Don't mess with me, NFL. Don't even think about it, NFL. Yeah, we like Josh Allen here. We're big Bills fans. I don't know why he's trending though. Why is he trending? What's happening? What's the latest on Josh Allen? God, please tell me he's not hurt. What is happening? Football's over. Why is Josh Allen trending? Will someone please explain it to me? There's just no reason. People are just talking about Josh Allen for no reason. All right, let's go back to the Paltrow tweets, shall we? Is there anything good? I need to write about this case. I haven't written an article since yesterday.
Mom?
Yes?
How am I going to do my lesson?
Good question. How are you going to do your lesson? Can you use the iPad?
My iPad's dead.
Whose iPad? Use Dad's.
I don't have her number in it.
Well, I have her number in my phone.
Well, I do too, but I don't know.
What are you saying? It's not going to work?
Well, because it doesn't work well.
Oh, okay. Well, I got to run. I will come back when the verdict is coming, and it's not now. She's got to use my computer for her cello lesson, so I got to go, and I'll come back when we have a verdict. If she's off of her lesson, if she's not off of her lesson, I guess we're screwed. They might be done by 6. So, but can't be helped. She needs to use my computer, unless you could use Dad's.
No.
Why not?
Dad doesn't have the setup here.
All right, fine. Anyway, I got to go make dinner anyway. I'll see you guys soon, okay?
I was so lost, my world is near its end. I almost felt my head is full of a million choices. I am alive, I'm not here to pretend. I love my friends, my heart is filled with a million voices. Oh, this road has many choices. Oh, and my heart, million voices. Come next to me, my friend, embrace the sky. I'm not afraid to fly. It's not the time to say goodbye. I don't wanna say goodbye.